by Jack London, The Valley of the Moon. Her vague, unreal existence continued. It seemed in some previous lifetime that Billy had gone away, that another lifetime would have to come before he returned. Still she suffered from insomnia. Long nights passed in succession, during which she never closed her eyes. At other times, she slept through long stupors, waking stunned and numbed, scarcely able to open her heavy eyes, to move her weary limbs. The pressure of the iron band on her head never relaxed. She was poorly nourished, nor had she a cent of money. She often went a whole day without eating. Once, 72 hours elapsed without food passing her lips. She dug clams in the marsh, knocked the tiny oysters from the rocks, and gathered mussels. And yet, when Bud Struthers came to see how she was getting along, she convinced him that all was well. One evening after work, Tom came and forced $2 upon her. He was terribly worried. He would like to help more, but Sarah was expecting another baby. There had been slack times in his trade because of the strike in the other trades. He did not know what the country was coming to, and it was all so simple. All they had to do was see things his way and vote the way he voted. Then everybody would get a square deal. Christ was a socialist, he told her. Christ died 2,000 years ago, Saxon said. Well, Tom queried, not catching her implication. Think, she said. Think of all the men and women who have died in those 2,000 years. And socialism has not come yet. And in 2,000 years more, it may be as far away as ever. Tom, your socialism never did you any good. It is a dream. It wouldn't be, he began with a flash of resentment, if they believed as you do. Only they don't. You don't succeed in making them. But we are increasing every year, he argued. 2,000 years is an awfully long time, she said quietly. Her brother's tired face saddened as he noted. Then he sighed. Well, Saxon, if it's a dream, it is a good dream. I don't want to dream, was her reply. I want things real. I want them now. And before her fancy passed the countless generations of the stupid, lowly, the Billies and Saxons, the Berts and Marys, the Toms and Sarahs, and to what end? The salt vats and the grave? Mercedes was a hard and wicked woman, but Mercedes was right. The stupid must always be under the heels of the clever ones. Only she, Saxon, daughter of Daisy, who had written wonderful poems, and of a soldier father on a roan war horse, daughter of the strong generations who had won half a world from the wild nature and the savage Indian. No, she was not stupid. It was as if she suffered false imprisonment. There was some mistake. She would find the way out. With the $2, she bought a sack of flour and half a sack of potatoes. This relieved the monotony of her clams and mussels. Like the Italian and Portuguese women, she gathered driftwood and carried it home, though always she did it with a shamed pride, timing her arrival so that it would be after dark. One day, on the mud-flat side of the rock wall, an Italian fishing boat hauled up on the sand, dredged from the channel. From the top of the wall, Saxon watched the men grouped about a charcoal brazier, eating crusty Italian bread and a stew of meat and vegetables, washed down with long draughts of thin red wine. She envied them their freedom, that advertised itself in the heartiness of their meal, in the tones of their chatter and laughter, in the very boat itself, that was not tied always to one place, and that carried them wherever they willed. Afterward, they dragged the seine across the mud-flats and up on the sand, selecting for themselves only the larger kinds of fish. Many thousands of small fish, like sardines, were left lying on the sand when they sailed away. Saxon got a sackful of the fish and was compelled to make 2 trips in order to carry them home, where she salted them down in a wooden wash-tub. Her lapses of consciousness continued. The strangest things she did while in such condition was on Sandy Beach. There she discovered herself one windy afternoon, lying in a hole she had dug, with sacks for blankets. She had even roofed the hole in rough fashion by means of driftwood and marsh grass. On top of the grass she had piled sand. Another time she came to herself, walking across the marshes, a bundle of driftwood tied with a bale rope on her shoulder. Charlie Long was walking beside her. She could see his face in the starlight. She wondered dully how long he had been talking, what he had said. Then she was curious to hear what he was saying. She was not afraid, despite his strength, his wicked nature, and the loneliness and darkness of the marsh. "It's a shame for a girl like you to have to do this," he was saying, apparently in repetition of what he had already urged. "Come on and say the word, Saxon. Come on and say the word." She stopped and quietly faced him. "Listen, Charlie Long. Billy's only doing 30 days, and his time is almost up. When he gets out, your life won't be worth a pinch of salt if I tell him you've been bothering me. Now listen, if you go right now away from here and stay away, I won't tell him. That's all I've got to say." The big blacksmith stood in scowling indecision, his face pathetic in its fierce yearnings, his hands making unconscious, clutching contractions. "Why, you little small thing," he said desperately, "I could break you in one hand. I could. Why, I could do anything I wanted. I don't want to hurt you, Saxon. You know that. Just say the word." "I've said the only word I'm going to say." "God," he muttered in involuntary admiration. "You ain't afraid. You ain't afraid." They faced each other for long, silent minutes. "Why ain't you afraid?" he demanded at last, after peering into the surrounding darkness, as if searching for her hidden allies. "Because I married a man," Saxon said briefly, "and now you'd better go." When he had gone, she shifted the load of wood to her other shoulder and started on, in her breast a quiet thrill of pride in Billy. Though behind prison bars, she still leaned against his strength. The mere naming of him was sufficient to drive away a brute like Charlie Long. On the day that Otto Frank was hanged, she remained indoors. The evening papers published the account. There had been no reprieve. In Sacramento was a railroad governor who might reprieve or even pardon bank wreckers and grafters, but who dared not lift his finger for a working man. All this was the talk of the neighborhood. It had been Billy's talk. It had been Bert's talk. The next day, Saxon started out the rock wall, and the specter of Otto Frank walked by her side. And with him was a dimmer, mistier specter that she recognized as Billy. Was he, too, destined to tread his way to Otto Frank's dark end? Surely so, if the blood and the strike continued. He was a fighter. He felt he was right in fighting. It was easy to kill a man, even if he did not intend it. Sometime, when he was slugging a scab, the scab would fracture his skull on a stone curbing or a cement sidewalk, and then Billy would hang. That was why Otto Frank hanged. He had not intended to kill Henderson. It was only by accident that Henderson's skull was fractured. Yet Otto Frank had been hanged for it just the same. She wrung her hands and wept loudly as she stumbled among the windy rocks. The hours passed, and she was lost to herself and her grief. When she came to, she found herself on the far end of the wall, where it jutted into the bay between the Oakland and Alameda moles. But she could see no wall. It was a time of the full moon, and the unusual high tide covered the rocks. She was knee-deep in the water, and about her knees swam scores of big rock rats, squeaking and fighting, scrambling to climb upon her out of the flood. She screamed with fright and horror, and kicked at them. Some dived and swam away under water, Others circled about her warily at a distance, and one big fellow laid his teeth into her shoe. Him she stepped on and crushed with her free foot. By this time, though still trembling, she was able to coolly consider the situation. She waded to a stout stick of driftwood a few feet away, and with this quickly cleared a space about herself. A grinning small boy in a small, bright-painted and half-decked skiff sailed close into the wall and let go his sheet to spill the wind. "Want to get aboard?" he called. "Yes," she answered. "There are thousands of big rats here. I'm afraid of them." He nodded, ran close in, spilled the wind from his sail, the boat's way carrying it gently to her. "Shove out its bow," he commanded. "That's right. I don't want to break my centerboard. And then jump aboard in the stern, quick, alongside of me." She obeyed, stepping in lightly beside him. He held the tiller up with his elbow, pulled in on the sheet, and as the sail filled, the boat sprang away over the rippling water. "You know boats," the boy said approvingly. He was a slender, almost frail lad of 12 or 13 years, though healthy enough, with sunburned, freckled face and large gray eyes that were clear and wistful. Despite his possession of the pretty boat, Saxon was quick to sense that he was one of them, a child of the people. "First boat I was ever in, except ferry boats," Saxon laughed. He looked at her keenly. "Well, you take to it like a duck to water is all I can say about it. Where do you want me to land you?" "Anywhere." He opened his mouth to speak, gave her another long look, considered for a space, then asked suddenly, "Got plenty of time?" She nodded. "All day?" Again she nodded. "Say, I tell you, I'm going out on this ebb to Goat Island for rock cod, and I'll come in on the flood this evening. I've got plenty of lines and bait. Want to come along? We can both fish, and what you catch you can have." Saxon hesitated. The freedom and motion of the small boat appealed to her, like the ships she had envied. It was outbound. "Maybe you'll drown me," she parleyed. The boy threw back his head with pride. "I guess I've been sailing many a long day myself, and I ain't drowned yet." "All right," she consented, "though remember, I don't know anything about boats." "Aw, that's all right. Now I'm going to go about. When I say hard a lee, like that, you duck your head so the boom don't hit you, and shift over to the other side." He executed the maneuver. Saxon obeyed, and found herself sitting beside him on the opposite side of the boat, while the boat itself, on the other tack, was heading toward Long Wharf, where the coal bunkers were. She was aglow with admiration, the more so because the mechanics of boat sailing was to her a complex and mysterious thing. "Where did you learn it all?" she inquired. "Taught myself. Just naturally taught myself. I liked it, you see, and what a fellow likes he's likeliest to do. This is my second boat. My first didn't have a centerboard. I bought it for $2 and learned a lot, though it never stopped leaking. What do you think I paid for this one? It's worth $25 right now. What do you think I paid for it?" "I give up," Saxon said. "How much?" $6. Think of it. A boat like this. Of course, I've done a lot of work, and the sails cost $2. The oars $1.40, and the paint $1.75. But just the same, $11.15 is a real bargain. It took me a long time saving for it, though. I carry papers morning and evening. There's a boy taking my route for me this afternoon. I give him 10 cents, and all the extras he sells is his. And I would have got a boat sooner, only I had to pay for my shorthand lessons. My mother wants me to become a court reporter. They get sometimes as much as $20 a day. Gee, but I don't want it. It's a shame to waste the money on the lessons." "What do you want?" she asked. Partly from idleness and yet with genuine curiosity, for she felt drawn to this boy in knee pants who was so confident and at the same time so wistful. "What do I want?" he repeated after her. Turning his head slowly, he followed the skyline, pausing especially when his eyes rested landward on the brown Contra Costa hills and seaward, past Alcatraz, on the Golden Gate. The wistfulness in his eyes was overwhelming and went to her heart. "That," he said, sweeping the circle of the world with a wave of his arm. "That?" she queried. He looked at her, perplexed in that he had not made his meaning clear. "Don't you ever feel that way?" he asked, bidding for sympathy with his dream. "Don't you sometimes feel you'd die if you didn't know what's beyond them hills, and what's beyond the other hills behind them hills? And the Golden Gate, there's the Pacific Ocean beyond, and China and Japan and India, and all the coral islands. You can go anywhere out through the Golden Gate, to Australia, to Africa, to the Seal Islands, to the North Pole, to Cape Horn. Why, all them places are just waiting for me to come and see 'em. I've lived in Oakland all my life, but I'm not going to live in Oakland the rest of my life, not by a long shot. I'm going to get away, away." Again, as the words failed to express the vastness of his desire, the wave of his arm swept the circle of the world. Saxon thrilled with him. She, too, save for her earlier childhood, had lived in Oakland all her life, and it had been a good place in which to live, until now. And now, in all its nightmare horror, it was a place to get away from, as, with her people, the East had been a place to get away from. And why not? The world tugged at her, and she felt in touch with the lad's desire. Now that she thought of it, her race had never been given to staying long in one place. Always it had been on the move. She remembered back to her mother's tales, and to the wood engraving in her scrapbook, where her half-clad forebears, sword in hand, leaped from their lean beaked boats to do battle on the blood-drenched sands of England. "Did you ever hear about the Anglo-Saxons?" she asked the boy. "You bet." His eyes glistened, and he looked at her with new interest. "I'm an Anglo-Saxon, every inch of me. Look at the color of my eyes, my skin. I'm awful white where I ain't sunburned, and my hair was yellow when I was a baby. My mother says it'll be dark brown by the time I'm growing up. Worse luck. Just the same, I'm Anglo-Saxon. I am of a fighting race. We ain't afraid of nothing. This bay, think I'm afraid of it?" He looked out over the water with flashing eye of scorn. "Why, I've crossed it when it was howlin', and when the scow schooner sailors said I lied and that I didn't. Huh. They were only squareheads. Why, we licked their kind thousands of years ago. We licked everything we go up against. We've wandered all over the world, licking the world. On the sea, on the land, it's all the same. Look at Ivory Nelson. Look at Davy Crockett. Look at Paul Jones. Look at Clive and Kitchener and Fremont and Kit Carson and all of 'em." Saxon nodded while he continued, her own eyes shining, and it came to her what a glory it would be to be the mother of a man-child like this. Her body ached with a fancied quickening of unborn life. A good stock, she thought to herself. Then she thought of herself and Billy, healthy shoots out of that same stock, yet condemned to childlessness because of the trap of the man-made world and the curse of being herded with the stupid ones. She came back to the boy. "My father was a soldier in the Civil War," he was telling her, "and a scout and a spy. The rebels were going to hang him twice for a spy. At the Battle of Wilson's Creek, he ran half a mile with his captain wounded on his back. He's got a bullet in his leg right now, just above the knee. It's been there all these years. He let me feel it once. He was a buffalo hunter and a trapper before the war. He was sheriff of his county when he was 20 years old, and after the war, when he was marshal of Silver City, he cleaned out the bad men and gunfighters. He's been in almost every state in the Union. He could wrestle any man at the railing in his day, and he was bully of the raftsmen of the Susquehanna when he was only a youngster. His father killed a man in a stand-up fight with a blow of his fist when he was 60 years old, and when he was 74, his second wife had twins, and he died when he was plowing in the field with oxen when he was 99 years old. He just unyoked the oxen and sat down under a tree and died there sitting up. And my father's just like him. He's pretty old now, but he ain't afraid of nothing. He's a regular Anglo-Saxon, you see. He's a special policeman, and he didn't do a thing to the strikers in some of the fighting. He had his face all cut up with a rock, but he broke his club short off over some hoodlum's head. He paused breathlessly and looked at her. Gee, he said, I'd hate to have been that hoodlum. My name is Saxon, she said. Your name? My first name. Gee, he cried, you're lucky. Now if mine had only been Erling, you know, Erling the Bold, or Wolf, or Swen, or Jarl. What is it, she asked. Only John, he admitted sadly. But I don't let 'em call me John. Everybody's got to call me Jack. I've scrapped with a dozen fellows that tried to call me John or Johnny. Wouldn't that make you sick, Johnny? They were now off the coal bunkers of Long Wharf, and the boy put the skiff about, heading towards San Francisco. They were well out in the open bay. The west wind had strengthened and was whitecapping the strong ebb tide. The boat drove merrily along. When splashes of spray flew aboard, wetting them, Saxon laughed, and the boy surveyed her with approval. They passed a ferry boat, and the passengers on the upper deck crowded to one side to watch them. In the swell of the steamer's wake, the skiff shipped quarter full of water. Saxon picked up an empty can and looked at the boy. That's right, he said. Go ahead and bail out. And when she had finished, we'll fetch Goat Island next tack. Right there, off the torpedo station, is where we fish, in 50 feet of water, and the tide's running to beat the band. You're wringing wet, ain't you? Gee, you're like your name. You're a Saxon, all right. Are you married? Saxon nodded, and the boy frowned. What'd you want to do that for? Now you can't wander over the world like I'm going to. You're tied down. You're anchored for keeps. It's pretty good to be married, though, she smiled. Sure, everybody gets married, but that's no reason to be in a rush about it. Why couldn't you wait a while like me? I'm going to get married, too, but not until I'm an old man and have been everywhere. Under the lee of Goat Island, Saxon obediently sitting still, he took in the sail, and when the boat had drifted to a position to suit him, he dropped the tiny anchor. He got out the fish lines and showed Saxon how to bait her hooks with salted minnows. Then they dropped the lines to the bottom, where they vibrated in the swift tide, and waited for bites. They'll bite pretty soon, he encouraged. I've never failed but twice to catch a mess here. What do you say we eat while we're waiting? Vainly she protested she was not hungry. He shared his lunch with her, a boy's rigid equity, even to the half of a hard-boiled egg and the half of a big red apple. Still the rock cod did not bite. From under the stern sheets he drew out a cloth-bound book. Free library, he vouchsafed, as he began to read, with one hand holding the place, while the other he waited for the tug on the fish line that would announce rock cod. Saxon read the title. It was Afloat in the Forest. Listen to this, he said after a few minutes, and he read several pages descriptive of a great flooded tropical forest being navigated by boys on a raft. Think of that, he concluded. That's the Amazon River in flood time in South America, And the world's full of places like that, everywhere, most likely, except Oakland. Oakland's just a place to start from, I guess. Now, that's adventure, I want to tell you. Just think of the luck of them boys. All the same, someday, I'm going to go over the Andes to the headwaters of the Amazon, all through the rubber country, and canoe down the Amazon thousands of miles to its mouth, where it's that wide you can't see one bank from the other, and where you can scoop up perfectly fresh water out of the ocean 100 miles from land. But Saxon was not listening. One pregnant sentence had caught her fancy. Oakland was just a place to start from. She had never viewed the city in that light. She had accepted it as a place to live in, as an end in itself. But a place to start from? Why not? Why not like any railroad station or ferry depot? Certainly, as things were going, Oakland was not a place to stop in. The boy was right. It was a place to start from. But where to go? Here she was halted, and she was driven from the train of thought by a strong pull and a series of jerks on the line. She began to haul in, hand under hand, rapidly and deftly, the boy encouraging her, until hook's sinker and a big, gasping rock cod tumbled into the bottom of the boat. The fish was free of the hook, and she baited afresh and dropped the line over. The boy marked his place and closed the book. "They'll be biting soon, as fast as we can haul 'em in," he said. But the rush of fish did not come immediately. "Did you ever read Captain Mayne Reid?" he asked. "Or Captain Marryat? Or Ballantyne?" She shook her head. "And you an Anglo-Saxon," he cried derisively. "Why, there's stacks of 'em in the free library. I have 2 cards, my mother's and mine, and I draw 'em out all the time, after school, before I have to carry my papers. I stick the books inside my shirt, in front, under the suspenders. That holds 'em. One time, delivering papers at Second and Market, there's an awful tough gang of kids that hang out there, I got into a fight with the leader. He hauled off to knock my wind out, and he landed square on a book. You ought to seen his face. And then I landed on him, and then his whole gang was going to jump on me. Only a couple of iron molders stepped in and saw fair play. I gave them the books to hold." "Who won?" Saxon asked. "Nobody," the boy confessed reluctantly. "I think I was licking him, but the molders called it a draw because the policeman on the beat stopped us when we'd only been fighting half an hour. But you ought to seen the crowd. I bet there was 500. He broke off abruptly and began hauling in his line. Saxon, too, was hauling in, and in the next couple of hours they caught 20 pounds of fish between them. That night, long after dark, the little half-deck skiff sailed up the Oakland estuary. The wind was fair but light, and the boat moved slowly, towing a long pile which the boy had picked up adrift and announced as worth $3 anywhere for the wood that was in it. The tide flooded smoothly under the full moon, and Saxon recognized the points they passed: the transit slip, Sandy Beach, the shipyards, the nail works, Market Street Wharf. The boy took the skiff into a dilapidated boat wharf at the foot of Castro Street, where the scow schooners, laden with sand and gravel, lay hauled to the shore in a long row. He insisted upon equal division of the fish because Saxon had helped catch them, though he explained at length the ethics of flotsam to show her that the pile was wholly his. At 7th and Poplar they separated, Saxon walking on alone to Pine Street with her load of fish. Tired though she was from the long day, she had a strange feeling of well-being, and after cleaning the fish, she fell asleep wondering, when good times came again, if she could persuade Billy to get a boat and go out with her on Sundays as she had gone out that day. She slept all night, without stirring, without dreaming, and awoke naturally and, for the first time in weeks, refreshed. She felt her old self, as if some depressing weight had been lifted, or a shadow had been swept away from between her and the sun. Her head was clear. The seeming iron band that had pressed it so hard was gone. She was cheerful. She even caught herself humming aloud as she divided the fish in the messes for Mrs. Olson, Maggie Donahue, and herself. She enjoyed her gossip with each of them, and returning home, plunged joyfully into the task of putting the neglected house in order. She sang as she worked, and ever as she sang, the magic words of the boy danced and sparkled among the notes. Oakland is just a place to start from. Everything was clear as print. Her and Billy's problem was as simple as any arithmetic problem at school. To carpet a room so many feet long and so many feet wide, to paper a room so many feet high and so many feet around. She had been sick in her head, and she had had strange lapses. She had been irresponsible. Very well. All this had been because of her troubles in which she had had no hand in the making. Billy's case was hers precisely. He had behaved strangely because he had been irresponsible, and all their troubles were the troubles of the trap. Oakland was the trap. Oakland was a good place to start from. She reviewed the events of her married life. The strikes and the hard times had cost everything. If it had not been for the strike of the shopmen and the fight in her front yard, she would not have lost her baby. If Billy had not been made desperate by the idleness and hopeless fight of the teamsters, he would not have taken to drinking. If they had not been hard up, they would not have taken a lodger, and Billy would not be in jail. Her mind was made up. The city was no place for her and Billy, no place for love nor for babies. The way out was simple. They would leave Oakland. It was the stupid that remained and bowed their heads to fate. But she and Billy were not stupid. They would not bow their heads. They would go forth and face fate, where she did not know, but that would come. The world was large. Beyond the encircling hills, out through the Golden Gate, somewhere, they would find what they desired. The boy had been wrong in one thing. She was not tied to Oakland, even if she was married. The world was free to her and Billy, as it had been free to the wandering generations before them. It was only the stupid who had been left behind everywhere in the race's wandering. The strong had gone on. Well, she and Billy were strong. They would go on, over the brown Contra Costa hills or out through the Golden Gate. The day before Billy's release, Saxon completed her meager preparations to receive him. She was without money, and, except for her resolve not to offend Billy in that way again, she would have borrowed ferry fare from Maggie Donahue and journeyed to San Francisco to sell some of her personal pretties. As it was, with bread and potatoes and salted sardines in the house, she went out at the afternoon low tide and dug clams for a chowder. Also, she gathered a load of driftwood, and it was 9 in the evening when she emerged from the marsh, on her shoulder a bundle of wood and a short-handled spade, in her free hand the pail of clams. She sought the darker side of the street, at the corner, and hurried across the zone of electric light to avoid detection by the neighbors. But a woman came toward her, looked sharply, and stopped in front of her. It was Mary. "My God, Saxon," she exclaimed, "is it as bad as this?" Saxon looked at her old friend curiously, with a swift glance that sketched all the tragedy. Mary was thinner, though there was more color in her cheeks, color of which Saxon had her doubts. Mary's bright eyes were handsomer, larger, too large, too feverish bright, too restless. She was well dressed, too well dressed, and she was suffering from nerves. She turned her head apprehensively to glance into the darkness behind her. "My God," Saxon breathed, "and you?" She shut her lips, then began anew. "Come along to the house," she said. "If you're ashamed to be seen with me," Mary blurted, with one of her old, quick angers. "No, no," Saxon disclaimed. "It's the driftwood and the clams. I don't want the neighbors to know. Come along." "No, I can't, Saxon. I'd like to, but I can't. I've got to catch the next train to Frisco. I've been waiting round. I knocked at your back door, but the house was dark. Billy is still in, ain't he?" "Yes, he gets out tomorrow." "I read about it in the papers," Mary went on hurriedly, looking behind her. "I was in Stockton when it happened." She turned upon Saxon almost savagely. "You don't blame me, do you? I just couldn't go back to work after being married. I was sick of work, played out, I guess, and no good anyway. But if you only knew how I hated the laundry even before I got married. It's a dirty world. You don't dream, Saxon, honest to God, you could never guess 100th part of its dirtiness. I wish I was dead and out of it all. Listen, no, I can't now. There's the down train puffing at Adeline. I'll have to run for it. Can I come?" "Ah, get a move on, can't you?" a man's voice interrupted. Behind her, the speaker had partly emerged from the darkness. No working man, Saxon could see that, lower in the world scale, despite his good clothes, than any working man. "I'm coming, if you only wait a second," Mary placated. And by her answer and its accents, Saxon knew that Mary was afraid of this man who prowled on the rim of light. Mary turned to her. "I gotta beat it. Goodbye," she said, fumbling in the palm of her glove. She caught Saxon's free hand, and Saxon felt a small hot coin pressed into it. She tried to resist, to force it back. "No, no," Mary pleaded, "for old times. You can do as much for me some day. I'll see you again. Goodbye." Suddenly sobbing, she threw her arms around Saxon's waist, crushing the feathers of her hat against the load of wood as she pressed her face against Saxon's breast. Then she tore herself away to arm's length, passionate, quivering, and stood gazing at Saxon. "Ah, get a hustle," came from the darkness the peremptory voice of the man. "Oh, Saxon," Mary sobbed, and was gone. In the house, the lamp lighted, Saxon looked at the coin. It was a $5 piece, to her a fortune. Then she thought of Mary and of the man of whom she was afraid. Saxon registered another black mark against Oakland. Mary was one more destroyed. They lived only 5 years on the average, Saxon had heard somewhere. She looked at the coin and tossed it into the kitchen sink. When she cleaned the clams, she heard the coin tinkle down the vent pipe. It was the thought of Billy next morning that led Saxon to go under the sink, unscrew the cap to the catch trap, and rescue the $5 piece. Prisoners were not well fed, she had been told, and the thought of placing clams and dry bread before Billy after 30 days of prison fare was too appalling for her to contemplate. She knew how he liked to spread his butter on thick, how he liked thick, rare steak fried on a dry, hot pan, and how he liked coffee that was coffee, and plenty of it. Not until 9 o'clock did Billy arrive, and she was dressed in her prettiest house gingham to meet him. She peeped on him as he came slowly up the front steps, and she would have run out to him except for a group of neighborhood children who were staring from across the street. The door opened before him as his hand reached for the knob, and, inside, he closed it by backing against it, for his arms were filled with Saxon. No, he had not had any breakfast, nor did he want any now that he had her. He had only stopped for a shave. He had stood the barber off, and he had walked all the way from the city hall because of lack of a nickel car fare. But he'd like a bath most mighty well, and a change of clothes. She mustn't come near him until he was clean. When all this was accomplished, he sat in the kitchen and watched her cook, noting the driftwood she put in the stove and asking about it. While she moved about, She told how she had gathered the wood, how she had managed to live and not be beholden to the union. And by the time they were seated at the table, she was telling him about her meeting with Mary the night before. She did not mention the $5. Billy stopped chewing the first mouthful of steak. His expression frightened her. He spat the meat out on his plate. "You got the money to buy the meat from her?" he accused slowly. "You had no money, no more tick with the butcher, yet here's meat. Am I right?" Saxon could only bend her head. The terrifying, ageless look had come into his face, the bleak and passionless glaze into his eyes, which she had first seen on the day at Wenzel Park when he had fought with the 3 Irishmen. "What else did you buy?" he demanded, not roughly, not angrily, but with the fearful coldness of a rage that words could not express. To her surprise, she had grown calm. What did it matter? It was merely what one must expect living in Oakland. Something to be left behind when Oakland was a thing behind, a place started from. "The coffee," she answered, "and the butter." He emptied his plate of meat and her plate into the frying pan, likewise the roll of butter and the slice on the table, and on top he poured the contents of the coffee canister. All this he carried into the backyard and dumped in the garbage can. The coffee pot he emptied into the sink. "How much of the money you got left?" he next wanted to know. Saxon had already gone to her purse and taken it out. $3.80, she counted, handing it to him. "I paid 45 cents for the steak." He ran his eyes over the money, counted it, and went to the front door. She heard the door open and close, and knew that the silver had been flung into the street. When he came back to the kitchen, Saxon was already serving him fried potatoes on a clean plate. "Nothing too good for the Roberts," he said, "but by God, that sort of truck is too high for my stomach. It's so high it stinks." He glanced at the fried potatoes, the fresh slice of dry bread, and the glass of water she was placing by his plate. "It's all right," she smiled as he hesitated. "There's nothing left that's tainted." He shot a swift glance at her face, as if for sarcasm, then sighed and sat down. Almost immediately, he was up again and holding out his arms to her. "I'm going to eat in a minute, but I want to talk to you first," he said, sitting down and holding her closely. "Besides, that water ain't like coffee. Getting cold won't spoil it none. Now, listen. You're the only one I've got in this world. You wasn't afraid of me and what I'd just done, and I'm glad of that. Now we'll forget all about Mary. I've got charity enough. I'm just as sorry for her as you. I'd do anything for her. I'd wash her feet for her like the Christ did. I'd let her eat at my table and sleep under my roof. But all that ain't no reason I should touch anything she's earned. Now forget her. It's you and me, Saxon. Only you and me, and to hell with the rest of the world. Nothing else counts. You won't never have to be afraid of me again. Whiskey and I don't mix very well, so I'm going to cut whiskey out. I've been clean off my nut, and I ain't treated you altogether right. But that's all past. It won't never happen again. I'm going to start out fresh. Now, take this thing. I oughtn't to have acted so hasty, but I did. I ought to talked it over, but I didn't. My damn temper got best of me, and you know I've got one. If a fellow can keep his temper in boxing, why can't he keep it in being married, too? Only this got to me's too sudden like. It's something I can't stomach. I never could stomach. And you wouldn't want me to any more than I'd want you to stomach something you just couldn't. She sat up straight on his knees and looked at him, afire with an idea. "You mean that, Billy?" "Sure I do." "Then I'll tell you something I can't stomach any more. I'll die if I have to." "Well?" he questioned, after a searching pause. "It's up to you," she said. "Then fire away." "You don't know what you're letting yourself in for," she warned. Maybe you'd better back out before it's too late." He shook his head stubbornly. "What you don't want to stomach, you ain't going to stomach. Let her go." "First," she commenced, "no more slugging of scabs." His mouth opened, but he checked the involuntary protest. "And second, no more Oakland." "I don't get the last." "No more Oakland. No more living in Oakland. I'll die if I have to. It's pull up stakes and get out." He digested this slowly. "Where?" he asked finally. "Anywhere, everywhere. Smoke a cigarette and think it over." He shook his head and studied her. "You mean that?" he asked at length. "I do. I want to chuck Oakland just as hard as you wanted to chuck the beefsteak, the coffee, and the butter." She could see him brace himself. She could feel him brace his very body ere he answered. "All right, then. If that's what you want, we'll quit Oakland. We'll quit it cold. God damn it, anyway. It's never done nothing for me, and I guess I'm husky enough to scratch for us both anywheres. And now that's settled, just tell me what you got it in for, Oakland for." And she told him all she had thought out, marshaled all the facts in her indictment of Oakland, omitting nothing, not even her last visit to Dr. Hentley's office, nor Billy's drinking. But he drew her closer and proclaimed his resolve anew. The time passed. The fried potatoes grew cold, and the stove went out. When a pause came, Billy stood up, still holding her. He glanced at the fried potatoes. "Stone cold," he said, then turned to her. "Come on, put on your prettiest. We're going uptown for something to eat and to celebrate. I guess we've got a celebration coming, seeing as we're going to pull up stakes and pull our freight from this old burg. And we won't have to walk. I can borrow a dime from the barber, and I got enough junk to hawk for a blowout." His junk proved to be several gold medals won in his amateur days at boxing tournaments. Once uptown and in the pawn shop, Uncle Sam seemed thoroughly versed in the value of the medals, and Billy jingled a handful of silver in his pocket as they walked out. He was as hilarious as a boy, and she joined him in his good spirits. When he stopped at a corner cigar store to buy a sack of Bull Durham, he changed his mind and bought Imperials. "Oh, I'm a regular devil," he laughed. "Nothing too good today, not even tailor-made smokes. And no chop houses, no Jap joints for you and me. It's Barnum's." They strolled to the restaurant on 7th and Broadway, where they had had their wedding supper. "Let us make believe we're not married," Saxon suggested. "Sure," he agreed, "and take a private room, so as a waiter will have to knock on the door each time he comes in." But Saxon demurred at that. "It will be too expensive, Billy. You'll have to tip him for the knocking. We'll take a regular dining room." "Order anything you want," Billy said largely, when they were seated. "Here's family porterhouse, $1.50. What do you say?" "And hash brown," she abetted, "and coffee extra special, and some oysters first. I want to compare them with the rock oysters." Billy nodded and looked up from the bill of fare. "Here's mussels bordelais. Try an order of them, too. See if they beat your rock wall ones." "Why not?" Saxon cried, her eyes dancing. "The world is ours. We're just travelers through this town." "Yup, that's the stuff," Billy muttered absently. He was looking at the theater column. He lifted his eyes from the paper. "Matinee at Bell's. We can get reserved seats for $25. Doggone the luck anyway." His exclamation was so aggrieved and violent that it brought alarm into her eyes. "If only I'd thought," he regretted. "We could have gone to the Forum for grub. That's the swell joint where fellows like Roy Blanchard hangs out, blowing the money we sweat for them." They bought reserved tickets at Bell's Theater, but it was too early for the performance, and they went down Broadway and into the Electric Theater to while away the time on a moving picture show. A cowboy film was run off, and a French comic. Then came a rural drama situated somewhere in the Middle West. It began with a farmyard scene. The sun blazed down on a corner of a barn and on a rail fence where the ground lay in the mottled shade of large trees overhead. There were chickens, ducks, and turkeys scratching, waddling, moving about. A big sow, followed by a roly-poly litter of 7 little ones, marched majestically through the chickens, rooting them out of the way. The hens, in turn, took it out on the little porkers, pecking them when they strayed too far from their mother. And over the top rail a horse looked drowsily on, ever and anon, at mathematically precise intervals, switching a lazy tail that flashed highlights in the sunshine. "It's a warm day and there are flies. Can't you just feel it?" Saxon whispered. "Sure. And that horse's tail, it's the most natural ever. Gee, I bet he knows the trick of clamping it down over the reins. I wouldn't wonder if his name was Irontail." A dog ran upon the scene. The mother pig turned tail, and with short, ludicrous jumps, followed by her progeny and pursued by the dog, fled out of the film. A young girl came on, a sunbonnet hanging down her back, her apron caught up in front and filled with grain, which she threw to the fluttering fowls. Pigeons flew down from the top of the film and joined in the scrambling feast. The dog returned, waiting scarcely noticed among the feathered creatures, to wag his tail and laugh up at the girl. And behind, the horse nodded over the rail and switched on. A young man entered, his errand immediately known to the audience, educated in moving pictures. But Saxon had no eyes for the love-making, the pleading forcefulness, the shy reluctance of man and maid. Ever her gaze wandered back to the chickens, to the mottled shade under the trees, to the warm wall of the barn, to the sleepy horse with its ever-recurrent whisk of tail. She drew closer to Billy, and her hand, passed around his arm, sought his hand. "Oh, Billy," she sighed, "I just die of happiness in a place like that." And when the film was ended, "We've got lots of time for bells. Let's stay and see that one over again." They sat through a repetition of the performance, and when the farmyard scene appeared, the longer Saxon looked at it, the more it affected her. And this time she took in further details. She saw fields beyond, rolling hills in the background, and a cloud-flecked sky. She identified some of the chickens, especially an obstreperous old hen who resented the thrust of the sow's muzzle, particularly pecking at the little pigs, and laid about her with a vengeance when the grain fell. Saxon looked back across the fields to the hills and sky, breathing the spaciousness of it, the freedom, the content. Tears welled into her eyes, and she wept silently, happily. "I know a trick that'd fix that old horse if he ever clamped his tail down on me," Billy whispered. "Now I know where we're going when we leave Oakland," she informed him. "Where?" "There." He looked at her and followed her gaze to the screen. "Oh," he said, and cogitated. "And why shouldn't we?" he added. "Oh, Billy, will you?" Her lips trembled in her eagerness, and her whisper broke and was almost inaudible. "Sure," he said. It was his day of royal largesse. "What you want is yourn, and I'll scratch my fingers off for it. And I've always had a hankering for the country myself. So I've known horses like that to sell for half the price, and I can sure cure 'em of that habit." It was early evening when they got off the car at 7th and Pine on their way home from Bell's Theater. Billy and Saxon did their little marketing together, then separated at the corner. Saxon to go on to the house and prepare supper, Billy to go and see the boys, the teamsters who had fought on in the strike during his month of retirement. "Take care of yourself, Billy," she called as he started off. "Sure," he answered, turning his face to her over his shoulder. Her heart leaped at the smile. It was his old, unsullied love smile, which she wanted always to see on his face, for which, armed with her own wisdom and the wisdom of Mercedes, she would wage the utmost woman's war to possess. A thought of this flashed brightly through her brain, and it was with a proud little smile that she remembered all her pretty equipment stored at home in the bureau and the chest of drawers. 3/4 of an hour later, supper ready, all but the putting on of the lamb chops at the sound of his step, Saxon waited. She heard the gate click, but instead of his step, she heard a curious and confused scraping of many steps. She flew to open the door. Billy stood there, but a different Billy from the one she had parted from so short a time ago. A small boy beside him held his hat. His face had been fresh washed, or rather, drenched, for his shirt and shoulders were wet. His pale hair lay damp and plastered against his forehead, and was darkened by oozing blood. Both arms hung limply by his side, but his face was composed, and he even grinned. "It's all right," he reassured Saxon. "The joke's on me. Somewhat damaged, but still in the ring." He stepped gingerly across the threshold. "Come on in, you fellas. We're all mutts together." He was followed in by the boy with his hat, by Bud Struthers and another teamster she knew, and by 2 strangers. The latter were big, hard-featured, sheepish-faced men who stared at Saxon as if afraid of her. "It's all right, Saxon," Billy began, but was interrupted by Bud. "First thing is to get him on the bed and cut his clothes off him. Both arms is broke, and here are the ginks that done it." He indicated the 2 strangers, who shuffled their feet with embarrassment and looked more sheepish than ever. Billy sat down on the bed, and while Saxon held the lamp, Bud and the strangers proceeded to cut coat, shirt, and undershirt from him. "He wouldn't go to the receiving hospital," Bud said to Saxon. "Not on your life," Billy concurred. "I had him send for Doc Kentley. He'll be here any minute. Them 2 arms is all I got. They've done pretty well by me, and I've got to do the same by them. No medical students a learning their trade on me." "But how did it happen?" Saxon demanded, looking from Billy to the 2 strangers, puzzled by the enmity that so evidently existed among them all. "Oh, they're all right," Billy dashed in. "They done it through mistake. They're Frisco teamsters, and they come over to help us, a lot of 'em." The 2 teamsters seemed to cheer up at this, and nodded their heads. "Yes, missus," one of them rumbled hoarsely. "It's all a mistake, and, well, the joke's on us." "The drinks anyway," Billy grinned. Not only was Saxon not excited, but she was scarcely perturbed. What had happened was only to be expected. It was in line with all that Oakland had already done to her and hers, and besides, Billy was not dangerously hurt. Broken arms and a sore head would heal. She brought chairs and seated everybody. "Now, tell me what happened," she begged. "I'm all at sea. What of you 2 burleys breaking my husband's arms, then seeing him home and holding a love fest with him?" "And you got it right," Bud Struthers assured her. "You see, it happened this way." "You shut up, Bud," Billy broke in. "You didn't see anything of it." Saxon looked to the San Francisco teamsters. "We'd come over to lend a hand, seeing as the Oakland boys was getting some the short end of it," one spoke up. "And we sure learned some scabs. They're better trades than driving teams. Well, me and Jackson here was nosing around to see what we can see when your husband comes moseying along, when he—" "Hold on," Jackson interrupted. "Get it straight as you go along. We reckon we know the boys by sight, but your husband we ain't never seen around, him being, as you might say, put away for a while." The first teamster took up the tale. "So when we sees what we thinks is a scab, dodging away from us and taking the shortcut through the alley? The alley back of Campbell's grocery? Billy elucidated. Yup, back of the grocery. The first teamster went on. Why, we're sure he's one of them squarehead scabs, hired through Murray and Reddy, making a sneak to get into the stables over the back fences. We caught one of them there, Billy and me, Bud interpolated. So we didn't waste any time, Jackson said, addressing himself to Saxon. We've done it before, and we know how to do 'em up brown and tie 'em with baby ribbon. So we catch your husband right in the alley. I was looking for Bud, said Billy. The boys told me I'd find him somewhere around the other end of the alley. And the first thing I know, Jackson here asks me for a match. And right there's where I get my work in fine, resumed the first teamster. What? Asked Saxon. That. The man pointed to the wound in Billy's scalp. I laid him out. He went down like a steer and got up on his knees, dippy, a-gabbin' about somebody standin' on their foot. He didn't know where he was at yet, you see, clean groggy, and then we done it. The man paused. The tale told. Broke both his arms with a crowbar, Bud supplemented. That's when I come to myself, when the bones broke, Billy corroborated. And there was the two of them giving me the ha-ha. That'll last you some time, Jackson was saying, and Anson says, I'd like to see you drive horses with them arms. And then Jackson says, let's give 'em something for luck, and with that, he fetched me a wallop on the jaw. No, corrected Anson, that wallop was mine. Well, it sent me in the dreamland over again, Billy sighed, and when I come to, here was Bud and Anson and Jackson dousing me at a water trough, and then we dodged the reporter and all came home together. Bud Struthers held up his fist and indicated freshly abraded skin. The reporter guy just insisted on sampling it, he said. Then to Billy, that's why I cut around 9th and caught up with you down on 6th. A few minutes later, Dr. Hentley arrived and drove the men from the room. They waited till he had finished to assure themselves of Billy's well-being and then departed. In the kitchen, Dr. Hentley washed his hands and gave Saxon final instructions. As he dried himself, he sniffed the air and looked toward the stove where a pot was simmering. Clams, he said. Where did you buy them? I didn't buy them, replied Saxon. I dug them myself. Not in the marsh, he asked, with quickened interest. Yes. Throw them away, throw them out. They're death and corruption. Typhoid. I've got 3 cases now, all traced to the clams and the marsh. When he had gone, Saxon obeyed. Still another mark against Oakland, she reflected. Oakland, the man-trap that poisoned those who could not starve. If it wouldn't drive a man to drink, Billy groaned, when Saxon returned to him. Did you ever dream such luck? Look at all my fights in the ring, and never a broken bone. And here, snap, snap, just like that, 2 arms smashed. Oh, it might be worse, Saxon smiled cheerfully. I'd like to know how. It might have been your neck. And a good job, I tell you, Saxon. You gotta show me anything worse. I can, she said confidently. Well, wouldn't it be worse if you intended staying on in Oakland, where it might happen again? I can see myself becoming a farmer and plowing with a pair of pipe stems like these, he persisted. Dr. Hentley says they'll be stronger at the break than ever before, and you know yourself that's true of clean broken bones. Now you close your eyes and go to sleep. You're all done up, and you need to keep your brain quiet and stop thinking. He closed his eyes obediently. She slipped a cool hand under the nape of his neck and let it rest. That feels good, he murmured. You're so cool, Saxon. Your hand and you, all of you. Being with you is like coming out into the cool night after dancing in a hot room. After several minutes of quiet, he began to giggle. "What is it?" she asked. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking of them mutts doing me up. Me, that's done up more scabs than I can remember." Next morning Billy awoke with the blues dissipated. From the kitchen, Saxon heard him painfully wrestling strange vocal acrobatics. "I've got a new song you never heard," he told her when she came in with a cup of coffee. "I only remember the chorus, though. It's the old man talking to some hobo of a hired man who wants to marry his daughter. Mamie, that Bill Murphy used to run with before he got married, used to sing it. It's a kind of sobby song. It used to always give Mamie the weeps. Here's the way the chorus goes, and remember, it's the old man spielin'." And with great solemnity and excruciating flattening, Billy sang. "Oh, treat my daughter kindly, and say you'll do no harm. And when I die, I will to you my little house and farm, my horse, my plow, my sheep, my cow, and all them little chickens in the garden." "It's them little chickens in the garden that gets me," he explained. "That's how I remembered it, from the chickens in the moving pictures yesterday. And some day we'll have little chickens in the garden, won't we, old girl?" "And a daughter, too," Saxon amplified. "And I'll be the old geezer saying them same words to the hired man." Billy carried the fancy along. "It don't take long to raise a daughter, if you ain't in a hurry." Saxon took her long neglected ukulele from its case and strummed it into tune. "And I've got a song you never heard, Billy. Tom's always singing it. He's crazy about taking up government land and going farming, only Sarah won't think of it. He sings it something like this: We'll have a little farm, a pig, a horse, and a cow, and you will drive the wagon, and I will drive the plow. Only in this case, I guess it's me that'll do the plowing," Billy approved. "Say, Saxon, sing Harvest Days. That's a farmer's song, too." After that, she feared the coffee was growing cold and compelled Billy to take it. In the helplessness of two broken arms, he had to be fed like a baby, and as she fed him, they talked. "I'll tell you one thing," Billy said between mouthfuls. "Once we get settled down in the country, you'll have that horse you've been wishing for all your life, and it'll be all your own to ride, drive, sell, or do anything you want with." And again he ruminated. "One thing that'll come in handy in the country is that I know horses. That's a big start. I can always get a job at that, if it ain't at union wages. And the other thing about farming, I can learn fast enough. So, do you remember that day you first told me about wanting a horse to ride all your life?" Saxon remembered, and it was only by a severe struggle that she was able to keep the tears from welling into her eyes. She seemed bursting with happiness, and she was remembering many things, all the warm promise of life with Billy that had been hers in the days before hard times. And now the promise was renewed again. Since its fulfillment had not come to them, they were going away to fulfill it for themselves and make the moving pictures come true. Impelled by a half-feigned fear, she stole away into the kitchen bedroom, where Bert had died, to study her face in the bureau mirror. No, she decided, she was little changed. She was still equipped for the battlefield of love. Beautiful she was not, she knew that. But had not Mercedes said that great women in history who had won men had not been beautiful? And yet Saxon insisted as she gazed at her reflection she was anything but unlovely. She studied her wide gray eyes that were so very gray, that were always alive with light and vivacities, where, in the surface and depths, always swam thoughts unuttered, thoughts that sank down and dissolved to give place to other thoughts. The brows were excellent, she realized that, slenderly penciled, a little darker than her light brown hair. They just fitted her irregular nose that was feminine but not weak. that if anything was piquant, and that picturesquely might be declared impudent. She could see that her face was slightly thin, that the red of her lips was not quite so red, and that she had lost some of her quick coloring. But all that would come back again. Her mouth was not of the rosebud type she saw in the magazines. She paid particular attention to it. A pleasant mouth it was, a mouth to be joyous with, a mouth for laughter and to make laughter in others. She deliberately experimented with it, smiled till the corners dented deeper, and she knew that when she smiled, her smile was provocative of smiles. She laughed with her eyes alone, a trick of hers. She threw back her head and laughed with eyes and mouth together, between her spread lips showing the even rows of strong white teeth. And she remembered Billy's praise of her teeth the night in Germanic Hall, after he had told Charlie Long he was standing on his foot. Not big, and not little dinky baby's teeth either, Billy had said. Just right, and they fit you. Also, he had said that to look at them made him hungry, and that they were good enough to eat. She recollected all the compliments he had ever paid her. Beyond all treasures, these were treasures to her, the love phrases, praises, and admirations. He had said her skin was cool, soft as velvet, too, and smooth as silk. She rolled up her sleeve to the shoulder, brushed her cheek with the white skin for a test, with deep scrutiny, examined the fineness of its texture. And he had told her that she was sweet, that he hadn't known what it meant when they said a girl was sweet, not until he had known her. And he told her that her voice was cool, that it gave him the feeling her hand did when it rested on his forehead. Her voice went all through him, he had said, cool and fine, like a wind of coolness. And he had likened it to the first of the sea breeze setting in the afternoon after a scorching hot morning, and also, when she talked low, that it was round and sweet, like the cello in the McDonald Theater Orchestra. He had called her his tonic kid. He had called her a thoroughbred, clean-cut and spirited, all fine nerves and delicate and sensitive. He had liked the way she carried her clothes. She carried them like a dream, had been his way of putting it. They were part of her, just as much as the cool of her voice and skin and the scent of her hair. And her figure? She got upon a chair and tilted the mirror so that she could see herself from hips to feet. She drew her skirt back and up. The slender ankle was just as slender. The calf had lost none of its delicately mature swell. She studied her hips, her waist, her bosom, her neck, the poise of her head, and sighed contentedly. Billy must be right, and he had said that she was built like a Frenchwoman, and that in the matter of lines and forms she could give Annette Kellerman cards and spades. He had said so many things, now that she recalled them all at one time. Her lips. That Sunday he proposed, he had said, "I like to watch your lips talking. It's funny, but every move they make looks like a tickly kiss." And afterwards, that same day, "You looked good to me from the first moment I spotted you." He had praised her housekeeping. He had said he fed better, lived more comfortably, held up his end with the fellows, and saved money. And she remembered that day when he had crushed her in his arms and declared she was the greatest little bit of woman that had ever come down the pipe. She ran her eyes over all herself in the mirror again, gathered herself together into a whole, compact and good to look upon, delicious, she knew. Yes, she would do. Magnificent as Billy was in his man way, in her own way, she was a match for him. Yes, she had done well by Billy. She deserved much, all he could give her, the best he could give her. But she made no blunder of egotism. Frankly valuing herself, she as frankly valued him. When he was himself, his real self, not harassed by trouble, not pinched by the trap, nor maddened by drink. Her man, boy, and lover, he was well worth all she gave him or could give him. Saxon gave herself a farewell look. No, she was not dead, any more than was Billy's love dead, than was her love dead. All that was needed was the proper soil, and their love would grow and blossom. And they were turning their backs upon Oakland to go and seek that proper soil. "Oh, Billy," she called through the partition, still standing on the chair, one hand tipping the mirror forward and back, so that she was able to run her eyes from the reflection of her ankles and calves to her face, warm with color and roguishly alive. "Yes," she heard him answer. "I'm loving myself," she called back. "What's the game?" came his puzzled query. "What are you so stuck on yourself for?" "Because you love me," she answered. "I love every bit of me, Billy, because you love every bit of me." Between feeding and caring for Billy, doing the housework, making plans, and selling her store of pretty needlework, the days flew happily for Saxon. Billy's consent to sell her pretties had been hard to get, but at last she succeeded in coaxing it out of him. "It's only the ones I haven't used," she urged, "and I can always make more when we get settled somewhere." What she did not sell, along with the household linen and hers and Billy's spare clothing, she arranged to store with Tom. "Go ahead," Billy said. "This is your picnic. What you say goes. You're Robinson Crusoe, and I'm your man Friday. Make up your mind yet which way you're going to travel?" Saxon shook her head. "Or how?" She held up one foot and then the other, encased in stout walking shoes which she had begun that morning to break in about the house. "Shank's mares, huh?" "It's the way our people came into the West," she said proudly. "It'll be regular tramping, though," he argued, "and I never heard of a woman tramp." "Then here's one. Why, Billy, there's no shame in tramping. My mother tramped most of the way across the plains, and most everybody else's mother tramped across in those days. I don't care what people will think. I guess our race has been on the tramp since the beginning of creation. Just like we'll be, looking for a piece of land that looked good to settle down on." After a few days, when his scalp was sufficiently healed and the bone knitting was nicely in process, Billy was able to be up and about. He was still quite helpless, however, with both his arms in splints. Dr. Henley not only agreed, but himself suggested that his bill should wait until better times for settlement. Of government land, in response to Saxon's eager questioning, he knew nothing, except that he had a hazy idea that the days of government land were over. Tom, on the contrary, was confident that there was plenty of government land. He talked of Honey Lake, of Shasta County, and of Humboldt. "But you can't tackle it at this time of year with winter coming on," he advised Saxon. "The thing for you to do is to head south for warmer weather, say along the coast. It don't snow down there. I tell you what to do. Go down by San Jose and Salinas, and come out on the coast at Monterey. South of that, you'll find government land, mixed up with forest reserves and Mexican rancheros. It's pretty wild, without any roads to speak of. All they do is handle cattle. But there's some fine redwood canyons with good patches of farming ground that run right down to the ocean. I was talking last year with a fellow that's been all through there, and I'd 'a' gone like you and Billy, only Sarah wouldn't hear of it. There's gold down there, too. Quite a bunch is in there prospecting, and 2 or 3 gold mines have opened. But that's farther along, and in a ways from the coast. You might take a look." Saxon shook her head. "We're not looking for gold, but for chickens and a place to grow vegetables. Our folks had all the chance for gold in the early days, and what have they got to show for it?" I guess you're right, Tom conceded. They always played too big a game and missed 1,000 little chances right under their nose. Look at your pa. I heard him tell of selling 3 Market Street lots in San Francisco for $50 each. They're worth $500,000 right now. And look at Uncle Will. He had ranches till the cows come home. Satisfied? No. He wanted to be a cattle king, a regular Miller and Lux. And when he died, he was a night watchman in Los Angeles at $40 a month. There's a big spirit of the times, and the spirit of the times has changed. It's all big business now, and we're the small potatoes. Why, I've heard our folks talk of living in the Western Reserve. That was all around what's Ohio now. Anybody could get a farm them days. All they had to do was yoke their oxen and go after it. And the Pacific Ocean thousands of miles to the west, and all them thousands of miles and millions of farms just waiting to be took up. 160 acres? Shucks. In the early days of Oregon, they talked 640 acres. That was the spirit of the times, free land and plenty of it. But when we reached the Pacific Ocean, them times was ended. Big business begun, and big business means big businessmen, and every big businessman means thousands of little men without any business at all except to work for the big ones. They're the losers, don't you see? And if they don't like it, they can lump it. But it won't do them no good. They can't yoke up their oxen and pull on. There's no place to pull on. China's over there, and in between is a mighty lot of salt water that's no good for farming purposes. That's all clear enough, Saxon commented. Yes, her brother went on. We can all see it after it's happened, when it's too late. But the big men were smarter, Saxon remarked. They were luckier, Tom contended. Some won, but most lost, and just as good men lost. It was almost like a lot of boys scrambling on the sidewalk for a handful of change. Not that some didn't have far seeing, but just take your pa, for example. He come of good down east stock that got business instinct and can add to what it's got. Now suppose your pa had developed a weak heart, or got kidney disease, or caught rheumatism, so he couldn't go gallivanting and rainbow chasing and fighting and exploring all over the West. Why, most likely, he'd have settled down in San Francisco. He'd have had to, and held on to them 3 Market Street lots, and bought more lots, of course, and gone into steamboat companies, and stock gambling, and railroad building, and Comstock tunneling. Why, he'd have become a big business himself. I know him. He was the most energetic man I ever saw. Think quick as a wink, as cool as an icicle, and as wild as a Comanche. Why, he'd have cut a swath through those free and easy big business gamblers and pirates of them days, just as he cut a swath through the hearts of the ladies when he went galloping past on that big horse of his, sword clattering, spurs jingling, his long hair flying, straight as an Indian, clean built and graceful as a blue-eyed prince out of a fairy book, and a Mexican caballero, all rolled into one. Just as he cut a swath through the Johnny Rebs in Civil War days, charging with his men all the way through and back again, and yelling like a wild Indian for more. Caddy, that helped raise you, told me about that. Caddy rode with your pa. Why, if your pa had only got laid up in San Francisco, he would have been one of those big men of the West. And in that case, right now, you'd be a rich young woman, traveling in Europe, with a mansion on Nob Hill, along with the Floods and Crockers, and holding majority stock most likely in the Fairmont Hotel, and a few little concerns like it. And why ain't you? Because your pa wasn't smart. No, his mind was like a steel trap. It's because he was filled to the bursting and spilling over with the spirit of the times. Because he was full of fire and vinegar and couldn't set down in one place. That's all the difference between you and the young women right now in the Flood and Crocker families. Your father didn't catch rheumatism at the right time, that's all." Saxon sighed, then smiled. "Just the same, I've got them beaten," she said. "The Miss Floods and Miss Crockers can't marry prize fighters, and I did." Tom looked at her, taken aback for the moment with admiration, slowly at first, growing in his face. "Well, all I got to say," he enunciated solemnly, "is that Billy's so lucky he don't know how lucky he is." Not until Dr. Hentley gave the word did the splints come off of Billy's arms, and Saxon insisted upon an additional 2 weeks' delay so that no risk would be run. These 2 weeks would complete another month's rent, and the landlord had agreed to wait payment for the last 2 months until Billy was on his feet again. Salingers awaited the day set by Saxon for taking back their furniture. Also, they had returned to Billy $75. "The rest you've paid will be rent," the collector told Saxon, "and the furniture's second hand now, too. The deal will be a loss for Salingers, and they didn't have to do it either, you know that. So just remember, they've been pretty square with you, and if you start over again, don't forget them." Out of this sum, and out of what was realized from Saxon's pretties, they were able to pay all their small bills and yet have a few dollars remaining in pocket. "I hate owing things worse than poison," Billy said to Saxon, "and now we don't owe a soul in the world except the landlord and Doc Hentley." "And neither of them can afford to wait longer than they have to," she said. "And they won't," Billy answered quietly. She smiled her approval, for she shared with Billy his horror of debt, just as both shared it with that early tide of pioneers with a Puritan ethic which had settled the West. Saxon timed her opportunity when Billy was out of the house to pack the chest of drawers which had crossed the Atlantic by sailing ship and the plains by ox team. She kissed a bullet hole in it, made in the fight at Little Meadow, as she kissed her father's sword. The while she visioned him, as she always did, astride his roan war-horse. With the old religious awe, she pored over her mother's poems in the scrapbook and clasped her mother's red satin Spanish girdle about her in a farewell embrace. She unpacked the scrapbook in order to gaze a last time at the wood engraving of the Vikings, sword in hand, leaping upon the English sands. Again she identified Billy as one of the Vikings and pondered for a space on the strange wanderings of the seed from which she sprang. Always had her race been land-hungry, and she took delight in believing she had bred true. For not had she, despite her life passed in the city, found the same land hunger in her? And was she not going forth to satisfy that hunger, just as her people of old time had done, as her father and mother before her? She remembered her mother's tale of how the promised land looked to them as their battered wagons and weary oxen dropped down through the early winter snows of the Sierras to the vast and flowering sunland of California. In fancy, herself a child of 9, she looked down from the snowy heights as her mother must have looked down. She recalled and repeated aloud one of her mother's stanzas. Sweet as a wind-lute's airy strains, your gentle muse has learned to sing, and California's boundless plains prolong the soft notes echoing. She sighed happily and dried her eyes. Perhaps the hard times were past. Perhaps they had constituted her plains, and she and Billy had won safely across, and were even then climbing the Sierras ere they dropped down into the pleasant valley land. Salinger's wagon was at the house taking out the furniture the morning they left. The landlord, standing at the gate, received the keys, shook hands with them, and wished them luck. "You're going at it right," he congratulated them. "And sure, and wasn't it under me roll of blankets I tramped into Oakland meself 40 years ago." Buy land like me when it's cheap. It'll keep you from the poorhouse in your old age. There's plenty of new towns springing up. Get in on the ground floor. The work of your hands will keep you in food and under a roof, and the land will make you well-to-do. And you know me address. When you can spare, send me along the small bit of rent. And good luck, and don't mind what people think. 'Tis them that looks that finds. Curious neighbors peered from behind the blinds as Billy and Saxon strolled up the street, while the children gazed at them in gaping astonishment. On Billy's back, inside a painted canvas tarpaulin, was slung the roll of bedding. Inside the roll were changes of underclothing and odds and ends of necessaries. Outside, from the lashings, depended a frying pan and cooking pail. In his hand he carried the coffee pot. Saxon carried a small telescope basket protected by black oilcloth, and across her back was the tiny ukulele case. "We must look like holy frights," Billy grumbled, shrinking from every gaze that was bent upon him. "It'll be all right if we were going camping," Saxon consoled. "Only we're not." "But they don't know that," she continued. "It's only you know that, and what you think they're thinking isn't what they're thinking at all. Most probably think we're going camping, and the best of it is, we are camping. We are. At this, Billy cheered up, though he muttered his firm intention to knock the block off any guy that got fresh. He stole a glance at Saxon. Her cheeks were red, her eyes glowing. "Say," he said suddenly, "I seen an opera once where the fellows wandered over the country with guitars slung on their backs, just like you with that strummy strum. You made me think of them. They was always singing songs." "That's what I brought it along for," Saxon answered. "And when we go down country roads, we'll sing as we go along. And we'll sing by the campfires, too. We're going camping, that's all. Taking a vacation and seeing the country. So why shouldn't we have a good time? We don't even know where we're going to sleep tonight, or any night. Think of the fun." "It is a sporting proposition, all right," Billy considered. "But just the same, let's turn off and go around the block. There's some fellows I know standing up there on the next corner, and I don't want to knock their blocks off." The car ran as far as Hayward's, but at Saxon's suggestion, they got off at San Leandro. "It doesn't matter where we start walking," she said, "for start to walk somewhere we must. And as we're looking for land and finding out about land, the quicker we begin to investigate, the better. Besides, we want to know all about all kinds of land, close to the big cities, as well as back in the mountains." "Gee, this must be the Portuguese headquarters," was Billy's reiterated comment as they walked through San Leandro. "It looks as though they've crowded out our kind," Saxon adjudged. "Some tall crowdin', I guess," Billy grumbled. "It looks like the freeborn American ain't got no room left in his own land." "Then it's his own fault," Saxon said, with vague asperity, resenting conditions she was just beginning to grasp. "Oh, I don't know about that. I reckon the American could do what the Portuguese do if he wanted to, only he don't want to, thank God. He ain't much given to living like a pig off in leavings." "Not in the country, maybe," Saxon controverted, "but I've seen an awful lot of Americans living like pigs in the cities." And Billy grunted unwilling assent. "I guess they quit farms and go to the city for something better and get it in the neck." "Look at all the children," Saxon cried. "School's letting out, and nearly all are Portuguese. Billy, not Portuguese. Mercedes taught me the right way." "They never wore glad rags like them in the old country," Billy sneered. "They had to come over here to get decent clothes and decent grub. They're as fat as butterballs." Saxon nodded affirmation, and a great light seemed suddenly to kindle in her understanding. That's the very point, Billy. They're doing it. Doing it farming, too. Strikes don't bother them. You don't call that dinky gardening farming, he objected, pointing to a piece of land barely the size of an acre, which they were passing. Oh, your ideas are still big, she laughed. You're like Uncle Will, who owned 1,000 acres and wanted to own 1,000,000, and who wound up as a night watchman. That's what was the trouble with us Americans. Everything large scale. Anything less than 160 acres was small scale. Just the same, Billy held stubbornly. Large scale's a whole lot better than small scale, like all these dinky gardens. Saxon sighed. I don't know which is the dinkier, she observed finally. Owning a few little acres and a team you're driving, or not owning any acres and driving a team somebody else owns for wages. Billy winced. Go on, Robinson Crusoe, he growled good-naturedly. Rub it in. Good and plenty. And the worst of it is, it's correct. A hell of a free-born American I've been. A drivin' other folks' team for a livin', a strikin' and a sluggin' scabs, and not being able to keep up with the installments for a few sticks of furniture. Just the same, I was sorry for one thing. I hate it worse than Sam Hill to see that Morris chair go back. You liked it so. We did a lot of honeymooning in that chair. They were well out of San Leandro, walking through a region of tiny holdings, farmlets, Billy called them, and Saxon got out her ukulele to cheer him with a song. First, it was Treat My Daughter Kindly, and then she swung into old-fashioned, darky camp meeting hymns, beginning with, Oh, the Judgment Day am rollin' around, yes, a-rollin'. I hear the trumpets' awful sound, rollin', yes, a-rollin'. A big touring car, dashing past, threw a dusty pause in her singing, and Saxon delivered herself of her latest wisdom. Now, Billy, remember, we're not going to take up with the first piece of land we see. We've got to go into this with eyes open. And they ain't open yet, he agreed. And we've got to get them open. 'Tis them that looks that finds. There's lots of time to learn things. We don't care if it takes months and months. We're footloose. A good start is better than a dozen bad ones. We've got to talk and find out. We'll talk with everybody we meet. Ask questions. Ask everybody. It's the only way to find out. I ain't much of a hand at asking questions, Billy demurred. Then I'll ask, she cried. We've got to win out at this game, and the way is to know. Look at all these Portuguese. Where are all the Americans? They owned the land first, after the Mexicans. What made the Americans clear out? How do the Portuguese make it go? Don't you see? We've got to ask millions of questions. She strummed a few chords, and then her clear, sweet voice rang out gaily. I'm going back to Dixie. I'm going back to Dixie. I'm going where the orange blossoms grow, for I hear the children callin', and I see sad tears fallin'. My heart's turned back to Dixie, and I must go. She broke off to exclaim, Oh, what a lovely place. See that arbor, just covered with grapes. Again and again she was attracted by the small places they passed. Now it was, Look at the flowers, or, My, those vegetables, or, See, they've got a cow. Men, Americans, driving along in buggies or runabouts, looked at Saxon and Billy curiously. This Saxon could brook far easier than could Billy, who would mutter and grumble deep in his throat. Beside the road they came upon a lineman eating his lunch. Stop and talk, Saxon whispered. Oh, what's the good? He's a lineman. What'd he know about farmin'? You never can tell. He's our kind. Go ahead, Billy. You just speak to him. He isn't working now anyway, and he's more likely to talk. See that tree in there, just inside the gate, and the way the branches are grown together? It's a curiosity. Ask him about it. That's a good way to get started. Billy stopped when they were alongside. How do you do, he said gruffly. The lineman, a young fellow, paused in the cracking of a hard-boiled egg to stare up at the couple. "How do you do?" he said. Billy swung his pack from his shoulders to the ground, and Saxon rested her telescope basket. "Peddlin'?" the young man asked, too discreet to put his question directly to Saxon, yet dividing it between her and Billy, and cocking his eye at the covered basket. "No," she spoke up quickly. "We're looking for land. Do you know of any around here?" Again he desisted from the egg, studying them with sharp eyes as if to fathom their financial status. "Do you know what land sells for around here?" he asked. "No," Saxon answered. "Do you?" "I guess I ought to. I was born here. And land like this all around you runs from $200 to $300 to $400 and $500 an acre." "Phew," Billy whistled. "I guess we don't want none of it." "But what makes it that high? Town lots?" Saxon wanted to know. "No, the Portuguese make it that high, I guess." "I thought it was pretty good land that fetched $100 an acre," Billy said. "Oh, them times is past. They used to give away land once, and if you was good, throw in all the cattle running on it." "How about government land around here?" was Billy's next query. "Ain't none and never was. This was old Mexican grants. My grandfather bought 1,600 of the best acres around here for $1,500, 500 down and the balance in 5 years without interest. But that was in the early days. He come west in '48, trying to find a country without chills and fever." "He found it all right," said Billy. "You bet he did. And if him and father had held on to the land, it'd been better than a gold mine, and I wouldn't be working for a living. What's your business?" "Teamster." "Been in the strike in Oakland?" "Sure thing. I've teamed there most of my life." Here the two men wandered off into a discussion of union affairs and the strike situation, but Saxon refused to be balked and brought back the talk to the land. "How was it the Portuguese ran up the price of the land?" she asked. The young fellow broke away from union matters with an effort, and for a moment regarded her with lackluster eyes until the question sank into his consciousness. "Because they worked the land overtime. Because they worked morning, noon, and night, all hands, women and kids. Because they could get more out of 20 acres than we could get out of 160. Look at old Silva, Antonio Silva. I've known him ever since I was a shaver. He didn't have the price of a square meal when he hit this section and begun leasing land from my folks. Look at him now, worth $250,000 cold, and I bet he's got credit for $1 million, and there's no telling what the rest of his family owns." "And he made all that out of your folks' land?" Saxon demanded. The young man nodded his head with evident reluctance. "Then why didn't your folks do it?" she pursued. The lineman shrugged his shoulders. "Search me," he said. "But the money was in the land," she persisted. "Blamed if it was," came the retort, tinged slightly with color. "We never saw it sticking out so as you could notice it. The money was in the hands of the Portuguese, I guess. They knew a few more than we did, that's all." Saxon showed such dissatisfaction with his explanation that he was stung to action. He got up wrathfully. "Come on, and I'll show you," he said. "I'll show you why I'm working for wages when I might have been a millionaire if my folks hadn't been mutts. That's what we old Americans are, mutts, with a capital M." He led them inside the gate to the fruit tree that had first attracted Saxon's attention. From the main crotch diverged 4 main branches of the tree. 2 feet above the crotch, the branches were connected, each to the ones on both sides, by braces of living wood. "You think it growed that way, huh? Well, it did. But it was old Silva that made it just the same. Caught 2 sprouts when the tree was young and twisted them together. Pretty slick, huh? You bet. That tree'll never blow down. It's a natural, springy brace, and it beats iron braces stiff. Look all along the rows. Every tree's that way, see? And that's just one trick of the Portuguese. They've got a million like it. Figure it out for yourself. They don't need props when the crop's heavy. Why, when we had a heavy crop, we used to use 5 props to a tree. Now take 10 acres of trees. That'd be some several thousand props, which cost money and labor to put in and take out every year. These here natural braces don't have to have a thing done. They're Johnny on the spot all the time. Why, the Portuguese has got us skinned a mile. Come on, I'll show you. Billy, with city notions of trespass, betrayed perturbation at the freedom they were making of the little farm. Oh, it's all right, as long as you don't step on nothing, the lineman reassured him. Besides, my grandfather used to own this. They know me. 40 years ago, old Silva came from the Azores, went sheep herding in the mountains for a couple of years, then blew into San Leandro. These 5 acres was the first land he leased. That was the beginning. Then he began leasing by the hundreds of acres and by the hundreds and 60s. And his sisters and uncles and his aunts began pouring in from the Azores. They're all related there, you know. And pretty soon San Leandro was a regular Portuguese settlement. And old Silva wound up by buying these 5 acres from Grandfather. Pretty soon, and Father by that time was in the hole to the neck, he was buying Father's land by the 160s, and all the rest of his relations was doing the same thing. Father was always getting rich quick, and he wound up by dying in debt. But old Silva never overlooked a bet, no matter how dinky. And all the rest are just like him. You see outside the fence there, clear to the wheel track in the road, horse beans. We'd a scorn to do a picayune thing like that. Not Silva. Why, he's got a townhouse in San Leandro now, and he rides around in a $4,000 touring car. And just the same, his front door yard grows onions clear to the sidewalk. He clears $300 a year on that patch alone. I know 10 acres of land he bought last year, $1,000 an acre, they asked him, and he never batted an eye. He knew it was worth it, that's all. He knew he could make it pay. Back in the hills there, he's got a ranch of 580 acres. Bought it dirt cheap, too, and I want to tell you, I could travel around in a different touring car every day in the week, just out of the profits he makes on that ranch from horses, all the way from heavy drafts to fancy steppers. But how did he get it all? Saxon clamored. By being wise to farming. Why, the whole blamed family works. They ain't ashamed to roll up their sleeves and dig. Sons and daughters-in-laws, old men, old women, and the babies. They have a saying that a kid 4 years old that can't pasture 1 cow on the county road and keep it fat ain't worth his salt. Why, the Silvas, the whole tribe of them, works 100 acres in peas, 80 in tomatoes, 30 in asparagus, 10 in pie plant, 40 in cucumbers, and, stacks of other things. But how do they do it? Saxon continued to demand. We've never been ashamed to work. We've worked hard all our lives. I can outwork any Portuguese woman ever born. And I've done it, too, in the jute mills. There were lots of Portuguese girls working at the looms all around me, and I could outweave them every day, and I did, too. It isn't a case of work. What is it? The lineman looked at her in a troubled way. Many's the time I asked myself the same question. We're better than these cheap immigrants, I say to myself. We was here first and owned the land. I can lick any dago that ever hatched in the Azores. I got a better education. Then how in thunder do they put it all over us, get our land, and start accounts in the banks? And the only answer I know is that we ain't got the sabe. We don't use our headpieces right. Something's wrong with us. Anyway, we wasn't wised up to farming. We played at it. Show you. That's what I brung you in for. The way old Silva and all his tribe farms. Look at this place. Some cousin of his, just out from the Azores, is making a start on it and paying good rent to Silva. Pretty soon, he'll be up to snuff and buying land for himself from some perishing American farmer. Look at that. Though you ought to see it in the summer, not an inch wasted. Where we got one thin crop, they get 4 fat crops. And look at the way they crowd it. Currants between the tree rows, beans between the currant rows, a row of beans close on each side of the trees, and rows of beans along the ends of the tree rows. Why, Silva wouldn't sell these 5 acres for $500 an acre cash down. He gave grandfather $50 an acre for it on long time, and here am I, working for the telephone company and putting in a telephone for old Silva's cousin from the Azores that can't speak American yet. Horse beans along the road, say, when Silva swung that trick, he made more out of fattening hogs with 'em than grandfather made with all his farming. Grandfather stuck up his nose at horse beans. He died with it stuck up, and with more mortgage on the land he had left than you could shake a stick at. Planting tomatoes wrapped up in wrapping paper? Ever heard of that? Father snorted when he first seen the Portuguese doing it, and he went on snorting. Just the same, they got the bumper crops, and Father's house patch of tomatoes was eaten by the black beetles. We ain't got the savvy, or the knack, or something or other. Just look at this piece of ground. 4 crops a year, and every inch of soil working overtime. Why, back in town there's single acres that earns more than 50 of ours in the old days. The Portuguese is natural-born farmers, that's all, and we don't know nothing about farming and never did. Saxon talked with the lineman, following him about till 1 o'clock, when he looked at his watch and said goodbye and returned to his task of putting in a telephone for the latest immigrant from the Azores. When in town, Saxon carried her oilcloth-wrapped telescope in her hand, but it was so arranged with loops that once on the road, she could thrust her arms through the loops and carry it on her back. When she did this, the tiny ukulele case was shifted so that it hung under her left arm. A mile on from the lineman, they stopped where a small creek fringed with brush crossed the county road. Billy was for the cold lunch, which was the last meal Saxon had prepared in the Pine Street cottage, but she was determined upon building a fire and boiling coffee. Not that she desired it for herself, but that she was impressed with the idea that everything at the starting of their strange wanderings must be as comfortable as possible for Billy's sake. Bent on inspiring him with enthusiasm equal to her own, she declined to dampen what sparks he had caught by anything so uncheerful as a cold meal. Now, one thing we want to get out of our heads right at the start, Billy, is that we're in a hurry. We're not in a hurry, and we don't care whether school keeps or not. We're out to have a good time, a regular adventure like you read about in books. My, I wish that boy that took me fishing to Goat Island could see me now. Oakland was just a place to start from, he said. And, well, we've started, haven't we? And right here is where we stop and boil coffee. You get the fire going, Billy, and I'll get the water and the things ready to spread out. Say, Billy remarked, while they waited for the water to boil, do you know what this reminds me of? Saxon was certain she did know, but she shook her head. She wanted to hear him say it. Why, that second Sunday I knew you, when we drove out to Moraga Valley, behind Prince and King. You spread the lunch that day. Only it was more scrumptious lunch, she added, with a happy smile. But I wonder why we didn't have coffee that day, he went on. Perhaps it would have been too much like housekeeping, she laughed. Kind of what Mary would call indelicate. Or raw, Billy interpolated. She was always springing that word. And yet, look what became of her. That's the way with all of them, Billy growled somberly. I've always noticed It's the fastidious, la-di-da ones that turn out the rottenest. They're like some horses I know, a shying at things they're the least afraid of." Saxon was silent, oppressed by a sadness, vague and remote, which the mention of Bert's widow had served to bring on. "I know something else that happened that day, which you'd never guess," Billy reminisced. "I'll bet you couldn't." "I wonder," Saxon murmured, and guessed it with her eyes. Billy's eyes answered, and quite spontaneously he reached over, caught her hand, and pressed it caressingly to his cheek. "It's little, but oh my," he said, addressing the imprisoned hand. Then he gazed at Saxon, and she warmed with his words. "We're beginning courtin' all over again, ain't we?" Both ate heartily, and Billy was guilty of 3 cups of coffee. "Say, this country air gives some appetite," he mumbled, as he sank his teeth into his 5th bread and meat sandwich. "I could eat a horse and drown his head off in coffee afterward." Saxon's mind had reverted to all the young linemen had told her, and she completed a sort of general resume of the information. "My," she exclaimed, "but we learned a lot." "And we sure learned one thing," Billy said, "and that is that this is no place for us, with land 1,000 an acre and only $20 in our pockets." "Oh, we're not going to stop here," she hastened to say. "But just the same, it's the Portuguese that gave it its price, and they make things go on, and send their children to school, and have them, and, as you said yourself, they're as fat as butterballs." "And I take my hat off to 'em," Billy responded. "But all the same, I'd sooner have 40 acres at 100 an acre than 4 at 1,000 an acre. Somehow, you know, I'd be scared stiff on 4 acres, scared of falling off, you know." She was in full sympathy with him. In her heart of hearts, the 40 acres tugged much the harder. In her way, allowing for the difference of a generation, her desire for spaciousness was as strong as her Uncle Will's. "We're not going to stop here," she assured Billy. "We're going on, not for 40 acres, but for 160 acres free from the government. And I guess the government owes it to us for what our fathers and mothers done. I tell you, Saxon, when a woman walks across the plains like your mother done, and a man and a wife gets massacred by Indians like my grandfather and mother done, the government does owe them something. Well, it's up to us to collect, and we'll collect all right, somewhere down in them Redwood Mountains south of Monterey." It was a good afternoon's tramp to Niles, passing through the town of Haywards, yet Saxon and Billy found time to diverge from the main county road and take the parallel roads through acres of intense cultivation, where the land was farmed to the wheel tracks. Saxon looked with amazement at these small brown-skinned immigrants who came to the soil with nothing and yet made the soil pay for itself to the tune of 200, of 500, and of $1,000 an acre. On every hand was activity. Women and children were in the fields as well as men. The land was turned endlessly over and over. They seemed never to let it rest, and it rewarded them. It must reward them, or their children would not be able to go to school, nor would so many of them be able to drive by in rattletrap, second-hand buggies, or in stout, light wagons. "Look at their faces," Saxon said. "They are happy and contented. They haven't faces like the people in our neighborhood after the strikes began." "Oh, sure, they've got a good thing," Billy agreed. "You can see it sticking out all over them. But they needn't get chesty with me, I can tell you that much, just because they jiggeroot us out of our land and everything." "They're not showing any signs of chestiness," Saxon demurred. "No, they're not, come to think of it. All the same, they ain't so wise. I bet I could tell 'em a few things about horses." It was sunset when they entered the little town of Niles. Billy, who had been silent for the last half-mile, hesitatingly ventured a suggestion. Say, I could put up for a room in a hotel just as well as not. What do you think?" But Saxon shook her head emphatically. "How long do you think our $20 will last at that rate? Besides, the only way to begin is to begin at the beginning. We didn't plan sleeping in hotels." "All right," he gave in. "I'm game. I was just thinking about you." "Then you'd better think I'm game too," she flashed forgivingly. "And now we'll have to see about getting things for supper." They bought a round steak, potatoes, onions, and a dozen eating apples. Then went out from the town to the fringe of trees and brush that advertised a creek. Besides the trees on a sandy bank, they pitched camp. Plenty of dry wood lay about, and Billy whistled genially while he gathered and chopped. Saxon, keen to follow his every mood, was cheered by the atrocious discord on his lips. She smiled to herself as she spread the blankets, with the tarpaulin underneath for a table, having first removed all twigs from the sand. She had much to learn in the matter of cooking over a campfire, and made fair progress, discovering, first of all, that control of the fire meant far more than the size of it. When the coffee was boiled, she settled the grounds with a part cup of cold water, and placed the pot on the edge of the coals where it would keep hot and yet not boil. She fried potato dollars and onions in the same pan, but separately, and set them on top of the coffee pot in the tin plate she was going to eat from, covering it with Billy's inverted plate. On the dry hot pan, in the way that delighted Billy, she fried the steak. This completed, and while Billy poured the coffee, she served the steak, putting the dollars and onions back in the frying pan for a moment to make them piping hot again. "What more do you want than this?" Billy challenged, with deep-toned satisfaction. In the pause after his final cup of coffee, while he rolled a cigarette, he lay on his side full length, resting on his elbow. The fire was burning brightly, and Saxon's color was heightened by the flickering flames. Now our folks, when they was on the move, had to be afraid for Indians and wild animals and all sorts of things. And here we are, safe as bugs in a rug. Take this sand. What better bed could you ask? Soft as feathers. Say, you look good to me, heap little squaw. I bet you don't look an inch over 16 right now, Mrs. Babe in the woods. Don't I? She glowed, with a flirt of the head sideways and a white flash of teeth. If you weren't smoking a cigarette, I'd ask you if your mother knew you're out, Mr. Babe in the sandbank. Say, he began, with transparently feigned seriousness, I want to ask you something, if you don't mind. Now, of course, I don't want to hurt your feelings or nothing, but just the same, there's something important I'd like to know. Well, what is it? She inquired, after a fruitless wait. Well, it's just this, Saxon. I like you like anything and all that, but here's night come on, and we're 1,000 miles from anywhere, and well, what I want to know is, are we really and truly married, you and me? Really and truly, she assured him. Why? Oh, nothing. But I kind of forgotten, and I was getting embarrassed, you know, because if we wasn't, seeing the way I was brought up, this would be no place. That will do you, she said severely, and this is just the time and place for you to get in the firewood for morning while I wash up the dishes and put the kitchen in order. He started to obey, but paused to throw his arm about her and draw her close. Neither spoke, but when he went his way, Saxon's breast was fluttering, and a song of thanksgiving breathed on her lips. The night had come on, dim with the light of faint stars, but these had disappeared behind clouds that seemed to have arisen from nowhere. It was the beginning of California Indian summer. The air was warm, with just the first hint of evening chill, and there was no wind. I've a feeling as if we just started to live, Saxon said, when Billy, his firewood collected, joined her on the blanket before the fire. I've learned more today than 10 years in Oakland." She drew a long breath and braced her shoulders. "Farmin's a bigger subject than I thought." Billy said nothing. With steady eyes, he was staring into the fire, and she knew he was turning something over in his mind. "What is it?" she asked, when she saw he had reached a conclusion, at the same time resting her hand on the back of his. "Just been framing up that ranch of ours," he answered. "It's all well enough, these dinky farmlets. They'll do for foreigners, but we Americans just gotta have room. I want to be able to look at the hilltop and know it's my land, and know it's my land down the other side and up the next hilltop, and know that over beyond that, down alongside some creek, my mares are most likely grazing, and their little colts grazing with 'em or kicking up their heels. You know, there's money in raising horses, especially the big work horses that run to 1,800 or 2,000 pounds. They're paying for 'em in the cities every day in the year, 700 and 800 a pair, matched geldings, 4 years old. Good pasture and plenty of it in this kind of a climate is all they need, along with some sort of shelter and a little hay in long spells for bad weather. I never thought of it before, but let me tell you that this ranch proposition is beginning to look good to me." Saxon was all excited. Here was new information on the cherished subject, and best of all, Billy was the authority. Still better, he was taking an interest in himself. "There'll be room for that and for everything on our quarter section," she encouraged. "Sure thing. Around the house, we'll have vegetables and fruit and chickens and everything, just like the Portuguese, and plenty of room beside to walk around and range the horses." "But won't the colts cost money, Billy?" "Not much. The cobblestones eat horses up fast. That's where I get my brood mares, from the ones knocked out by the city. I know that end of it. They sell 'em at auction, and they're good for years and years, only no good on the cobblestones any more." There ensued a long pause. In the dying fire, both were busy visioning the farm to be. "It's pretty still, ain't it?" Billy said, rousing himself at last. He gazed about him, as black as a stack of black cats. He shivered, buttoned his coat, and tossed several sticks on the fire. "Just the same, it's the best kind of a climate in the world. Many's the time when I was a little kid I've heard my father brag about California being a blanket climate. He went east once and stayed a summer and a winter and got all he wanted. Never again for him. My mother said there never was such a land for climate. How wonderful it must have seemed to them after crossing the deserts and mountains. They called it the land of milk and honey. The ground was so rich that all they needed to do was scratch it, Caddy used to say." "And wild game everywhere," Billy contributed. "Mr. Roberts, the one that adopted my father, he drove cattle from the San Joaquin to the Columbia River. He had 40 men helping him, and all they took along was powder and salt. They lived off the game they shot. The hills were full of deer, and my mother saw whole herds of elk around Santa Rosa. Sometime we'll go there, Billy. I've always wanted to. And when my father was a young man, somewhere up north of Sacramento, in a creek called Cache Slough, the Tools was full of grizzlies. He used to go in and shoot 'em, and when they caught him in the open, he and the Mexicans used to ride up and rope them, catch them with lariats, you know. He said a horse that wasn't afraid of grizzlies fetched 10 times as much as any other horse. And panthers. All the old folks called 'em painters and catamounts and varmints. Yes, we'll go to Santa Rosa sometime. Maybe we won't like the land down the coast and have to keep on hiking." By this time the fire had died down, and Saxon had finished brushing and braiding her hair. Their bed-going preliminaries were simple, and in a few minutes they were side by side under the blankets. Saxon closed her eyes but could not sleep. On the contrary, she had never been more wide awake. She had never slept out of doors in her life, and by no exertion of will could she overcome the strangeness of it. In addition, she was stiffened from the long trudge, and the sand, to her surprise, was anything but soft. An hour passed. She tried to believe that Billy was asleep, but felt certain he was not. The sharp crackle of a dying ember startled her. She was confident that Billy had moved slightly. "Billy," she whispered, "are you awake?" "Yes," came his low answer, and thinking, "This sand is harder than a cement floor. It's one on me, all right, but who'd have thought it?" Both shifted their posture slightly, but vain was the attempt to escape from the dull, aching contact of the sand. An abrupt, metallic, whirring noise of some nearby cricket gave Saxon another startle. She endured the sound for some minutes, until Billy broke forth. "Say, that gets my goat, whatever it is." "Do you think it's a rattlesnake?" she asked, maintaining a calmness she did not feel. "Just what I've been thinking." "I saw two in the window of Bowman's drugstore, and you know, Billy, they've got a hollow fang, and when they stick it into you, the poison runs down the hollow." "Brr," Billy shivered, in fear that was not altogether mockery. "Certain death, everybody says, unless you're a Bosco. Remember him?" "He eats 'em alive, he eats 'em alive, Bosco, Bosco," Saxon responded, mimicking the cry of a sideshow barker. Just the same, all Bosco's rattlers had the poison sacs cut out of them. "They must have had. Gee, it's funny. I can't get to sleep. I wish that damn thing closed its trap. I wonder if it is a rattlesnake." "No, it can't be," Saxon decided. "All the rattlesnakes are killed off long ago." "Then where did Bosco get his?" Billy demanded, with unimpeachable logic. "And why don't you get to sleep?" "Because it's all new, I guess," was her reply. "You see, I never camped out in my life." "Neither did I, and until now I always thought it was a lark." He changed his position on the maddening sands and sighed heavily. "But we'll get used to it in time, I guess. What other folks can do, we can, and a mighty lot of them has camped out. It's all right, here we are, free and independent, no rent to pay, our own bosses." He stopped abruptly. From somewhere in the brush came an intermittent rustling. When they tried to locate it, it mysteriously ceased, and when the first hint of drowsiness stole upon them, the rustling as mysteriously recommenced. "It sounds like something creeping up on us," Saxon suggested, snuggling closer to Billy. "Well, it ain't a wild Indian at all events," was the best he could offer in the way of comfort. He yawned deliberately. "Aw, shucks. What's there to be scared of? Think of what all the pioneers went through." Several minutes later, his shoulders began to shake, and Saxon knew he was giggling. "I was just thinking of a yarn my father used to tell about," he explained. "It was about old Susan Cleghorn, one of the Oregon pioneer women. Wall-eyed Susan, they used to call her. But she could shoot to beat the band. Once on the plains, the wagon train she was in was attacked by Indians. They got all the wagons in a circle, and all hands and the oxen inside, and drove the Indians off, killing a lot of them. They were too strong that way. So what did the Indians do to draw 'em out into the open but take two white girls captured from some other train and begin to torture 'em. They done it just out of gunshot, but so everybody could see. The idea was that the white men couldn't stand it and would rush out, and then the Indians would have 'em where they wanted 'em. The white men couldn't do a thing. If they rushed out to save the girls, they'd be finished. And then the Indians rushed the train. It meant death to everybody. But what does old Susan do but get out an old long-barreled Kentucky rifle? She rams down about 3 times the regular load of powder, takes aim at a big buck that's pretty busy at the torturing, and bangs away. It knocked her clean over backwards, and her shoulder was lame all the rest of the way to Oregon, but she dropped that big Indian deado. He never knew what struck him. But that wasn't the yarn I wanted to tell. It seems old Susan liked John Barleycorn. She would souse herself to the ears every chance she got, and her sons and daughters and the old man had to be mighty careful not to leave any around where she could get hands on it. On what? Saxon asked. On John Barleycorn. Oh, you ain't onto that? It's the old-fashioned name for whiskey. Well, one day all the folks was going away. That was over somewhere at a place called Bodega, where they settled after coming down from Oregon. And old Susan claimed her rheumatics was hurting her, and so she couldn't go. But the family was on. There was a 2-gallon demijohn of whiskey in the house. They said all right, but before they left, they sent one of the grandsons to climb a big tree in the barnyard, where they tied the demijohn 60 feet above the ground. Just the same, when they came home that night, they found Susan on the kitchen floor, dead to the world. And she had climbed that tree after all, Saxon hazarded, when Billy had shown no inclination to go on. Not on your life, he laughed jubilantly. All she done was to put a washtub on the ground, square under the demijohn. Then she got out her old rifle and shot the demijohn to smithereens, and all she had to do was lap the whiskey out of the tub. Again Saxon was drowsing when the rustling was heard, this time closer. To her excited apprehension, there was something stealthy about it, and she imagined the beast of prey creeping upon them. Billy, she whispered. Yes, I'm a-listening to it, came his wide-awake answer. Mightn't that be a panther or maybe a wildcat? It can't be. All the varmints was killed off long ago. This is peaceable farmin' country. A vagrant breeze sighed through the trees and made Saxon shiver. The mysterious cricket noise ceased with suspicious abruptness. Then, from the rustling noise, ensued a dull but heavy thump that caused both Saxon and Billy to sit up in the blankets. There were no further sounds, and they lay down again, though the very silence now seemed ominous. Billy muttered with relief, as though I don't know what it was. It was a rabbit. I heard tame ones bang their hind feet down on the floor that way. In vain, Saxon tried to win sleep. The sand grew harder with the passage of time. Her flesh and her bones ached from contact with it, and though her reason flouted any possibility of wild danger, her fancy went on picturing them with unflagging zeal. A new sound commenced. It was neither a rustling nor a rattling, and it tokened some large body passing through the brush. Sometimes twigs crackled and broke, and once they heard brush branches press aside and spring back into place. If that other thing was a panther, this is an elephant, was Billy's uncheering opinion. It's got weight, listen to that, and it's coming nearer. There were frequent stoppages, then the sounds would begin again, always louder, always closer. Billy sat up in the blankets once more, passing one arm around Saxon, who had also sat up. I ain't slept a week, he complained. There it goes again. I wish I could see. It makes a noise big enough for a grizzly, Saxon chattered, partly from nervousness, partly from the chill of the night. It ain't no grasshopper, that's sure. Billy started to leave the blankets, but Saxon caught his arm. What are you going to do? Oh, I ain't scared none, he answered, but honest to God, this is getting on my nerves. If I don't find out what that thing is, it'll give me the willies. I'm just going to reconnoiter. I won't go close. So intensely dark was the night that the moment Billy crawled beyond the reach of her hand, he was lost to sight. She sat and waited. The sound had ceased, though she could follow Billy's progress by the cracking of dried twigs and limbs. After a few moments, he returned and crawled under the blankets. I scared it away, I guess. It's got better ears, and when it heard me comin', it skinned out, most likely. I did my dangdest, too, not to make a sound. Oh, Lord, there it goes again. They sat up. Saxon nudged Billy. There, she warned, in the faintest of whispers. I can hear it breathing. It almost made a snort. A dead branch cracked loudly, and so near at hand that both of them jumped shamelessly. I ain't going to stand for any more of its fooling, Billy declared wrathfully. It'll be on top of us if I don't. What are you going to do? She queried anxiously. Yell the top of my head off. I'll get a fall out of whatever it is. He drew a deep breath and emitted a wild yell. The result far exceeded any expectation he could have entertained, and Saxon's heart leaped up in sheer panic. On the instant, the darkness erupted into terrible sound and movement. There were thrashings of underbrush and lunges and plunges of heavy bodies in different directions. Fortunately, for their ease of mind, all these sounds receded and died away. And what do you think of that? Billy broke the silence. Gee, all the fight fans used to say I was scared of nothing. Just the same, I'm glad they ain't seen me tonight. He groaned. I've got all I want of that blamed sand. I'm going to get up and start the fire. This was easy. Under the ashes were live embers, which quickly ignited the wood he threw on. A few stars were peeping out in the misty zenith. He looked up at them, deliberated, and started to move away. Where are you going now? Saxon called. Oh, I've got an idea, he replied noncommittally, and walked boldly away beyond the circle of the firelight. Saxon sat with the blankets drawn closely under her chin and admired his courage. He had not even taken the hatchet, and he was going in the direction in which the disturbance had died away. 10 minutes later, he came back chuckling. The sons of guns, they got my goat all right. I'll be scared of my own shadow next. What was they? Huh? You couldn't guess in 1,000 years. A bunch of half-grown calves. And they was worse scared than us. He smoked a cigarette by the fire, then rejoined Saxon under the blankets. A hell of a farmer I'll make, he chafed, when a lot of little calves can scare the stuffing out of me. I bet your father or mine wouldn't have batted an eye. The stock has gone to seed, that's what it has. No, it hasn't, Saxon defended. The stock is all right. We're just as able as our folks ever were, and we're healthier on top of it. We've been brought up different, that's all. We've lived in cities all our lives. We know the city sounds and thugs, but we don't know the country ones. Our training has been unnatural. That's the whole thing in a nutshell. Now we're going in for natural training. Give us a little time, and we'll sleep as sound out of doors as ever your father or mine did. But not on sand, Billy groaned. We won't try. That's one thing for good and all. We've learned the first time, and now hush up and go to sleep. Their fears had vanished, but the sand, receiving now their undivided attention, multiplied its unyieldingness. Billy dozed off first, and roosters were crowing somewhere in the distance when Saxon's eyes closed. But they could not escape the sand, and their sleep was fitful. At the first gray of dawn, Billy crawled out and built a roaring fire. Saxon drew up to it shiveringly. They were hollow-eyed and weary. Saxon began to laugh. Billy joined in sulkily, then brightened up as his eyes chanced upon the coffee pot, which he immediately put on to boil. It is 40 miles from Oakland to San Jose, and Saxon and Billy accomplished it in 3 easy days. No more obliging and angrily garrulous linemen were encountered, and few were the opportunities for conversation with chance wayfarers. Numbers of tramps, carrying rolls of blankets, were met, traveling both north and south on the county road. And from talks with them Saxon quickly learned that they knew little or nothing about farming. They were mostly old men, feeble or besotted, and all they knew was work, where jobs might be good, where jobs had been good, but the places they mentioned were always a long way off. One thing she did glean from them, and that was that the district she and Billy were passing through was small farmer country in which labor was rarely hired, and that when it generally was Portuguese. The farmers themselves were unfriendly. They drove by Billy and Saxon often with empty wagons, but never invited them to ride. When chance offered, and Saxon did ask questions, they looked her over curiously or suspiciously and gave ambiguous and facetious answers. "They ain't Americans, damn 'em," Billy fretted. "Why, in the old days everybody was friendly to everybody." But Saxon remembered her last talk with her brother. "It's the spirit of the times, Billy. The spirit has changed. Besides, these people are too near. Wait till we get farther away from the cities, then we'll find them more friendly." "A measly lot these ones are," he sneered. "Maybe they've a right to be," she laughed. "For all you know, more than one of the scabs you slugged were sons of theirs." "If I could only hope so," Billy said fervently. "But I don't care if I own 10,000 acres. Any man hiking with his blankets might be just as good a man as me, and maybe better, for all I'd know. I'd give him the benefit of the doubt anyway." Billy asked for work at first indiscriminately, later only at the larger farms. The unvarying reply was that there was no work. A few said there would be plowing after the first rains. Here and there, in a small way, dry plowing was going on, but in the main the farmers were waiting. "But do you know how to plow?" Saxon asked Billy. "No, but I guess it ain't much of a trick to turn. Besides, next man I see plowing, I'm going to get a lesson from." In the mid-afternoon of the second day, his opportunity came. He climbed on top of the fence of a small field and watched an old man plow round and round it. "Aw, shucks, just as easy, Billy commented scornfully. "If an old codger like that can handle one plow, I can handle two." "Go on and try it," Saxon urged. "What's the good?" "Cold feet," she jeered, but with a smiling face. "All you have to do is ask him. All he can do is say no, and what if he does? You face the Chicago Terror 20 rounds without flinching." "Aw, but it's different," he demurred, then dropped to the ground inside the fence. 2 to 1, the old geezer turns me down." "No, he won't. Just tell him you want to learn and ask him if he'll let you drive around a few times. Tell him it won't cost him anything." If he gets chesty, I'll take his blamed plow away from him." From the top of the fence, but too far away to hear, Saxon watched the colloquy. After several minutes, the lines were transferred to Billy's neck, the handles to his hands. Then the team started, and the old man, delivering a rapid fire of instructions, walked alongside Billy. When a few turns had been made, the farmer crossed the plowed strip to Saxon and joined her on the rail. "He's plowed before, a little mite, ain't he?" Saxon shook her head. "Never in his life, but he knows how to drive horses." "He showed he wasn't all greenhorn, and he learns pretty quick." Here the farmer chuckled and cut himself a chew from a plug of tobacco. "I reckon he won't tire me out sitting here." The unplowed area grew smaller and smaller, but Billy evinced no intention of quitting, and his audience on the fence was deep in conversation. Saxon's questions flew fast and furious, and she was not long in concluding that the old man bore a striking resemblance to the description the lineman had given of his father. Billy persisted till the field was finished, and the old man invited him and Saxon to stop for the night. There was a disused outbuilding where they would find a small cook stove, he said, and also he would give them fresh milk. Further, if Saxon wanted to test her desire for farming, she could try her hand on the cow. The milking lesson did not prove as successful as Billy's plowing, but when he had mocked her sufficiently, Saxon challenged him to try, and he failed as grievously as she. Saxon had eyes and questions for everything, and it did not take her long to realize that she was looking upon the other side of the farming shield. Farm and farmer were old-fashioned. There was no intensive cultivation. There was too much land, too little farmed. Everything was slipshod. Houses and barn and outbuildings were fast falling into ruin. The front yard was weed-grown. There was no vegetable garden. The small orchard was old, sickly, and neglected. The trees were twisted, spindling, and overgrown with gray moss. The sons and daughters were away in the cities, Saxon found out. One daughter had married a doctor. The other was a teacher in the state normal school. One son was a locomotive engineer, and the second was an architect, and the third was a police court reporter in San Francisco. On occasion, the father said, they helped out the old folks. "What do you think?" Saxon asked Billy as he smoked his after-supper cigarette. His shoulders went up in a comprehensive shrug. That's easy. The old geezer's like his orchard, covered with moss. It's plain as the nose on your face after San Leandro that he don't know the first thing. And them horses. It'd be a charity to him and a saving of money for him to take 'em out and shoot 'em both. You bet you don't see the Portuguese with horses like them. And it ain't a case of being proud or putting on side to have good horses. It's brass tacks and business. It pays. That's the game. Old horses eat more than young ones to keep in condition, and they can't do the same amount of work. But you bet it costs just as much to shoe 'em, and his is scrub on top of it. Every minute he has them horses, he's losing money. You ought to see the way they work and figure horses in the city. They slept soundly, and, after an early breakfast, prepared to start. "I'd like to give you a couple days of work," the old man regretted at parting, "but I can't see it. The ranch just about keeps me and the old woman, now that the children are gone, and then it doesn't always. Seems times have been bad for a long spell now. Ain't never been the same since Grover Cleveland." Early in the afternoon, on the outskirts of San Jose, Saxon called a halt. "I'm going right in there and talk," she declared, "unless they set the dogs on me. That's the prettiest place yet, isn't it?" Billy, who was always visioning hills and spacious ranges for his horses, mumbled unenthusiastic assent. "And the vegetables, look at 'em. And the flowers growing along the borders. That beats tomato plants and wrapping paper." "Don't see the sense of it," Billy objected. "Where's the money that come in from flowers that take up the ground that good vegetables might be growing on?" "And that's what I'm going to find out." She pointed to a woman, stooped to the ground and working with a trowel, in front of the tiny bungalow. "I don't know what she's like, but at the worst, she can only be mean. See, she's looking at us now. Drop your load alongside of mine and come on in." Billy slung the blankets from his shoulder to the ground, but elected to wait. As Saxon went up the narrow, flower-bordered walk, she noted two men at work among the vegetables. One an old Chinese, the other old and of some dark-eyed foreign breed. Here was neatness, efficiency, and intensive cultivation with a vengeance. Even her untrained eye could see that. The woman stood up and turned from her flowers, and Saxon saw that she was middle-aged, slender, and simply but nicely dressed. She wore glasses, and Saxon's reading of her face was that it was kind but nervous-looking. "I don't want anything today," she said, before Saxon could speak, administering the rebuff with a pleasant smile. Saxon groaned inwardly over the black-covered telescope basket. Evidently the woman had seen her put it down. "We're not peddling," she exclaimed quickly. "Oh, I'm sorry for the mistake." This time the woman's smile was even pleasanter, and she waited for Saxon to state her errand. Nothing loath, Saxon took it at a plunge. We're looking for land. We want to be farmers, you know. And before we get the land, we want to find out what kind of land we want. And seeing your pretty place has just filled me up with questions. You see, we don't know anything about farming. We lived in the city all our life, and now we're giving it up and going to live in the country and be happy." She paused. The woman's face seemed to grow quizzical, though the pleasantness did not abate. "But how do you know you will be happy in the country?" she asked. "I don't know. All I do know is that poor people can't be happy in the city where they have labor troubles all the time. If they can't be happy in the country, then there's no happiness anywhere, and that doesn't seem fair, does it?" "It is sound reasoning, my dear, as far as it goes. But you must remember that there are many poor people in the country and many unhappy people." "You look neither poor nor unhappy," Saxon challenged. "You are a dear." Saxon saw the pleased flush in the other woman's face, which lingered as she went on. "But still I may be peculiarly qualified to live and succeed in the country. As you say yourself, you've spent your life in the city. You don't know the first thing about the country. It might even break your heart." Saxon's mind went back to the terrible months in the Pine Street cottage. "I already know that the city will break my heart. Maybe the country will, too. But just the same, it's my only chance, don't you see? It's that or nothing. Besides, our folks before us were all of the country. It seems the more natural way, and better, here I am, which proves that way down inside I must want the country, must, as you call it, be peculiarly qualified for the country, or else I wouldn't be here." The other nodded approval and looked at her with growing interest. "The young man," she began, "is my husband. He was a teamster until the big strike came. My name is Roberts, Saxon Roberts, and my husband is William Roberts." "And I am Mrs. Mortimer," the other said, with a bow of acknowledgment. "I'm a widow. And now, if you'll ask your husband in, I shall try to answer some of your many questions. Tell him to put the bundles inside the gate. And now, what are all the questions you are filled with?" "Oh, all kinds. How does it pay? How did you manage it all? How much did the land cost? Did you build that beautiful house? How much do you pay the men? How did you learn all the different kinds of things, and which grew best and which paid best? What is the best way to sell them? How do you sell them?" Saxon paused and laughed. "Oh, I haven't begun yet. Why do you have flowers on the borders everywhere? I looked over the Portuguese farms around San Leandro, but they never mix flowers and vegetables." Mrs. Mortimer held up her hand. "Let me answer the last first. It is the key to almost everything." But Billy arrived, and the explanation was deferred until after his introduction. "The flowers caught your eyes, didn't they, my dear?" Mrs. Mortimer resumed, "and brought you in through my gate and right up to me. And that's the very reason they were planted with the vegetables, to catch eyes. You can't imagine how many eyes they have caught, nor how many owners of eyes they have lured inside my gate. This is a good road, and it is a very popular short country drive for town folk. Oh, no, I've never had any luck with automobiles. They can't see anything for the dust. But I began when nearly everybody still used carriages. The townswomen would drive by my flowers, and then my place would catch their eyes. They would tell their drivers to stop, and, well, somehow I managed to be in front within speaking distance. Usually I succeeded in inviting them in to see my flowers, and vegetables, of course. Everything was sweet, clean, pretty. It all appealed, and—" Mrs. Mortimer shrugged her shoulders. "It is well known that the stomach sees through the eyes. The thought of vegetables growing among flowers pleased their fancy. They wanted my vegetables, they must have them, and they did, at double the market price, which they were only too glad to pay. You see, I became the fashion, or a fad in a small way. Nobody lost. The vegetables were certainly good as any on the market, and often fresher. And besides, my customers killed two birds with one stone. for they were pleased with themselves for philanthropic reasons. Not only did they obtain the finest and freshest possible vegetables, but at the same time they were happy with the knowledge that they were helping a deserving widow woman. Yes, and it gave a certain tone to their establishments to be able to say they bought Mrs. Mortimer's vegetables. But that's too big a side to go into. In short, my little place became a show place, anywhere to go for a drive, or anything, you know, when time has to be killed. And it became noised about who I was, and who my husband had been, what I had been. Some of the town's ladies I had known personally in the old days. They actually worked for my success, and then, too, I used to serve tea. My patrons became my guests for the time being. I still serve it when they drive out to show me off to their friends. You see, the flowers are one of the ways I succeeded. Saxon was glowing with appreciation, but Mrs. Mortimer, glancing at Billy, noted not entire approval. His blue eyes were clouded. "Well, out with it," she encouraged. "What are you thinking?" To Saxon's surprise, he answered directly, and to her double surprise, his criticism was of a nature which had never entered her head. "It's just a trick," Billy expounded. "That's what I was getting at." "But a paying trick," Mrs. Mortimer interrupted, her eyes dancing and vivacious behind the glasses. "Yes and no," Billy said stubbornly, speaking in a slow, deliberate fashion. "If every farmer was to mix flowers and vegetables, then every farmer would get double the market price, and there wouldn't be any double market price. Everything would be as it was before." "You are opposing a theory to a fact," Mrs. Mortimer stated. "The fact is that all the farmers do not do it. The fact is that I do receive double the price. You can't get away from that." Billy was unconvinced, though unable to reply. "Just the same," he muttered, with a slow shake of the head, "I don't get the hang of it. There's something wrong so far as we're concerned, my wife and me, I mean. Maybe I'll get a hold of it after a while." "And in the meantime, we'll look around," Mrs. Mortimer invited. "I want to show you everything and tell you how I made it go. Afterward, we'll sit down, and I'll tell you about the beginning. You see," she bent her gaze on Saxon, "I want you thoroughly to understand that you can succeed in the country if you go about it right. I didn't know a thing about it when I began, and I didn't have a fine big man like yours. I was all alone. But I'll tell you about that." For the next hour, among vegetables, berry bushes, and fruit trees, Saxon stored her brain with a huge mass of information to be digested at her leisure. Billy, too, was interested, but he left the talking to Saxon, himself rarely asking a question. At the rear of the bungalow, where everything was as clean and orderly as the front, they were shown through the chicken yard. Here, in different runs, were kept several hundred small and snow-white hens. "White Leghorns," said Mrs. Mortimer. "You have no idea what they netted me this year. I never keep a hen a moment past the prime of her laying period." "Just what I was telling you, Saxon, about horses," Billy broke in. "And by the simplest method of hatching them at the right time, which not one farmer in 10,000 ever dreams of doing, I have them laying in the winter when most hens stop laying and when eggs are highest. Another thing, I have my special customers. They pay me 10 cents a dozen more than the market price because my specialty is one-day eggs." Here she chanced to glance at Billy and guessed that he was still wrestling with his problem. "Same old thing?" she queried. He nodded. "Same old thing. If every farmer delivered day-old eggs, there wouldn't be no 10 cents higher than the top price. They'd be no better off than they was before." "But the eggs would be one-day eggs. All the eggs would be one-day eggs. You mustn't forget that," Mrs. Mortimer pointed out. "But that don't butter no toast for my wife and me," he objected. "And that's what I've been trying to get the hang of, and now I got it. You talk about theory and fact. 10 cents higher than top price is a theory to Saxon and me. The fact is, we ain't got no eggs, no chicken, and no land for chickens to run and lay eggs on." Their hostess nodded sympathetically. "And there's something else about this outfit of yours that I don't get the hang of," he pursued. "I just can't put my finger on it, but it's there, all right." They were shown over the cattery, the piggery, the milkers, and the kennelry, as Mrs. Mortimer called her livestock departments. None was large. All were money-makers, she assured them, and rattled off her profits glibly. She took their breath away by the prices given and received for pedigreed Persians, pedigreed Ohio, improved Chesters, pedigreed Scotch collies, and pedigreed Jerseys. For the milk of the last, she also had a special private market, receiving 5 cents more a quart than was fetched by the best dairy milk. Billy was quick to point out the difference between the look of her orchard and the look of the orchards they had inspected the previous afternoon, and Mrs. Mortimer showed him scores of other differences, many of which he was compelled to accept on faith. Then she told them of another industry, her homemade jams and jellies, always contracted for in advance, and at prices dizzyingly above the regular market. They sat in comfortable rattan chairs on the veranda while she told the story of how she had drummed up the jam and jelly trade, dealing only with the one best restaurant and one best club in San Jose. To the proprietor and the steward she had gone with her samples, in long discussions, beaten down their opposition, overcome their reluctance, and persuaded the proprietor in particular to make a special of her wares, to boom them quietly with his patrons, and above all, to charge stiffly for dishes and courses in which they appeared. Throughout the recital, Billy's eyes were moody with dissatisfaction. Mrs. Mortimer saw and waited. "And now begin at the beginning," Saxon begged. But Mrs. Mortimer refused, unless they agreed to stop for supper. Saxon frowned Billy's reluctance away and accepted for both of them. "Well, then," Mrs. Mortimer took up her tale, "in the beginning I was a greenhorn, city-born and bred. All I knew of the country was that it was a place to go for vacations, and I always went to springs and mountain and seaside resorts. I had lived among books almost all my life. I was head librarian of the Doncaster Library for years. Then I married Mr. Mortimer. He was a bookman, a professor in San Miguel University. He had a long sickness, and when he died, there was nothing left. Even his life insurance was eaten into before I could be free of creditors. As for myself, I was worn out, on the verge of nervous prostration, fit for nothing. I had $5,000 left, however, and without going into the details, I decided to go farming. I found this place in a delightful climate, close to San Jose. The end of the electric line is only a quarter of a mile on, and I bought it. I paid $2,000 cash and gave a mortgage for $2,000. It cost $200 an acre, you see." 20 acres, Saxon cried. "Wasn't that pretty small?" Billy ventured. "Too large, oceans too large. I leased 10 acres of it the first thing, and it's still leased after all this time. Even the 10 I retained was much too large for a long, long time. It's only now that I'm beginning to feel a tiny mite crowded." "And 10 acres has supported you and 2 hired men?" Billy demanded, amazed. Mrs. Mortimer clapped her hands delightedly. "Listen, I had been a librarian. I knew my way among books. First of all, I'd read everything written on the subject and subscribed to some of the best farm magazines and papers. And you ask if my 10 acres have supported me and 2 hired men? Let me tell you, I have 4 hired men. The 10 acres certainly must support them, as it supports Hannah. She's a Swedish widow who runs the house, and who is a perfect Trojan during the jam and jelly season, and Hannah's daughter, who goes to school and lends a hand, and my nephew, whom I have taken to raise and educate. Also, the 10 acres have come pretty close to paying for the whole 20, as well as for this house and all the outbuildings and all the pedigreed stock. Saxon remembered what the young lineman had said about the Portuguese. "The 10 acres didn't do a bit of it," she cried. "It was your head that did it all, and you know it." "And that's the point, my dear. It shows the right kind of person can succeed in the country. Remember, the soil is generous, but it must be treated generously, and that is something the old-style American farmer can't get into his head. So it is head that counts. Even when his starving acres have convinced him of the need for fertilizing, he can't see the difference between cheap fertilizer and good fertilizer." "And that's something I want to know about," Saxon exclaimed. "And I'll tell you all I know. But first, you must be very tired. I noticed you were limping. Let me take you in. Never mind your bundles. I'll send Chang for them." To Saxon, with her innate love of beauty and charm and all personal things, the interior of the bungalow was a revelation. Never before had she been inside a middle-class home, and what she saw not only far exceeded anything she had imagined, but was vastly different from her imaginings. Mrs. Mortimer noted her sparkling glance, which took in everything, and went out of her way to show Saxon around, doing it under the guise of gleeful boasting, stating the cost of the different materials, explaining how she had done things with her own hand, such as staining the doors, weathering the bookcases, and putting together the big Mission Morris chair. Billy stepped gingerly behind, and though it never entered his mind to ape the manner born, he succeeded in escaping conspicuous awkwardness, even at the table, when he and Saxon had the unique experience of being waited on in a private house by a servant. "If only you'd come along next year," Mrs. Mortimer mourned. "Then I should have the spare room I had planned." "That's all right," Billy spoke up. "Thank you just the same. But we'll catch the electric cars into San Jose and get a room." Mrs. Mortimer was still disturbed at her inability to put them up for the night, and Saxon changed the conversation by pleading to be told more. "You remember I told you I paid only $2,000 down on the land," Mrs. Mortimer complied. "That left me with $3,000 to experiment with. And of course all my friends and relatives prophesied failure. And of course I made my mistakes, plenty of them, but I was saved from still more by the thorough study I had made and continued to make." She indicated shelves of farm books and files of farm magazines that lined the walls. "And I continued to study. I was resolved to be up to date, and I sent for all the experiment station reports. I went almost entirely on the basis that whatever the old-type farmer did was wrong, and do you know, in doing that, I was not so far wrong myself. It's almost unthinkable, the stupidity of the old-fashioned farmers. Oh, I consulted with them, talked things over with them, challenged their stereotyped ways, demanded demonstration of their dogmatic and prejudiced beliefs, and quite succeeded in convincing the last of them that I was a fool and doomed to come to grief. But you didn't. Mrs. Mortimer smiled gratefully. "Sometimes, even now, I'm amazed that I didn't. But I came of a hard-headed stock, which had been away from the soil long enough to gain a new perspective. When a thing satisfied my judgment, I did it forthwith and downright, no matter how extravagant it seemed. Take the old orchard, worthless, worse than worthless. Old Calkins nearly died of heart disease when he saw the devastation I had wreaked upon it. And look at it now. There was an old rattle-trap ruin where the bungalow now stands. I put up with it, but I immediately pulled down the cow barn, the pigsties, the chicken house, everything, made a clean sweep. They shook their heads and groaned when they saw such wanton waste by a widow struggling to make a living. But worse was to come. They were paralyzed when I told them the price of the 3 beautiful OIC pigs, Chesters, which I bought, $60 for 3, and only just weaned. Then I hustled the nondescript chickens to market, replacing them with the white leghorns. 2 scrub cows that came with the place I sold to the butcher for $30 each, paying $250 for 2 blue-blooded Jersey heifers, and coined money on the exchange, while Calkins and the rest went right on with their scrubs that couldn't give enough milk to pay for their board. Billy nodded approval. Remember what I told you about horses? He reiterated to Saxon, and assisted by his hostess, he gave a very creditable disquisition on horseflesh and its management from a business point of view. When he went out to smoke, Mrs. Mortimer led Saxon into talking about herself and Billy, and betrayed not the slightest shock when she learned of his prize-fighting and scab-slugging proclivities. "He's a splendid young man, and good," she assured Saxon. "His face shows that, and best of all, he loves you and is proud of you. You can't imagine how I've enjoyed watching the way he looks at you, especially when you are talking. He respects your judgment. Why, he must, for here he is with you on this pilgrimage, which is wholly your idea." Mrs. Mortimer sighed. "You are very fortunate, dear child, very fortunate, and you don't yet know what a man's brain is. Wait till he is quite fired up with enthusiasm for your project. You'll be astounded by the way he takes hold. You will have to exert yourself to keep up with him. In the meantime, you must lead. Remember, he is city-bred. It will be a struggle to wean him from the only life he's known." "Oh, but he's disgusted with the city, too," Saxon began. "But not as you are. Love is not the whole of man as it is of woman. The city hurt you more than it hurt him. It was you who lost the dear little babe. His interest, his connection, was no more than casual and incidental compared with the depth and vividness of yours." Mrs. Mortimer turned her head to Billy, who was just entering. "Have you got the hang of what was bothering you?" she asked. "Pretty close to it," he answered, taking the indicated big Morris chair. "It's this." "One moment," Mrs. Mortimer checked him. "This is a beautiful, big, strong chair, and so are you, at any rate big and strong. And your little wife is very weary. No, sit down. It's your strength she needs. Yes, I insist. Open your arms." And to him she led Saxon, and into his arms placed her. "Now, sir, and you look delicious, the pair of you. Register your objections to my way of earning a living." "It ain't your way," Billy repudiated quickly. "Your way's all right. It's great. What I'm trying to get at is that your way don't fit us. We couldn't make a go of it your way. Why, you had pull, well-to-do acquaintances, people that knew you'd been a librarian, and your husband a professor. And you had—" here he floundered a moment, seeking definiteness for the idea he still vaguely grasped. "Well, you had a way we couldn't have. You were educated, and I don't know, I guess you knew society ways and business ways we couldn't know." "But, my dear boy, you could learn what was necessary," she contended. Billy shook his head. "No, you don't quite get me. Let's take it this way. Just suppose it's me, with jelly and jam, a-wading into that swell restaurant like you did to talk with the top guy. Why, I'd be out of place the moment I stepped into his office. Worse than that, I'd feel out of place. That'd make me have a chip on my shoulder and looking for trouble, which is a poor way to do business. Then, too, I'd be thinking, he was thinking, I was a whole lot of a husky to be peddling jam. What would happen? I'd be chesty at the drop of the hat. I'd be thinking he was thinking I was standing on my foot, and I'd beat him to it in telling him he was standing on his foot. Don't you see? It's because I was raised that way. It'd be take it or leave it with me, and no jam sold." "What you say is true," Mrs. Mortimer took up brightly. "But there's your wife. Just look at her. She'd make an impression on any businessman. He'd be only too willing to listen to her." Billy stiffened, a forbidding expression springing into his eyes. "What have I done now?" their hostess laughed. Ain't got around yet to trading on my wife's looks, he rumbled gruffly. Right you are. The only trouble is that you, both of you, are 50 years behind the times. You're old American. How you ever got here in the thick of modern conditions is a miracle. You're Rip Van Winkles. Who ever heard in this degenerate times of a young man and woman of the city putting their blankets on their backs and starting out in search of land? Why, it's the old Argonaut spirit. You're as like as peas in a pod to those yoked to their oxen and held west to the lands beyond the sunset. I'll wager your fathers and mothers, or grandfathers and grandmothers, were that very stock. Saxon's eyes were glistening, and Billy's were friendly once more. Both nodded their heads. I'm of the old stock myself, Mrs. Mortimer went on proudly. My grandmother was one of the survivors of the Donner Party. My grandfather, Jason Whitney, came round the Horn and took part in the raising of the Bear Flag at Sonoma. He was at Monterey when John Marshall discovered gold in Sutter's Mill race. One of the streets in San Francisco is named after him. I know it, Billy put in. Whitney Street. It's near Russian Hill. Saxon's mother walked across the plains. And Billy's grandfather and grandmother were massacred by the Indians, Saxon contributed. His father was a little baby boy and lived with the Indians until captured by the whites. He didn't even know his name and was adopted by a Mr. Roberts. Why, you two dear children, we're almost like relatives, Mrs. Mortimer beamed. It's a breath of old times, alas, all forgotten in these fly-away days. I'm especially interested because I've catalogued and read everything covering those times. You, she indicated Billy, you are historical, or at least your father is. I remember about him. The whole thing is in Bancroft's history. It was the Modoc Indians. There were 18 wagons. Your father was the only survivor, a mere baby at the time, with no knowledge of what happened. He was adopted by the leader of the whites. That's right, said Billy. It was the Modocs. His train must have been bound for Oregon. It was all wiped out. I wonder if you know anything about Saxon's mother. She used to write poetry in the early days. Was any of it printed? Yes, Saxon answered, in the old San Jose papers. And do you know any of it? Yes, there's one beginning. Sweet as the wind lute's airy strains, your gentle muse has learned to sing, and California's boundless plains prolong the soft notes echoing. It sounds familiar, Mrs. Mortimer said, pondering. And there was another, I remember, that began, I've stolen away from the crowd in the groves, where the nude statues stand, and the leaves point and shiver, and it run on like that. I don't understand it all. It was written to my father. A love poem, Mrs. Mortimer broke in. I remember it. Wait a minute. Da-da-da-da, 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 da-da stands. In a spray of fountain, whose seeds amethyst tremble lightly, a moment on bosom and hands, then drip in their basin from bosom and wrists. I never forgotten the drip of the seed amethyst, though I don't remember your mother's name. It was Daisy, Saxon began. No, Dayella, Mrs. Mortimer corrected with quickening recollection. Oh, but nobody called her that. But it was signed that way. What is the rest? Daisy Wiley Brown. Mrs. Mortimer went to the bookshelf and quickly returned with a large, soberly bound volume. It's the story of the files, she explained. Among other things, all the good fugitive verse was gathered here from the old newspaper files. Her eyes, running down the index, suddenly stopped. I was right. Dale Wiley Brown. There it is. 10 of her poems, too. The Viking's Quest, Days of Gold, Constancy, The Caballero, Graves at Little Meadow. We fought off the Indians there, Saxon interrupted, in her excitement, and Mother, who was only a little girl, went out and got water for the wounded, and the Indians wouldn't shoot at her, Everybody said it was a miracle. She sprang out of Billy's arms, reaching for the book and crying, "Oh, let me see it. Let me see it. It's all new to me. I didn't know these poems. Can I copy them? I'll learn them by heart. Just to think, my mother's." Mrs. Mortimer's glasses required repolishing, and for half an hour she and Billy remained silent while Saxon devoured her mother's lines. At the end, staring at the book which she had closed on her finger, she could only repeat in wondering awe, "And I never knew. I never knew." But during that half hour Mrs. Mortimer's mind had not been idle. A little later she broached her plan. She believed in intensive dairying as well as intensive farming, and intended, as soon as the lease expired, to establish a Jersey dairy on the other 10 acres. This, like everything else she had done, was to be model, and it meant that she would require more help. Billy and Saxon were just the two. By next summer she could have them installed in the cottage she intended building. In the meantime, she could arrange, one way or another, to get work for Billy through the winter. She would guarantee this work, and she knew a small house they could rent just at the end of the car line. Under her supervision, Billy could take charge from the very beginning of the building. In this way, they would be earning money, preparing themselves for independent farming life, and have opportunity to look about them. But her persuasions were in vain. In the end, Saxon succinctly epitomized their point of view. "We can't stop at the first place, even if it is as beautiful and kind as yours, and as nice as this valley is. We don't even know what we want. We've got to go farther and see all kinds of places, all kinds of ways, in order to find out. We're not in a hurry to make up our minds. We want to make, oh, so very sure, and besides," she hesitated, "besides, we don't like altogether flat land. Billy wants some hills in his, and so do I." When they were ready to leave, Mrs. Mortimer offered to present Saxon with The Story of the Files, but Saxon shook her head and got some money from Billy. "It said it cost $2, she said. "Will you buy me one and keep it till we get settled? Then I'll write, and you can send it to me." "Oh, you Americans," Mrs. Mortimer chided, accepting the money. "But you must promise to write from time to time before you're settled." She saw them to the county road. "You are brave young thing," she said at parting. "I only wish I were going with you, my pack upon my back. You're perfectly glorious, the pair of you. If ever I can do anything for you, just let me know. You're bound to succeed, and I want a hand in it myself. Let me know how that government land turns out, though I warn you, I haven't much faith in its feasibility. It's sure to be too far away from markets." She shook hands with Billy. Saxon she caught into her arms and kissed. "Be brave," she said, with low earnestness in Saxon's ear. "You'll win. You are starting with the right ideas, and you were right not to accept my proposition. But remember, it, or better, will always be open to you. You're young yet, both of you. Don't be in a hurry. Any time you stop anywhere for a while, let me know, and I'll mail you heaps of agricultural reports and farm publications. Goodbye. Heaps and heaps and heaps of luck." Billy sat motionless on the edge of the bed in their little room in San Jose that night, a musing expression in his eyes. "Well," he remarked at last, with a long-drawn breath, "all I got to say is there's some pretty nice people in this world after all. Take Mrs. Mortimer. Now she's the real goods, regular old American." "A fine, educated lady," Saxon agreed, "and not a bit ashamed to work at farming herself. And she made it go, too. On 20 acres, no 10, and paid for 'em and all the improvements, and supported herself and 4 hired men, a Swede woman and a daughter, and her own nephew. It gets me, 10 acres. Why, my father never talked less than 160 acres. Even your brother Tom still talks in quarter sections. And she was only a woman, too. We was lucky in meeting her." "Wasn't it an adventure?" Saxon cried. "That's what comes from traveling. You never know what's going to happen next. It jumped right out at us, just when we were tired and wondering how much farther to San Jose. We weren't expecting it at all, and she didn't treat us as if we were tramping. And that house, so clean and beautiful. You could eat off the floor. I never dreamed of anything so sweet and lovely as the inside of that house." "It smelt good," Billy supplied. "That's the very thing. It's what the woman's pages call atmosphere. I didn't know what they meant before. That house has beautiful, sweet atmosphere." "Like all your nice underthings," said Billy. "And that's the next step after keeping your body sweet and clean and beautiful. It's to have your house sweet and clean and beautiful." "But it can't be a rented one, Saxon. You've got to own it. Landlords don't build houses like that. Just the same, one thing stuck out plain. That house was not expensive. It wasn't the cost. It was the way. The wood was ordinary wood you can buy in any lumber yard. Why, our house on Pine Street was made out of the same kind of wood. But the way it was made was different. I can't explain, but you can see what I'm driving at." Saxon revisioned the little bungalow they had just left, repeated absently, "That's it, the way." The next morning they were early afoot, seeking through the suburbs of San Jose the road to San Juan and Monterey. Saxon's limp had increased. Beginning with a burst blister, the heel was skinning rapidly. Billy remembered his father's talks about care of the feet, and stopped at a butcher shop to buy 5 cents worth of mutton tallow. "That's the stuff," he told Saxon. "Clean foot gear, and the feet well greased. We'll put some on as soon as we're clear of town. And we might as well go easy for a couple of days. Now, if I could get a little work so you could rest up several days, it'd be just the thing. I'll keep my eye peeled." Almost on the outskirts of town, he left Saxon on the county road and went up a long driveway to what appeared a large farm. He came back beaming. "It's all hunky-dory," he called as he approached. "We'll just go down to that clump of trees by the creek and pitch camp. I start working in the morning, $2 a day, and board myself. It'd been $1.50 if he furnished the board. I told him I liked the other way best, that I had my camp with me. The weather's fine, and we can make out a few days till your foot's in shape. Come on, we'll pitch a regular, decent camp." "How did you get the job?" Saxon asked, as they cast about, determining their campsite. "Wait till we get fixed, and I'll tell you all about it. It was a dream, a cinch." Not until the bed was spread, the fire built, and a pot of beans boiling, did Billy throw down the last armful of wood and begin. In the first place, Benson's no old-fashioned geezer. You wouldn't think he was a farmer to look at him. He's up to date, sharp as tacks, talks and acts like a businessman. I could see that just by looking at his place before I seen him. He took about 15 seconds to size me up. "Can you plow?" says he. "Sure thing," I told him. "No horses?" "I was hatched in a box stall," says I. And just then, you remember that 4-horse load of machinery that come in after me? Just then it drove up. "How about 4 horses?" he asks, casual like. "Right to home. I can drive 'em to a plow, a sewing machine, or a merry-go-round." "Jump up and take them lines, then," he says, quick and sharp, not wasting seconds. "See that shed? Go round the barn to the right and back in for unloading." And right here I want to tell you, it was some nifty driving he was asking. I could see by the tracks the wagon'd all been going round the barn to the left. What he was asking me was too close work for comfort, a double turn, like an S, between a corner of a paddock and around the corner of the barn to the last swing. And to eat into the little room there were piles of manure just thrown out of the barn and not hauled away. But I wasn't letting on nothing. The driver gave me the lines, and I could see he was grinning, sure I'd make a mess of it. I bet he couldn't have done it himself. I never let on, and away we went, me not even knowing the horses. But say, if you'd seen me throw them leaders clean to the top of that manure, till the nigh horse was scraping the side of the barn to make it, and the off hind hub was cutting the corner post of the paddock to miss by 6 inches. It was the only way. And them horses was sure beauts. The leaders slacked back and damn near sat down on their single tree when I threw the back into the wheelers and slammed on the brake and stopped on the very precise spot. You'll do, Benson says. That was good work. Aw, shucks, I says, indifferent as hell. Give me something real hard. He smiles and understands. You done that well, he says, and I'm particular about who handles my horses. The road ain't no place for you. You must be a good man gone wrong. Just the same, you can plow with my horses starting in tomorrow morning. Which shows how wise he wasn't. I hadn't showed I could plow. When Saxon had served the beans and Billy the coffee, she stood still a moment and surveyed the spread meal on the blankets. The canister of sugar, the condensed milk tin, the sliced corned beef, the lettuce salad, and sliced tomatoes, the slices of fresh French bread, and the steaming plates of beans and mugs of coffee. What a difference from last night, Saxon exclaimed, clapping her hands. It's like an adventure out of a book. Oh, that boy I went fishing with. Think of that beautiful table and that beautiful house last night. And then look at this. Why, we could have lived 1,000 years on end in Oakland and never met a woman like Mrs. Mortimer, nor dreamed a house like hers existed. And Billy, just to think, we've only just started. Billy worked for 3 days, while insisting that he was doing very well. He freely admitted that there was more in plowing than he had thought. Saxon experienced quiet satisfaction when she learned he was enjoying it. I never thought I'd like plowing much, he observed, but it's fine. It's good for the leg muscles, too. They don't get exercise enough in teaming. If I ever trained for another fight, you'd bet I'd take a whack at plowing. And, you know, the ground has a regular good smell to it. Turning over and turning over. Gosh, it's good enough to eat, that smell. And it just goes on, turning up and over, fresh and thick and good all day long. And the horses are Joe dandies. They know their business as well as a man. That's one thing. Benson ain't got a scrub horse on the place. The last day Billy worked, the sky clouded over. The air grew damp. A strong wind began to blow from the southeast, and all the signs were present of the first winter rain. Billy came back in the evening with a small roll of old canvas he had borrowed, which he proceeded to arrange over their bed on a framework so as to shed rain. Several times he complained about the little finger of his left hand. It had been bothering him all day, he told Saxon. For several days slightly, in fact, and it was as tender as a boil, most likely a splinter, but he had been unable to locate it. He went ahead with storm preparations, elevating the bed on old boards which he lugged from a disused barn falling to decay on the opposite bank of the creek. Up upon the boards he heaped dry leaves for a mattress. He concluded by reinforcing the canvas with additional guys of odd pieces of rope and baling wire. When the first splashes of rain arrived, Saxon was delighted. Billy betrayed little interest. His finger was hurting too much, he said. Neither he nor Saxon could make anything of it, and both scoffed at the idea of a felon. It might be a runaround, Saxon hazarded. What's that? I don't know. I remember Mrs. Caddy had one once, but I was too small. It was the little finger, too. She poulticed it, I think, and I remember she dressed it with some kind of salve. It got awful bad, and finished by her losing the nail. After that it got well quick, and a new nail grew out. Suppose I make a hot bread poultice for yours. Billy declined, being of the opinion that it would be better in the morning. Saxon was troubled, and as she dozed off, she knew that he was lying, restlessly wide awake. A few minutes afterward, roused by a heavy blast of wind and rain on the canvas, she heard Billy softly groaning. She raised herself on her elbow and with her free hand, in the way she knew, manipulating his forehead and the surfaces around his eyes, soothed him off to sleep. Again she slept, and again she was aroused, this time not by the storm, but by Billy. She could not see, but by feeling she ascertained his strange position. He was outside the blankets and on his knees, his forehead resting on the boards, his shoulders writhing with suppressed anguish. "She's pulsing to beat the band," he said when she spoke. "It's worse'n 1,000 toothaches, but it ain't nothin'. If only the canvas don't blow down. Think what our folks had to stand." He gritted out between groans. "Why, my father was out in the mountains, and the men with him got mauled by a grizzly, clean clawed to the bones all over, and they was out of grub and had to travel. 2 times out of 3 when my father put him on the horse, he fainted away. He had to be tied on, and that lasted 5 weeks, and he pulled through. Then there was Jack Quigley. He blowed off his whole right hand with the bursting of his shotgun, and the hunting dog pup he had with him ate up 3 of the fingers. And he was all alone in the marsh and—" But Saxon heard no more of the adventures of Jack Quigley. A terrific blast of wind parted several of the guys, collapsed the framework, and for a moment buried them under the canvas. The next moment, canvas, framework, and trailing guys were whisked away into the darkness, and Saxon and Billy were deluged with rain. "Only one thing to do," he yelled in her ear. "Gather up the things and get into that old barn." They accomplished this in the drenching darkness, making 2 trips across the stepping stones of the shallow creek and soaking themselves to the knees. The old barn leaked like a sieve, but they managed to find a dry space on which to spread their anything but dry bedding. Billy's pain was heart-rending to Saxon. An hour was required to subdue him to a doze, and only by continuously stroking his forehead could she keep him asleep. Shivering and miserable, she accepted a night of wakefulness gladly, with the knowledge that she kept him from knowing the worst of his pain. At the time when she decided it must be past midnight, there was an interruption. From the open doorway came a flash of electric light, like a tiny searchlight, which quested about the barn and came to rest on her and Billy. From the source of light, a harsh voice said, "Aha, I've got you. Come out of that." Billy sat up, his eyes dazzled by the light. The voice behind the light was approaching and reiterating its demand that they come out of that. "What's up?" Billy asked. "Me," was the answer. "And wide awake, you bet." The voice was now beside them, scarcely a yard away, yet they could see nothing on account of the light, which was intermittent, frequently going out for an instant as the operator's thumb tired on the switch. "Come on, get a move on," the voice went on. "Roll up your blankets and trot along. I want you." "Who in hell are you?" Billy demanded. "I'm the constable. Come on." "Well, what do you want?" "You, of course, the pair of you." "What for?" "Vagrancy. Now hustle. I ain't going to loaf here all night." "Aw, chase yourself," Billy advised. "I ain't a vague. I'm a working man." "Maybe you are and maybe you ain't," said the constable. "But you can tell that to Judge Newsbomber in the morning." "Why, you stinking dirty cur. You think you're going to pull me?" Billy began. "Turn the light on yourself. I want to see what kind of ugly mug you got. Pull me, huh? Pull me? For 2 cents, I'd get up there and beat you to a jelly, you." "No, no, Billy," Saxon pleaded. "Don't make trouble. It would mean jail." "That's right," the constable approved. "Listen to your woman." "She's my wife, and you speak of her as such," Billy warned. "Now get out, if you know what's good for yourself." "I've seen your kind before," the constable retorted, "and I've got my little persuader with me. Take a squint." The shaft of light shifted, and out of the darkness, illumined with ghastly brilliance, they saw thrust a hand holding a revolver. The hand seemed a thing apart, self-existent, with no corporeal attachment, and it appeared and disappeared like an apparition as the thumb pressure wavered on the switch. One moment they were staring at the hand and the revolver, the next moment an impenetrable darkness, and the next moment again at the hand and the revolver. "Now I guess you'll come," the constable gloated. "Got another guess coming," Billy began. But at that moment the light went out. They heard a quick movement on the officer's part, and the thud of the light stick on the ground. Both Billy and the constable fumbled for it, but Billy found it and flashed it on the other. They saw a gray-bearded man, clad in streaming oilskins. He was an old man who reminded Saxon of the sort she had been used to see in Grand Army processions on Decoration Day. "Give me that stick," he bullied. Billy sneered a refusal. "I'll put a hole through you, by criminy." He leveled the revolver directly at Billy, whose thumb on the switch did not waver, and they could see the gleaming bullet tips in the chambers of the cylinder. "Why, you whiskery old skunk, you ain't got the grit to shoot sour apples," was Billy's answer. "I know your kind, brave as lions when it comes to pulling miserable, broken-spirited bindle-stiffs, but as leery as a yellow dog when you face a man. Pull that trigger. Why, you pusillanimous piece of dirt, you'd run with your tail between your legs if I said boo." Suiting action to the word, Billy let out an explosive boo, and Saxon giggled involuntarily at the startle it caused in the constable. "I'll give you a last chance," the latter grated through his teeth. "Turn over that light stick and come along peaceable, or I'll lay you out." Saxon was frightened for Billy's sake, and yet only half frightened. She had a faith that the man dared not fire, and she felt the old familiar thrills of admiration for Billy's courage. She could not see his face, but she knew in all certitude that it was bleak and passionless in the terrifying way she had seen it when he fought the 3 Irishmen. "You ain't the first man I killed," the constable threatened. "I'm an old soldier, and I ain't squeamish over blood." "And you ought to be ashamed of yourself," Saxon broke in, "trying to shame and disgrace peaceable people who've done no wrong." "You done wrong sleeping here," was his vindication. "This ain't your property. It's agin the law, and folks that go agin the law go to jail, as the 2 of you'll go. I've sent many a tramp up for 30 days for sleeping in this very shack. Why, it's a regular trap for 'em. I got a good glimpse of your faces, and could see you was tough characters." He turned on Billy. "I fooled enough with you. Are you going to give up and come peaceable?" "I'm going to tell you a couple of things, old hoss," Billy answered. "Number 1, you ain't going to pull us. Number 2, we're going to sleep the night out here." "Give me that light stick," the constable demanded peremptorily. "Go on, Whiskers. You're standing on your foot. Beat it. Pull your freight. As for your torch, you'll find it outside in the mud." Billy shifted the light until it illuminated the doorway, and then threw the stick as he would pitch a baseball. They were now in total darkness, and they could hear the intruder gritting his teeth in rage. "Now start your shooting and see what'll happen to you," Billy advised menacingly. Saxon felt for Billy's hand and squeezed it proudly. The constable grumbled some threat. "What's that?" Billy demanded sharply. "Ain't you gone yet? Now listen to me, Whiskers. I've put up with all your shenanigans, I'm going to. Now get out or I'll throw you out. And if you come monkeying around here again, you'll get yours. Now get." So great was the roar of the storm that they could hear nothing. Billy rolled a cigarette. When he lighted it, they saw the barn was empty. Billy chuckled. "Say, I was so mad, I clean forgot my runaround. It's only just beginning to tune up again." Saxon made him lie down and receive her soothing ministrations. "There's no use moving till morning," she said. "Then, just as soon as it's light, we'll catch a car into San Jose, rent a room, get a hot breakfast, and go to a drugstore for the proper stuff for poulticing or whatever treatment's needed." "But Benson," Billy demurred. "I'll telephone him from town. It will only cost 5 cents. I saw he had a wire. And you couldn't plow on account of the rain, even if your finger was well. Besides, we'll both be mending together. My heel will be all right by the time it clears up, and we can start traveling." Early on Monday morning, 3 days later, Saxon and Billy took an electric car to the end of the line and started a second time for San Juan. Puddles were standing in the road, but the sun shone from a blue sky, and everywhere on the ground was a faint hint of budding green. At Benson's, Saxon waited while Billy went in to get his $6 for the 3 days plowing. "Kicked like a steer because I was quitting," he told her when he came back. "He wouldn't listen at first. Said he'd put me to driving in a few days, and that there wasn't enough good 4-horsemen to let one go easily." "And what did you say?" "Oh, I just told him I had to be moving along. And when he tried to argue, I told him my wife was with me and that she was blamed anxious to get along." "But so are you, Billy." "Sure, Pete, but just the same, I wasn't as keen as you. Doggone it, I was getting to like that plowing. I'll never be scared to ask for a job at it again. I've got to where I savvy the burro, and you bet I can plow against most of 'em right now." An hour afterward, with a good 3 miles to their credit, they edged to the side of the road at the sound of an automobile behind them. But the machine did not pass. Benson was alone in it, and he came to a stop alongside. "Where are you bound?" he inquired of Billy, with a quick, measuring glance at Saxon. "Monterey, if you're going that far," Billy answered with a chuckle. "I can give you a lift as far as Watsonville. It would take you several days on Shank's mare with those loads. Climb in." He addressed Saxon directly. "Do you want to ride in front?" Saxon glanced to Billy. "Go on," he approved. "It's fine in front. This is my wife, Mr. Benson, Mrs. Roberts." "Oh, ho! So you're the one that took your husband away from me," Benson accused good-humoredly as he tucked the robe around her. Saxon shouldered the responsibility and became absorbed in watching him start the car. "I'd be a mighty poor farmer if I owned no more land than you'd plowed before you came to me," Benson, with a twinkling eye, jerked over his shoulder to Billy. "I never had my hands on a plow but once before," Billy confessed. "But a fella has to learn sometime." "At $2 a day?" "If he can get some alfalfa artist to put up for it," Billy met him complacently. Benson laughed heartily. "You're a quick learner," he complimented. "I could see that you and plows weren't on speaking acquaintance, but you took right hold. There isn't one man in 10 I could hire off the county road that could do as well as you were doing on that 3rd day. But your big asset is that you know horses. It was half a joke when I told you to take the lines that morning. You're a trained horseman and a born horseman as well." "He's very gentle with horses," Saxon said. "But there's more than that to it." Benson took her up. "Your husband's got the way with him. It's hard to explain, but that's what it is, the way. It's an instinct almost. Kindness is necessary, but grip is more so. Your husband grips his horses. Take the test I gave him with the 4-horse load. It was too complicated and severe. Kindness couldn't have done it. It took grip. I could see it the moment he started. There wasn't any doubt in his mind. There wasn't any doubt in the horses. They got the feel of him. They just knew the things was going to be done and that it was up to them to do it. They didn't have any fear, but just the same, they knew the boss was in the seat. When he took hold of those lines, he took hold of the horses. He gripped them, don't you see? He picked them up and put them where he wanted them. Swung them up and down and right and left. Made them pull and slack and back. And they knew everything was going to come out right. Oh, horses may be stupid, but they're not altogether fools. They know when the proper horseman has hold of them, though how they know it so quickly is beyond me. Benson paused, half vexed at his volubility, and gazed keenly at Saxon to see if she had followed him. What he saw in her face and eyes satisfied him, and he added, with a short laugh, "Horseflesh is a hobby of mine. Don't think otherwise because I am running a stink engine. I'd rather be streaking along here behind a pair of fast steppers. But I'd lose time on them, and worse than that, I'd be too anxious about them all the time. As for this thing, why, it has no nerves, no delicate joints nor tendons. It's a case of let her rip." The miles flew past, and Saxon was soon deep in talk with her host. Here again she discerned immediately was a type of the new farmer. The knowledge she had picked up enabled her to talk to advantage, and when Benson talked, she was amazed that she could understand so much. In response to his direct querying, she told him her and Billy's plans, sketching the Oakland life vaguely and dwelling on their future intentions. Almost as in a dream, when they passed the nurseries at Morgan Hill, she learned that they had come 20 miles, and she realized that it was a longer stretch than they had planned to walk that day, and still the machine hummed on, eating up the distance as ever it flashed into view. "I wonder what so good a man as your husband was doing on the road," Benson told her. "Yes," she smiled. "He said you said he must be a good man gone wrong." "But you see, I didn't know about you. Now I understand. Though I must say it's extraordinary in these days for a young couple like you to pack your blankets in search of land. And before I forget it, I want to tell you one thing." He turned to Billy. "I was just telling your wife that there's an all-the-year job waiting for you on my ranch. And there's a tight little cottage of 3 rooms the 2 of you can housekeep in. Don't forget." Among other things, Saxon discovered that Benson had gone through the College of Agriculture at the University of California, a branch of learning she had not known existed. He gave her small hope in her search for government land. "The only government land left," he informed her, "is what is not good enough to take up for one reason or another. If it's good land down there where you're going, then the market is inaccessible. I know no railroads tap in there." "Wait till we strike Pajaro Valley," he said, when they had passed Gilroy and were booming on towards Sargent's. "I'll show you what can be done with the soil, and not by Cal College graduates, but by uneducated foreigners, that the high and mighty American has always sneered at. I'll show you. It's one of the most wonderful demonstrations in the state." At Sargent's, he left them in the machine a few minutes while he transacted business. "Phew, it beats hiking," Billy said. "The day's young yet, and when he drops us, we'll be fresh for a few miles on our own. Just the same, when we get settled and well off, I guess I'll stick by horses. They'll always be good enough for me." "A machine's only good to get somewhere in a hurry," Saxon agreed. "Of course, if we got very, very rich—" "Say, Saxon," Billy broke in, suddenly struck with an idea. "I've learned one thing. I ain't afraid any more of not getting work in the country. I was at first, but I didn't tell you. Just the same, I was dead leery when we pulled out on the San Leandro Pike. And here already is 2 places open, Mrs. Mortimer's and Benson's, and steady jobs, too. Yup, a man can get work in the country." "Ah," Saxon amended, with a proud little smile. "You haven't said it right. Any good man can get work in the country. The big farmers don't hire men out of charity." "Sure, they ain't in it for their health," he grinned. "And they jump at you. That's because you are a good man. They can see it with half an eye. Why, Billy, take all the working tramps we've met on the road already. There wasn't one to compare with you. I looked them over. They're all weak. Weak in their bodies, weak in their heads, weak both ways." "Yep, they are a pretty measly bunch," Billy admitted modestly. "It's the wrong time of the year to see Pajaro Valley," Benson said, when he sat again beside Saxon and Sargent's was a thing of the past. Just the same, it's worth seeing any time. Think of it, 12,000 acres of apples. Do you know what they call the Pajaro Valley now? New Dalmatia. We're being squeezed out. We Yankees thought we were smart. Well, the Dalmatians came along and showed they were smarter. They were miserable immigrants, poorer than Job's turkey. First, they worked at day's labor in the fruit harvest. Next, they began, in a small way, buying the apples on the trees. The more money they made, the bigger became their deals. Pretty soon, they were renting the orchards on long leases. And now, they're beginning to buy the land. It won't be long before they own the whole valley, and the last American will be gone. Oh, our smart Yankees. While those first ragged Slavs in their first little deals with us only made something like 2,000 and 3,000% profits. And now they're satisfied to make 100%. It's a calamity if their profits sink to 25 or 50%. It's like San Leandro, Saxon said. The original owners of the land are about all gone already. It's intensive cultivation. She liked the phrase. It isn't a case of having a lot of acres, but of how much they can get out of 1 acre. Yes, and more than that, Benson answered, nodding his head emphatically. Lots of them, like Luke Skolrich, are in it on a large scale. Several of them are worth $250,000 already. I know of 10 who will average $150,000 each. They have a way with apples. It's almost a gift. They know trees in much the same way your husband knows horses. Each tree is just as much an individual to them as a horse is to me. They know each tree, its whole history, everything that ever happened to it, its every idiosyncrasy. They have their fingers on its pulse. They can tell if it's feeling as well today as it felt yesterday, and if it isn't, they know why and proceed to remedy matters for it. They can look at a tree in bloom and tell how many boxes of apples it will pack, and not only that, they'll know what the quality and grades of those apples are going to be. Why, they know each individual apple, and they pick it tenderly with love, never hurting it, and pack it and ship it tenderly and with love. And when it arrives at market, it isn't bruised nor rotten, and it fetches top price. Yes, it's more than intensive. These Adriatic Slavs are long-headed in business. Not only can they grow apples, but they can sell apples. No market? What does it matter? Make a market. That's their way. While our kind let the crops rot knee-deep under the trees. Look at Peter Mengol. Every year he goes to England, and he takes 100 carloads of yellow Newton pippins with him. Why, those Dalmatians are showing Pajaro Valley apples on the South African market right now and coining money out of it hand over fist. What do they do with all the money? Saxon queried. Buy the Americans a Pajaro Valley out, of course, as they already are doing. And then, she questioned. Benson looked at her quickly. And then they'll start buying the Americans out of some other valley, and the Americans will spend the money, and by the second generation, start rotting in the cities, as you and your husband would have rotted if you hadn't got out. Saxon could not repress a shudder. As Mary had rotted, she thought, as Bert and all the rest had rotted, as Tom and all the rest were rotting. Oh, it's a great country, Benson was continuing, but we're not a great people. Kipling is right. We're crowded out and sitting on the stoop. And the worst of it is, there's no reason we shouldn't know better. We're teaching it in all our agricultural colleges, experiment stations, and demonstration trains. But the people won't take hold, and the immigrant, who has learned in a hard school, beats them out. Why, after I graduated, and before my father died, he was of the old school, and laughed at what he called my theories. I traveled for a couple of years. I wanted to see how the old countries farmed. Oh, I saw. We'll soon enter the valley. You bet I saw. First thing in Japan, the terraced hillsides. Take a hill so steep you couldn't drive a horse up it. No bother to them. They terraced it, a stone wall, and good masonry 6 feet high, a level terrace 6 feet wide, up and up, walls and terraces, the same thing all the way, straight into the air, walls upon walls, terraces upon terraces, until I've seen 10-foot walls built to make 3-foot terraces, and 20-foot walls for 4 and 5 feet of soil they could grow things on, and that soil packed up the mountainside in baskets on their backs. Same thing everywhere I went. In Greece, in Ireland, in Dalmatia. I went there, too. They went round and gathered every bit of soil they could find, cleaned it, and even stole it by the shovel or handful, and carried it up the mountains on their backs, and built farms, built them, made them, on the naked rock. Why, in France, I've seen hill peasants mining their stream beds for soil, as our fathers mined the streams of California for gold. Only our gold's gone, and the peasant's soil remains, turning over and over, doing something, growing something all the time. Now I guess I'll hush. My God, Billy muttered, in awe-stricken tones. Our folks never done that. No wonder they lost out. There's the valley now, Benson said. Look at those trees. Look at those hillsides. That's New Dalmatia. Look at it. An apple paradise. Look at that soil. Look at the way it's worked. It was not a large valley that Saxon saw, but everywhere, across the flat lands and up the low rolling hills, the industry of the Dalmatians was evident. As she looked, she listened to Benson. Do you know what the old settlers did with this beautiful soil? Planted the flats in grain and pastured cattle on the hills. And now 12,000 acres of it are in apples. It's a regular showplace for the Eastern guests at Del Monte, who run out here in their machines to see the trees in bloom or fruit. Take Mateo Letnuik. He's one of the originals, entered through Castle Garden, and became a dishwasher. When he laid his eyes on this valley, he knew it was his Klondike. Today he leases 700 acres and owns 130 of his own, the finest orchard in the valley, and he packs from 40 to 50,000 boxes of export apples from it every year. And he won't let a soul but a Dalmatian pick a single apple of all those apples. One day, in a banter, I asked him what he'd sell his 130 acres for. He answered seriously. He told me what it had netted him year by year and struck an average. He told me to calculate the principal from that at 6%. I did. It came to over $3,000 an acre. What are all the Chinks doing in the valley? Billy asked. Growing apples too? Benson shook his head. But that's another point where we Americans lose out. There isn't anything wasted in this valley, not a core nor a paring, and it isn't the Americans who do the savings. There are 57 apple evaporating furnaces, to say nothing of apple canneries and cider and vinegar factories, and Mr. John Chinaman owns them. They ship 15,000 barrels of cider and vinegar each year. It was our folks that made up this country, Billy reflected, fought for it, opened it up, did everything. But develop it. Benson caught him up. We did our best to destroy it, as we destroyed the soil of New England. He waved his hand, indicating some place beyond the hills. Salinas lies over that way. If you went through there, you'd think you were in Japan. And more than one fat little fruit valley in California has been taken over by the Japanese. Their method is somewhat different from the Dalmatians. First, they drift in fruit picking at day's wages. They give better satisfaction than the American fruit picker, too, and the Yankee growers is glad to get them. Next, as they get stronger, they form in Japanese unions and proceed to run the American labor out. Still, the fruit growers are satisfied. The next step is when the Japs won't pick. The American labor is gone. The fruit grower is helpless. The crop perishes. Then in step the Jap labor bosses. They're the masters already. They contract for the crop. The fruit growers are at their mercy, you see. Pretty soon, the Japs are running the valley. The fruit growers have become absentee landlords and are busy learning higher standards of living in the cities or making trips to Europe. Remains only one more step. The Japs buy them out. They've got to sell, for the Japs control the labor market and could bankrupt them at will. But if this goes on, what is left for us? Asked Saxon. What is happening? Those of us who haven't anything rot in the cities. Those of us who have land sell it and go to the cities. Some become larger capitalists. Some go into the professions. The rest spend the money and start rotting when it's gone. And if it lasts their lifetime, their children do the rotting for them. Their long ride was soon over, and at parting, Benson reminded Billy of the steady job that awaited him any time he gave the word. I guess we'll take a peep at that government land first, Billy answered. Don't know what we'll settle down to, but there's one thing sure we won't tackle. What's that? Start in apple growing at $3,000 an acre. Billy and Saxon, their packs on their backs, trudged along 100 yards. He was first to break the silence. And I tell you another thing, Saxon. We'll never be going around, smelling out and swiping bits of soil and carrying it up a hill in a basket. The United States is big yet. I don't care what Benson or any of 'em says. The United States ain't played out. There's millions of acres untouched and waiting, and it's up to us to find 'em. And I'll tell you one thing, Saxon said. We're getting an education. Tom was raised on a ranch, yet he doesn't know right now as much about farming conditions as we do. And I'll tell you another thing. The more I think of it, the more it seems we are going to be disappointed about that government land. Ain't no use believing what everybody tells you, he protested. Oh, it isn't that. It's what I think. I leave it to you. If this land around here is worth $3,000 an acre, why is that government land, if it's any good, waiting there only a short way off to be taken for the asking? Billy pondered this for a quarter of a mile, but could come to no conclusion. At last, he cleared his throat and remarked, Well, we can wait and see it first, can't we? All right, Saxon agreed. We'll wait and see it. They had taken the direct county road across the hills from Monterey instead of the 17-mile drive around by the coast, so that Carmel Bay came upon them without any foreglimmering of its beauty. Dropping down through the pungent pines, they passed woods embowered cottages, quaint and rustic, of artists and writers, and went on across wind-blown rolling sand hills held to place by sturdy lupine and nodding with pale California poppies. Saxon screamed in sudden wonder of delight, then caught her breath and gazed at the amazing peacock blue of a breaker shot through with golden sunlight, overfalling in a mile-long sweep and thundering into white ruin of foam on a crescent beach of sand scarcely less white. How long they stood and watched the stately procession of breakers rising from out the deep and wind-capped sea to froth and thunder at their feet, Saxon did not know. She was recalled to herself when Billy, laughing, tried to remove the telescope basket from her shoulders. You kind of look as though you was going to stop a while, he said, so we might as well get comfortable. I never dreamed it. I never dreamed it, she repeated, with passionately clasped hands. I thought the surf at Cliff House was wonderful, but it gave no idea of this. Oh, look, look! Did you ever see such an unspeakable color? And the sunlight flashing right through it. Oh, oh, oh! At last, she was able to take her eyes from the surf and gaze at the sea horizon of deepest peacock blue and piled with cloud masses, at the curve of the beach south to the jagged point of rocks, and at the rugged blue mountains seen across soft low hills landward up Carmel Valley. "Might as well sit down and take it easy," Billy indulged her. "This is too good to want to run away from all at once." She assented, but began immediately to unlace her shoes. "You ain't going to?" Billy asked in surprised delight, then began unlacing his own. Before they were ready to run barefoot on the perilous fringe of cream-wet sand where land and ocean met, a new and wonderful thing attracted their attention. Down from the dark pines and across the sandhills ran a man, naked save for narrow trunks. He was smooth and rosy-skinned, cherubic-faced, with a thatch of curly yellow hair, but his body was hugely thewed as a Hercules. "Gee, must be Sandow," Billy muttered low to Saxon. But she was thinking of the engraving in her mother's scrapbook and of the Vikings on the wet sands of England. The runner passed them a dozen feet away, crossed the wet sand, never pausing, till the froth wash was to his knees, while above him, 10 feet at least, upreared a wall of overtopping water. Huge and powerful as his body had seemed, it was now white and fragile in the face of that imminent, great-handed buffet of the sea. Saxon gasped with anxiety, and she stole a look at Billy to note that he was tense with watching. But the stranger sprang to meet the blow, and just when it seemed he must be crushed, he dived into the face of the breaker and disappeared. The mighty mass of water fell in thunder on the beach, but beyond appeared a yellow head, one arm outreaching and a portion of a shoulder. Only a few strokes was he able to make when he was compelled to dive through another breaker. This was the battle to win seaward against the sweep of the shoreward hastening sea. Each time he dived and was lost to view, Saxon caught her breath and clenched her hands. Sometimes, after the passage of a breaker, they could not find him, and when they did, he would be scores of feet away, flung there like a chip by a smoke-bearded breaker. Often it seemed he must fail and be thrown upon the beach, but at the end of half an hour he was beyond the outer edge of the surf and swimming strong, no longer diving but topping the waves. Soon he was so far away that only at intervals could they find the speck of him. That, too, vanished, and Saxon and Billy looked at each other. She was amazement at the swimmer's valor, Billy with blue eyes flashing. "Some swimmer, that boy, some swimmer," he praised. "Nothing chicken-hearted about him. Say, I only know tank swimming and bay swimming, but now I'm going to learn ocean swimming. If I could do that, I'd be so proud you couldn't come within 40 feet of me. Why, Saxon, honest to God, I'd sooner do what he done than own 1,000 farms. Oh, I can swim, too. I'm telling you, like a fish. I swum one Sunday from the narrow gauge pier to Sessions Basin, and that's miles, and I never seen anything like that guy in the swimming line. And I'm not going to leave this beach until he comes back, all by his lonely out there in a mountain sea. Think of it. He's got his nerve, all right, all right." Saxon and Billy ran barefooted up and down the beach, pursuing each other with brandished snakes of seaweed, and playing like children for an hour. It was not until they were putting on their shoes that they sighted the yellow head bearing shoreward. Billy was at the edge of the surf to meet him, emerging, not white-skinned as he had entered, but red from the pounding he had received at the hands of the sea. "You're a wonder, and I've just got to hand it to you," Billy greeted him in outspoken admiration. "It was a big surf today," the young man replied, with a nod of acknowledgment. "It don't happen that you're a fighter I never heard of?" Billy queried, striving to get some inkling of the identity of the physical prodigy. The other laughed and shook his head, and Billy could not guess that he was an ex-captain of a varsity 11, and incidentally the father of a family and the author of many books. He looked Billy over with an eye trained in measuring freshman aspirants for the gridiron. "You're somebody of a man," he appreciated. "You'd strip with the best of them. Am I right in guessing that you know your way about in the ring?" Billy nodded. "My name's Roberts." The swimmer scowled with a futile effort at recollection. Bill Roberts," Billy supplemented. "Oh ho, not big Bill Roberts. Why, I saw you fight, before the earthquake, in the Mechanics' Pavilion. It was a preliminary to Eddie Hanlon and some other fellow. You're a two-handed fighter, I remember that, with an awful wallop, but slow. Yes, I remember. You were slow that night, but you got your man." He put out a wet hand. "My name's Hazard, Jim Hazard. And if you're the football coach that was a couple of years ago, I've read about in the papers. Am I right?" They shook hands heartily, and Saxon was introduced. She felt very small beside the two young giants, and very proud withal that she belonged to the race that gave them birth. She could only listen to them talk. "I'd like to put on the gloves with you every day for half an hour," Hazard said. "You could teach me a lot. Are you going to stay around here?" "No, we're going on down the coast looking for land. Just the same, I could teach you a few. And there's one thing you could teach me, surf swimming." "I'll swap lessons with you any time," Hazard offered. He turned to Saxon. "Why don't you stop in Carmel for a while? It isn't so bad." "It's beautiful," she acknowledged with a grateful smile, "but—" She turned and pointed to their packs on the edge of the lupine. "We're on the tramp and looking for government land." "If you're looking down past the Sur for it, it will keep," he laughed. "Well, I've got to run along and get some clothes on. If you come back this way, look me up. Anybody will tell you where I live. So long." And as he had first arrived, he departed, crossing the sandhills on the run. Billy followed him with admiring eyes. Some boy," he murmured. "Why, Saxon, he's famous. If I'd have seen his face in the papers once, I'd have seen it 1,000 times. And he ain't a bit stuck on himself, just man to man. Say, I'm beginning to have faith in the old stock again." They turned their backs on the beach, and in the tiny main street bought meat, vegetables, and half a dozen eggs. Billy had to drag Saxon away from the window of a fascinating shop where were iridescent pearls of abalone, set and unset. "Abalones grow here all along the coast," Billy assured her, "and I'll get you all you want. Low tide's the time." "My father had a set of cuff buttons made of abalone shell," she said. "They were set in pure soft gold. I haven't thought about them for years, and I wonder who has them now." They turned south. Everywhere, from among the pines, peeped the quaint, pretty houses of the artist folk, and they were not prepared, where the road dipped in the Carmel River, for the building that met their eyes. "I know what it is," Saxon almost whispered. "It's an old Spanish mission. It's the Carmel mission, of course. That's the way the Spaniards came up from Mexico, building missions as they came and converting the Indians." "Until we chase them out, Spaniards and Indians, whole kit and caboodle," Billy observed with calm satisfaction. "Just the same, it's wonderful," Saxon mused, gazing at the big, half-ruined adobe structure. "There is the Mission Dolores in San Francisco, but it's smaller than this and not as old. Hidden from the sea by low hillocks, forsaken by human being and human habitation, the church of sun-baked clay and straw and chalk rock stood hushed and breathless in the midst of the adobe ruins which once had housed its worshipping thousands. The spirit of the place descended upon Saxon and Billy, and they walked softly, speaking in whispers, almost afraid to go in through the open ports. There was neither priest nor worshipper, yet they found all the evidence of use by a congregation which Billy judged must be small from the number of benches. Later, they climbed the earthquake-racked belfry, noting the hand-hewn timbers, and in the gallery, discovering the pure quality of their voices. Saxon, trembling at her own temerity, softly sang the opening bars of Jesus, Lover of My Soul. Delighted with the result, she leaned over the railing, gradually increasing her voice to its full strength as she sang, Jesus, lover of my soul, let me to thy bosom fly, while the nearer waters roll, while the tempest still is nigh. Hide me, O my Saviour, hide, till the storm of life is past, safe into the haven guide, and receive my soul at last. Billy leaned against the ancient wall and loved her with his eyes, and when she had finished, he murmured, almost in a whisper, that was beautiful, just beautiful, and you ought to seen your face when you sang. It was as beautiful as your voice. Ain't it funny? I never think of religion, except when I think of you. They camped in the willow bottom, cooked dinner, and spent the afternoon on the point of low rocks north of the mouth of the river. They had not intended to spend the afternoon, but found themselves too fascinated to turn away from the breakers bursting upon the rocks, and from the many kinds of colorful sea life, starfish, crabs, mussels, sea anemones, and once, in a rock pool, a small devilfish that chilled their blood when it cast the hooded net of its body around the small crabs they tossed to it. As the tide grew lower, they gathered a mess of mussels, huge fellows, 5 and 6 inches long, and bearded like patriarchs. Then, while Billy wandered in a vain search for abalones, Saxon lay and dabbled in the crystal-clear water of a rock pool, dipping up handfuls of glistening jewels, ground bits of shell and pebble, of flashing rose and blue and green and violet. Billy came back and lay beside her, lazing in the sea-cooled sunshine, and together they watched the sun sink into the horizon where the ocean was deepest peacock blue. She reached out her hand to Billy's and sighed with sheer repletion of content. It seemed she had never lived such a wonderful day. It was as if all old dreams were coming true. Such beauty of the world she had never guessed in her fondest imagining. Billy pressed her hand tenderly. "What was you thinking of?" he asked, as they arose finally to go. "Oh, I don't know, Billy. Perhaps that it was better one day like this than 10,000 years in Oakland." They left Carmel River and Carmel Valley behind, and with the rising sun went south across the hills between the mountains and the sea. The road was badly washed and gullied, and showed little sign of travel. "It peters out altogether further down," Billy said. "From there on, it's only horse trails, but I don't see much signs of timber, and this soil's none so good. It's only used for pasture, no farming to speak of." The hills were bare and grassy, only the canyons were wooded, while the higher and more distant hills were furry with chaparral. Once they saw a coyote slide into the brush, and once Billy wished for a gun, when a large wildcat stared at them malignantly and declined to run until routed by a clod of earth that burst about its ears like shrapnel. Several miles along, Saxon complained of thirst. Where the road dipped merely at sea level to cross a small gulch, Billy looked for water. The bed of the gulch was damp with hill drip, and he left her to rest while he sought a spring. "Say," he hailed a few minutes afterward, "come on down. You've just got to see this. It'll most take your breath away." Saxon followed the faint path that led steeply down through the thicket. Midway along, where a barbed wire fence was strung high across the mouth of the gulch, and weighted down with big rocks, she caught her first glimpse of the tiny beach. Only from the sea could one guess its existence. So completely was it tucked away on 3 precipitous sides by the land, and screened by the thicket. Furthermore, the beach was ahead of a narrow rock cove, 1/4 of a mile long, up which pent way the sea roared and was subdued at the last to a gentle pulse of surf. Beyond the mouth, many detached rocks, meeting the full force of the breakers, sprouted foam and spray high in the air. The knees of these rocks, seen between the surges, were black with mussels. On their tops sprawled huge sea lions, tawny wet and roaring in the sun, while overhead, uttering shrill cries, darted and wheeled a multitude of seabirds. The last of the descent from the barbed wire fence was a sliding fall of 12 feet, and Saxon arrived on the soft dry sand in a sitting posture. "Oh, I tell you, it's just great," Billy bubbled. "Look at it for a camping spot. In among the trees there's the prettiest spring you ever saw. And look at all the good firewood, and—" He gazed about and seaward with eyes that saw what no rush of words could compass. And everything. We could live here. Look at the mussels out there, and I'll bet you we could catch fish. What do you say we stop for a few days? It's a vacation anyway, and I could go back to Carmel for hooks and lines." Saxon, keenly appraising his glowing face, realized that he was indeed being won from the city. "And there ain't no wind here," he was recommending. "Not a breath. And look how wild it is, just as if we were 1,000 miles from anywhere." The wind, which had been fresh and raw across the bare hills, gained no entrance to the cove, and the beach was warm and balmy, the air sweetly pungent with the thicket odors. Here and there, in the midst of the thicket, severe small oak trees and other small trees, of which Saxon did not know the names. Her enthusiasm now vied with Billy's, and hand in hand they started to explore. "Here's where we can play real Robinson Crusoe," Billy cried, as they crossed the hard sand from high water mark to the edge of the water. "Come on, Robinson, let's stop over. Of course I'm your man Friday, and what you say goes." "But what shall we do with a man Saturday?" She pointed in mock consternation to a fresh footprint in the sand. "He may be a savage cannibal, you know." "No chance. It's not a barefoot, but a tennis shoe." "But a savage could get a tennis shoe from a drowned or eaten sailor, couldn't he?" she contended. "But sailors don't wear tennis shoes," was Billy's prompt refutation. "You know too much for Man Friday," she chided. "But just the same, if you'll fetch the packs, we'll make camp. Besides, it mightn't have been a sailor that was eaten. It might have been a passenger." By the end of an hour, a snug camp was completed. The blankets were spread. A supply of firewood was chopped from the seasoned driftwood, and over a fire the coffee pot had begun to sing. Saxon called to Billy, who was improvising a table from a wave-washed plank. She pointed seaward. On the far point of rocks, naked, except for swimming trunks, stood a man. He was gazing toward them, and they could see his long mop of dark hair blown by the wind. As he started to climb the rocks landward, Billy called Saxon's attention to the fact that the stranger wore tennis shoes. In a few minutes he dropped down from the rocks to the beach and walked up to them. "Gosh," Billy whispered to Saxon, "he's lean enough, but look at his muscles. Everybody down here seems to go in for physical culture." As the newcomer approached, Saxon glimpsed sufficient of his face to be reminded of the old pioneers and of a certain type of face seen frequently among the old soldiers. Young though he was, not more than 30, she decided, this man had the same long and narrow face, with the high cheekbones, high and slender forehead, and nose high, lean, and almost beaked. The lips were thin and sensitive, but the eyes were different from any she had ever seen in pioneer or veteran or any man. They were so dark a gray that they seemed brown, and there was a farness and alertness of vision in them, as of bright questing thoughts profounds of space. In a misty way, Saxon felt that she had seen him before. "Hello," he greeted. "You ought to be comfortable here." He threw down a partly filled sack. "Mussels, all I could get. The tide's not low enough yet." Saxon heard Billy muffle an ejaculation, and saw painted on his face the extremest astonishment. "Well, honest to God, it does me proud to meet you," he blurted out. "Shake hands. I always said if I laid eyes on you I'd shake. Say." But Billy's feelings mastered him, and, beginning with a choking giggle, he roared into helpless mirth. The stranger looked at him curiously across their clasped hands, and glanced inquiringly to Saxon. "You got to excuse me," Billy gurgled, pumping the other's hand up and down. "But I just gotta laugh. Why, honest to God, I've woke up nights and laughed and gone to sleep again. Don't you recognize him, Saxon? He's the same identical dude. Say, friend, you're some punkins at 100 yards dash, ain't you?" And then, in a sudden rush, Saxon placed him. He it was who had stood with Roy Blanchard alongside the automobile on the day she had wandered, sick and unwitting, into strange neighborhoods. Nor had that day been the first time she had seen him. "Remember the bricklayers' picnic at Weasel Park?" Billy was asking. "And the foot race? Why, I'd know that nose of yours anywhere among a million. You was the guy that stuck your cane between Timothy McManus's legs and started the grandest roughhouse Weasel Park or any other park ever seen." The visitor now commenced to laugh. He stood on one leg as he laughed harder. Then he stood on the other leg. Finally he sat down on a log of driftwood. "And you were there?" he managed to gasp to Billy at last. "You saw it? You saw it?" He turned to Saxon. "And you?" She nodded. "Say," Billy began again, as their laughter eased down, "what I want to know is, what do you want to do it for? Say, why do you want to do it for? I've been asking that to myself ever since." "So have I," was the answer. "You didn't know Timothy McManus, did you?" "No, I'd never seen him before, and I've never seen him since." "But what'd you want to do it for?" Billy persisted. The young man laughed, then controlled himself. "To save my life, I don't know. I have one friend, a most intelligent chap, that writes sober scientific books, and he's always aching to throw an egg into an electric fan to see what will happen. Perhaps that's the way it was with me, except there was no aching. When I saw those legs flying past, I merely stuck my stick in between. I didn't know I was going to do it. I just did it. Timothy McManus was no more surprised than I was." "Did they catch you?" Billy asked. "Do I look as if they did? I was never so scared in my life. Timothy McManus himself couldn't have caught me that day. But what happened afterwards? I heard there was a fearful roughhouse, but I couldn't stop to see." It was not until a quarter of an hour had passed, during which Billy described the fight, that introductions took place. Mark Hall was their visitor's name, and he lived in a bungalow among the Carmel pines. "But how did you ever find your way to Bierce's Cove?" he was curious to know. "Nobody ever dreams of it from the road." "So that's its name," Saxon said. "It's the name we gave it. One of our crowd camped here one summer, and we named it after him. I'll take a cup of that coffee if you don't mind." This to Saxon. "And then I'll show your husband around. We're pretty proud of this cove. Nobody ever comes here but ourselves." "You didn't get all that muscle from being chased by McManus," Billy observed over the coffee. "Massage under tension," was the cryptic reply. Yes, Billy said, pondering vacantly. Do you eat it with a spoon? Hall laughed. I'll show you. Take any muscle you want, tense it, then manipulate it with your fingers, so and so. And that's done all that? Billy asked skeptically. All that, the other scorned proudly. For one muscle you see, there's 5 tucked away, but under command. Touch your finger to any part of me, and see. Billy complied, touching the right breast. You know something about anatomy. Picking a muscleless spot, scolded Hall. Billy grinned triumphantly, then, to his amazement, saw a muscle grow up under his finger. He prodded it and found it hard and honest. Massage under tension, Hall exulted. Go on, anywhere you want. And anywhere and everywhere Billy touched, muscles large and small rose up, quivered, and sank down till the whole body was a ripple of willed quick. Never saw anything like it, Billy marveled at the end. And I've seen some few good men stripped in my time. Why, you're all living silk. Massage under tension did it, my friend. The doctors gave me up. My friends called me the sick rat, and the mangy poet, and all that. Then I quit the city, came down to Carmel, and went in for the open air, and massage under tension. Jim Hazard didn't get his muscles that way, Billy challenged. Certainly not, the lucky skunk. He was born with them. Mine's made. That's the difference. I'm a work of art. He's a cave bear. Come along. I'll show you around now. You'd better get your clothes off. Keep on only your shoes and pants, unless you've got a pair of trunks. My mother was a poet, Saxon said, while Billy was getting himself ready in the thicket. She had noted Hall's reference to himself. He seemed incurious, and she ventured further. Some of it was printed. What was her name? He asked idly. Dale Wiley Brown, she wrote. The Viking Quest, Days of Gold, Constancy, The Caballero, Graves at Little Meadow, and a lot more. 10 of them are in the Story of the Files. I've the book at home, he remarked, for the first time showing real interest. She was a pioneer, of course, before my time, but I'll look her up when I get back to the house. My people were pioneers. They came by Panama in the 50s from Long Island. My father was a doctor, but he went into business in San Francisco and robbed his fellow men out of enough to keep me and the rest of a large family going ever since. Say, where are you and your husband bound? When Saxon had told him of their attempt to get away from Oakland and of their quest for land, he sympathized with the first and shook his head over the second. It's beautiful down beyond the Sur, he told her. I've been all over these redwood canyons, and the place is alive with game. The government land is there, too, but you'd be foolish to settle. It's too remote, and it isn't good farming land, except in patches in the canyons. I know a Mexican there who is wild to sell his 500 acres for $1,500, $3 an acre. And what does that mean? That it isn't worth more. That it isn't worth so much, because he can find no takers. Land, you know, is worth what they buy and sell it for. Billy, emerging from the thicket only in shoes and in pants rolled to the knees, put an end to the conversation, and Saxon watched the 2 men, physically so dissimilar, climb the rocks and start out the south side of the cove. At first her eyes followed them lazily, but soon she grew interested and worried. Hall was leading Billy up what seemed a perpendicular wall in order to gain the backbone of the rock. Billy went slowly, displaying extreme caution. But twice she saw him slip, the weather-eaten stone crumbling away in his hand and rattling beneath him into the cove. When Hall reached the top, 100 feet above the sea, she saw him stand upright and sway easily on the knife edge which she knew fell away as abruptly on the other side. Billy, once on top, contented himself with crouching on hands and knees. The leader went on, upright, walking as easily as on a level floor. Billy abandoned the hands and knees position, but crouched closely and often helped himself with his hands. The knife-edge backbone was deeply serrated, and in one of the notches both men disappeared. Saxon could not keep down her anxiety and climbed out on the north side of the cove, which was less rugged and far less difficult to travel. Even so, the unaccustomed height, the crumbling surface, and the fierce buffets of wind tried her nerve. Soon she was opposite the men. They had leaped a narrow chasm and were scaling another tooth. Already Billy was going more nimbly, but his leader often paused and waited for him. The way grew severer, and several times the clefts they essayed extended down to the ocean level, and sprouted spray from the growling breakers that burst through. At other times, standing erect, they would fall forward across deep and narrow clefts until their palms met the opposing side. Then, clinging with their fingers, their bodies would be drawn across and up. Near the end, Hall and Billy went out of sight over the south side of the backbone, and when Saxon saw them again, they were rounding the extreme point of rock and coming back on the cove side. Here the way seemed barred. A wide fissure with hopelessly vertical sides yawned skyward from a foam-white vortex where the mad waters shot their level a dozen feet upward and dropped it as abruptly to the black depths of the battered rocks and writhing weed. Clinging precariously, the men descended their side till the spray was flying about them. Here they paused. Saxon could see Hall pointing down across the fissure and imagined he was showing some curious thing to Billy. She was not prepared for what followed. The surf level sucked and sank away, and across and down Hall jumped to a narrow foothold where the wash had roared yards deep the moment before. Without a pause, as the returning sea rushed up, he was around the sharp corner and clawing upward hand and foot to escape being caught. Billy was now left alone. He could not even see Hall, much less be further advised by him, and so tensely did Saxon watch that the pain in her fingertips, crushed to the rock by which she held, warned her to relax. Billy waited his chance, twice made tentative preparations to leap, and sank back, then leaped across and down to the momentarily exposed foothold, doubled the corner, and as he clawed up to join Hall, was washed to the waist but not torn away. Saxon did not breathe easily till they rejoined her at the fire. One glance at Billy told her that he was exceedingly disgusted with himself. "He'll do for a beginner," Hall cried, slapping him jovially on the bare shoulder. "That climb is a stunt of mine. Many's the brave lad that started out with me and broke down before we were halfway out. I've had a dozen balk at that big jump. Only the athletes make it." "I ain't ashamed of admitting I was scairt," Billy growled. "You're a regular goat, and you sure got my goat half a dozen times. But I'm mad now. It's mostly training, and I'm going to camp right here and train till I can challenge you to a race out and around and back to the beach." "Done," said Hall, putting out his hand in ratification. "And sometime, when we get together in San Francisco, I'll lead you up against Bierce, the one this cove is named after. His favorite stunt, when he isn't collecting rattlesnakes, is to wait for a 40-mile-an-hour breeze and then get up and walk on the parapet of a skyscraper, on the lee side, mind you, so that if he blows off, there's nothing to fetch him up but the street. He sprang that on me once." "Did you do it?" Billy asked eagerly. "I wouldn't have If I hadn't been on, I'd been practicing it secretly for a week, and I got $20 out of him on the bet. The tide was now low enough for mussel gathering, and Saxon accompanied the men out the north wall. Hall had several sacks to fill. A rig was coming for him in the afternoon, he explained, to cart the mussels back to Carmel. When the sacks were full, they ventured further among the rock crevices and were rewarded with 3 abalones, among the shells of which Saxon found one coveted blister pearl. Hall initiated them into the mysteries of pounding and preparing the abalone meat for cooking. By this time it seemed to Saxon that they had known him a long time. It reminded her of the old times when Bert had been with them, singing his songs or ranting about the last of the Mohegans. "Now listen, I'm going to teach you something," Hall commanded, a large rock poised in his hand above the abalone meat. "You must never, never pound abalone without singing this song, nor must you sing this song at any other time. It would be the rankest sacrilege. Abalone is the food of the gods. Its preparation is a religious function. Now listen and follow, and remember that it is a very solemn occasion." The stone came down with a thump on the white meat, and thereafter arose and fell in a sort of tom-tom accompaniment to the poet's song. "Oh, some folks boast of quail on toast because they think it's tony, but I'm content to owe my rent and live on abalone. Oh, Mission Point's a friendly joint where every crab's a crony, and true and kind you'll ever find the clinging abalone. He wanders free beside the sea where'er the coast is stony. He flaps his wing and madly sings the plaintive abalone. Some stick to biz, some to flirt with Liz down on the sands of Coney, but we by hell stay in Carmel and wang the abalone." He paused with his mouth open and stone upraised. There was a rattle of wheels and a voice calling from above where the sacks of mussels had been carried. He brought the stone down with a final thump and stood up. "There's 1,000 more verses like those," he said. "Sorry I hadn't time to teach you them." He held out his hand, palm downward. "And now, children, bless you. You are now members of the clan of the abalone eaters, and I solemnly enjoin you never, no matter what the circumstances, pound abalone meat without chanting the sacred words I have revealed unto you." "But we can't remember the words from only one hearing," Saxon expostulated. "That shall be attended to. Next Sunday the tribe of abalone eaters will descend upon you here in Bierce's Cove, and you will be able to see the rites, the writers, and the writeresses, down even to the Iron Man with the basilisk eyes, vulgarly known as the king of the sacerdotal lizards." "Will Jim Hazard come?" Billy called, as Hall disappeared into the thicket. "He certainly will come. Is he not the cave-bear, pot-walloper, and gridironer, the most fearsome, and, next to me, the most exalted of all the abalone eaters?" Saxon and Billy could only look at each other till they heard the wheels rattle away. "Well, I'll be doggone," Billy let out. "He's some boy, that. Nothing stuck up about him. Just like Jim Hazard. Comes along and makes himself at home. You're as good as he is, and he's as good as you, and we're all friends together. Just like that, right off the bat." "He's old stock, too," Saxon said. "He told me while you were undressing. His folks came by Panama before the railroad was built, and from what he said, I guess he's got plenty of money." "He sure don't act like it." "And isn't he full of fun?" Saxon cried. "A regular josher, and him a poet." "Oh, I don't know, Billy. I've heard that plenty of poets are odd." "That's right, come to think of it. There's Joaquin Miller, lives out in the hills back of Fruitvale. He's certainly odd. and it's right near the place where I proposed to you. Just the same, I thought poets wore whiskers and eyeglasses and never tripped up foot racers at Sunday picnics, nor run around with as few clothes on as the law allows, gathering muscles and climbing like goats. That night, under the blankets, Saxon lay awake, looking at the stars, pleasuring in the balmy thicket scents, and listening to the dull rumble of the outer surf and the whispering ripples of the sheltered beach a few feet away. Billy stirred, and she knew he was not yet asleep. "Glad you left Oakland, Billy," she snuggled. "Huh," came his answer. "Is a clam happy?" Every half-tide, Billy raced out the south wall over the dangerous course he and Hall had traveled, and each trial found him doing it in a faster time. "Wait till Sunday," he said to Saxon. "I'll give that poet a run for his money. Why, there ain't a place that bothers me now. I've got the head confidence. I run where I went on hands and knees. I figured it out this way. Suppose you had a foot to fall on each side, and it was soft hay. There'd be nothing to stop you. You wouldn't fall. You'd go like a streak. Then it's just the same if it's a mile down on each side. That ain't your concern. Your concern is to stay on top and go like a streak. And you know, Saxon, when I went at it that way, it never bothered me at all. Wait till he comes with his crowd Sunday. I'm ready for him." "I wonder what the crowd will be like," Saxon speculated. "Like him, of course. Birds of a feather flock together. They won't be stuck up, any of them. You'll see." Hall had sent out fish lines and a swimming suit by a Mexican cowboy bound south to his ranch, and from the latter they learned much of the government land and how to get it. The week flew by. Each day Saxon sighed a farewell of happiness to the sun. Each morning they greeted its return with laughter of joy in that another happy day had begun. They made no plans, but fished, gathered mussels and abalones, and climbed among the rocks as the moment moved them. The abalone meat they pounded religiously to a verse of doggerel improvised by Saxon. Billy prospered. Saxon had never seen him at so keen a pitch of health. As for herself, she scarcely needed the little hand mirror to know that never, since she was a young girl, had there been such color in her cheeks, such spontaneity of vivacity. "It's the first time in my life I ever had real play," Billy said. "And you and me never played at all the time we was married. This beats being any kind of a millionaire." "No 7 o'clock whistle," Saxon exulted. "I'd lie abed in the morning on purpose, only everything is too good not to be up. And now you just play at chopping some firewood and catching a nice big perch, Man Friday, if you expect to get any dinner." Billy got up, hatchet in hand, from where he had been lying prone, digging holes in the sand with his bare toes. "But it ain't going to last," he said, with a deep sigh of regret. "The rains'll come any time now. The good weather's hanging on something wonderful." On Saturday morning, returning from his run out the south wall, he missed Saxon. After helloing for her without result, he climbed to the road. Half a mile away, he saw her astride an unsaddled, unbridled horse that moved unwillingly at a slow walk across the pasture. "Lucky for you, it was an old mare that had been used to riding. See them saddle marks," he grumbled, when at last she drew to a halt beside him and allowed him to help her down. "Oh, Billy," she sparkled, "I was never on a horse before. It was glorious. I felt so helpless, too, and so brave." "I'm proud of you just the same," he said, in more grumbling tones than before. "'Tain't every married woman tackle a strange horse that way, especially if she's never been on one. And I ain't forgot that you're going to have a saddle animal all to yourself some day, a regular Joe Dandy." The abalone eaters in 2 rigs and on a number of horses descended in force on Bierce's Cove. There were half a score of men and almost as many women. All were young, between the ages of 25 and 40, and all seemed good friends. Most of them were married. They arrived in a roar of good spirits, tripping one another down the slippery trail, and engulfing Saxon and Billy in a comradeship as artless and warm as the sunshine itself. Saxon was appropriated by the girls. She could not realize them women, and they made much of her, praising her camping and traveling equipment, and insisting on hearing some of her tale. They were experienced campers themselves, as she quickly discovered when she saw the pots and pans and clothes boilers for the mussels which they had brought. In the meantime, Billy and the men had undressed and scattered out after mussels and abalones. The girls lighted on Saxon's ukulele, and nothing would do but she must play and sing. Several of them had been to Honolulu and knew the instrument, confirming Mercedes' definition of ukulele as jumping flea. Also they knew Hawaiian songs she had learned from Mercedes, and soon, to her accompaniment, all were singing. Aloha O, Honolulu Tomboy, and Sweet Leilani. Saxon was genuinely shocked when some of them, even the more matronly, danced hulas on the sand. When the men returned, burdened with sacks of shellfish, Mark Hall, as high priest, commanded the due and solemn rite of the tribe. At a wave of his hand, the many poised stones came down in unison on the white meat, and all voices were uplifted in the hymn to the abalone. All verses all sang. Occasionally some sang a fresh verse alone, whereupon it was repeated in chorus. Billy betrayed Saxon by begging her in an undertone to sing the verse she had made, and her pretty voice was timidly raised in: We sit around and gaily pound, and bear no acrimony, because of our object is a gob of sizzling abalone. Great, cried the poet, who had winced at object. She speaks the language of the tribe. Come on, children, now. All chanted Saxon's lines. Then Jim Hazard had a new verse, and one of the girls and the Iron Man, with the basilisk eyes of greenish gray, whom Saxon recognized from Hall's description. To her it seemed he had the face of a priest. Oh, like some ham, and some like lamb, and some like macaroni, but bring me a pail of gin and a tub of abalone. Oh, some drink rain, and some champagne, or brandy by the pony, but I will try a little rye with a dash of abalone. Some live on hope, and some on dope, and some on alimony, but our tomcat, he lives on fat and tender abalone. A black-haired, black-eyed man, with a roguish face of a satyr, who Saxon learned was an artist who sold his paintings at $500 apiece, brought on himself universal execration and acclamation by singing: The more we take, the more they make in deep-sea matrimony. Race suicide cannot betide the fertile abalone. And so it went, verses new and old, verses without end, all in glorification of the succulent shellfish of Carmel. Saxon's enjoyment was keen, almost ecstatic, and she had difficulty in convincing herself of the reality of it all. It seemed like some fairy tale or book story come true. Again, it seemed more like a stage, and these the actors, she and Billy having blundered into the scene in some incomprehensible way. Much of which she sensed, which she did not understand. Much she did understand, and she was aware that brains were playing as she had never seen brains play before. The Puritan streak in her training was astonished and shocked by some of the broadness, but she refused to sit in judgment. They seemed good, these light-hearted young people. They certainly were not rough or gross, as were many of the crowd she had been with on Sunday picnics. None of the men got drunk, although there were cocktails in vacuum bottles and red wine in a huge demijohn. What impressed Saxon most was their excessive jollity, their childlike joy in the childlike things they did. This effect was heightened by the fact that they were novelists and painters, poets and critics, sculptors and musicians. One man, with a refined and delicate face, a dramatic critic on a great San Francisco daily, she was told, introduced a feat which all the men tried and failed at most ludicrously. On the beach at regular intervals, planks were placed as obstacles. Then the dramatic critic, on all fours, galloped along the sand for all the world like a horse, and for all the world like a horse, taking hurdles, he jumped the planks to the end of the course. Quoits had been brought along, and for a while these were pitched with zest. Then jumping was started, and game slid into game. Billy took part in everything, but did not win first place as often as he had expected. An English rider beat him a dozen feet at tossing the K-Bear. Jim Hazard beat him in putting the heavy rock. Mark Hall outjumped him standing and running. But at the standing high back jump, Billy did come first. Despite the handicap of his weight, this victory was due to his splendid back and abdominal lifting muscles. Immediately after this, however, he was brought to grief by Mark Hall's sister, a strapping young Amazon in cross-saddle riding costume, who 3 times tumbled him ignominiously, heels over head, in a bout of Indian wrestling. "You're easy," jeered the Iron Man, whose name they had learned was Pete Bideau. "I can put you down myself, catch as catch can." Billy accepted the challenge and found in all truth that the other was rightly nicknamed. In the training camps, Billy had sparred and clinched with giant champions like Jim Jeffries and Jack Johnson, and met the weight of their strength, but never had he encountered strength like this of the Iron Man. Do what he could, Billy was powerless, and twice his shoulders were ground into the sand in defeat. "You'll get a chance back at him," Hazard whispered to Billy, off at one side. "I've brought the gloves along. Of course, you had no chance with him at his own game. He wrestled in music halls in London with Hackenschmidt. Now, you keep quiet, and we'll lead up to it in a casual sort of way. He doesn't know about you." Soon the Englishman who had tossed the K-Bear was sparring with the dramatic critic. Hazard and Hall boxed in fantastic burlesque. Then, gloves in hand, looked for the next appropriately matched couple. The choice of Bideau and Billy was obvious. "He's liable to get nasty if he's hurt," Hazard warned Billy as he tried on the gloves for him. "He's old American French, and he's got a devil of a temper. But just keep your head and tap him. Whatever you do, keep tapping him." "Easy sparring now. No roughhouse, Bideau. Just light tapping, you know," were admonitions variously addressed to the Iron Man. "Hold on a second," he said to Billy, dropping his hands. "When I get rapped, I do get a bit hot. But don't mind me. I can't help it, you know. It's only for the moment, and I don't mean it." Saxon felt very nervous, visions of Billy's bloody fights and all the scabs he had slugged rising in her brain. But she had never seen her husband box, but a few seconds were required to put her at ease. The Iron Man had no chance. Billy was too completely the master, guarding every blow himself continually and almost at will, tapping the other's face and body. There was no weight in Billy's blows, only a light and snappy tingle. But their incessant iteration told on the Iron Man's temper. In vain the onlookers warned him to go easy. His face purpled with anger, and his blows became savage. But Billy went on, tap, 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 calmly, gently, imperturbably. The Iron Man lost control and rushed and plunged, delivering great swings and uppercuts of man-killing quality. Billy ducked, sidestepped, blocked, stalled, and escaped all damage. In the clinches, which were unavoidable, he locked the Iron Man's arms, and in the clinches, the Iron Man invariably laughed and apologized, only to lose his head with the first tap the instant they separated, and be more infuriated than ever. And when it was over and Billy's identity had been divulged, the Iron Man accepted the joke on himself with the best of humor. It had been a splendid exhibition on Billy's part. His mastery of the sport, coupled with his self-control, had most favorably impressed the crowd, and Saxon, very proud of her man-boy, could not but see the admiration all had for him. Nor did she prove in any way a social failure. When the tired and sweating players lay down in the dry sand to cool off, she was persuaded into accompanying their nonsense songs with the ukulele, nor was it long catching their spirit ere she was singing to them and teaching them quaint songs of early days, which she herself had learned as a little girl from Caddy the saloon-keeper, pioneer and ex-cavalryman, who had been a bullwhacker on the salt intake trail in the days before the railroad. One song which became an immediate favorite was, "Old times on Bitter Creek, they never can be beat. Root hog or die is on every wagon sheet. The sand within your throat, the dust within your eye. Bend your back and stand it, root hog or die." After a dozen verses of Root Hog or Die, Mark Hall claimed to be especially infatuated with Obadiah. He dreamed a dream, dreamt he was driving a 10-mule team. But when he woke, he heaved a sigh. The lead mule kicked or whipped the swing mule's eye. It was Mark Hall who brought up the matter of Billy's challenge to race out the south wall of the cove, though he referred to the test as lying somewhere in the future. Billy surprised him by saying he was ready at any time. Forthwith the crowd clamored for the race. Hall offered to bet on himself, but there were no takers. He offered 2-1 to Jim Hazard, who shook his head and said he would accept 3-1 as a sporting proposition. Billy heard and gritted his teeth. "I'll take you for $5, he said to Hall, "but not at those odds. I'll back myself even." "It isn't your money I want, it's Hazard's," Hall demurred. "So I'll give either of you 3-1. Even or nothing," Billy held out obstinately. Hall finally closed both bets, even with Billy and 3-1 with Hazard. The path along the knife edge was so narrow that it was impossible for runners to pass each other, so it was arranged to time the men, Hall to go first and Billy to follow after an interval of half a minute. Hall toed the mark, and at the word was off with the form of a sprinter. Saxon's heart sank. She knew Billy had never crossed the stretch of sand at that speed. Billy darted forward 30 seconds later and reached the foot of the rock when Hall was halfway up. When both were on the top and racing from notch to notch, the Iron Man announced that they had scaled the wall in the same time to a second. "My money still looks good," Hazard remarked, "though I hope neither of them breaks a neck. I wouldn't take that run that way for all the gold that would fill the cove." "But you'll take bigger chances swimming in a storm on Carmel Beach," his wife chided. "Oh, I don't know," he retorted. "You haven't so far to fall when swimming." Billy and Hall disappeared and were making the circle around the end. Those on the beach were certain that the poet had gained in the dizzy spurts of flight along the knife edge. Even Hazard admitted it. "What price for my money now?" he cried excitedly, dancing up and down. Hall had reappeared, the great jump accomplished, and was running shoreward, but there was no gap. Billy was on his heels, and on his heels he stayed, into the shore, down the wall, and to the mark on the beach. Billy had won by half a minute. "Only by the watch," he panted. "Hall was over half a minute ahead of me, out to the end. I'm not slower than I thought, but he's faster. He's a wooz of a sprinter. He could beat me 10 times out of 10, except for accident. He was hung up at the jump by a big sea. That's where I caught him. I jumped right after him on the same sea. Then he set the pace home, and all I had to do was to take it." "That's right," said Hall. "You did better than beat me. That's the first time in the history of Bierce's Cove that 2 men made that jump on the same sea, and all the risk was yours coming last." "It was a fluke," Billy insisted. And at that point, Saxon settled the dispute of modesty and raised a general laugh by ripping chords on the ukulele and parodying an old hymn in Negro minstrel fashion. "The Lord moves in mischievous ways, his blunders to perform." In the afternoon, Jim Hazard and Hall dived into the breakers and swam to the outlying rocks, routing the protesting sea lions and taking possession of their surf-battered stronghold. Billy followed the swimmers with his eyes, yearning after them so undisguisedly that Mrs. Hazard said to him, "Why don't you stop in Carmel this winter? Jim will teach you all he knows about the surf. And he's wild to box with you. He works long hours at his desk, and he really needs exercise." Not until sunset did the merry crowd carry their pots and pans and trove of mussels up to the road and depart. Saxon and Billy watched them disappear on horses and behind horses over the top of the first hill, and then descended hand in hand through the thicket to the camp. Billy threw himself on the sand and stretched out. "I don't know when I've been so tired," he yawned. "And there's one thing sure, I never had such a day. It's worth living 20 years for, and then some." He reached out his hand to Saxon, who lay beside him. "And oh, I was so proud of you, Billy," she said. "I never saw you box before. I didn't know it was like that. The Iron Man was at your mercy all the time, and you kept it from being violent or terrible. Everybody could look on and enjoy, and they did, too." I want to say you was going on some yourself. They just took to you. Why, honest to God, Saxon, in the singing, you was the whole show, along with the ukulele. All the women liked you, too, and that's what counts." It was their first social triumph, and the taste of it was sweet. Mr. Hall said, "He looked up the story of the files," Saxon recounted, "and he said Mother was a true poet. He said it was astonishing the fine stock that had crossed the plains. He told me a lot about those times and the people I didn't know, and he's read all about the fight at Little Meadow. He says he's got it in a book at home, and if we come back to Carmel, he'll show it to me." "He wants us to come back, all right. Did you know what he said to me, Saxon? He gave me a letter to some guy that's down on the government land, some poet that's holding down a quarter of a section. So we'll be able to stop there, which will come in handy if the big rains catch us. And oh, that's what I was driving at. He said he had a little shack he lived in while the house was being built. The Iron Man is living in it now, but he's going away to some Catholic college to study to be a priest, and Hall said the shack could be ours as long as we wanted to use it. And he said I could do what the Iron Man was doing to make a living. Hall was kind of bashful when he was offering me work. Said it'd be only odd jobs, but that we'd make out. I could help him plant potatoes, he said, and he got half savage when he said I couldn't chop wood. That was his job, he said, and you could see he was actually jealous over it. And Mrs. Hall said just about the same to me, Billy. Carmel wouldn't be so bad to pass the rainy season in, and then, too, you could go swimming with Mr. Hazard. Seems as if we could settle down wherever we're a mind to, Billy assented. Carmel's the third place now that's been offered. Well, after this, no man need be afraid of making a go in the country. No good man, Saxon corrected. I guess you're right. Billy thought for a moment. Just the same, a dub, too, has a better chance in the country than in the city. Who'd have ever thought that such fine people existed, Saxon pondered. It's just wonderful when you come to think of it. It's only what you'd expect from a rich poet that trip up a foot racer at an Irish picnic, Billy exposited. The only crowd such a guy would run with would be like himself, or he'd make a crowd that was. I wouldn't wonder that he'd made this crowd. Say he's got some sister. If anybody ride up on a sea lion and ask you, she's got that Indian wrestling down pat, and she's built for it. And say, ain't his wife a beaut? A little longer they lay in the warm sand. It was Billy who broke the silence, and what he said seemed to proceed out of profound meditation. Say, Saxon, do you know, I don't care if I never see moving pictures again. Billy and Saxon were gone weeks on the trip south, but in the end they came back to Carmel. They had stopped with Hafler, the poet, in the marble house which he had built with his own hands. This queer dwelling was all in one room, built almost entirely of white marble. Hafler cooked as over a campfire in the huge marble fireplace which he used in all ways as a kitchen. There were divers shelves of books and the massive furniture he had made from redwood, as he had made the shakes for the roof. A blanket stretched across the corner gave Saxon privacy. The poet was on the verge of departing for San Francisco and New York, but remained a day over with them to explain the country and run over the government land with Billy. Saxon had wanted to go along that morning, but Hafler scornfully rejected her, telling her that her legs were too short. That night, when the men returned, Billy was played out to exhaustion. He frankly acknowledged that Hafler had walked him into the ground, and that his tongue had been hanging out from the first hour. Hafler estimated that they had covered 55 miles. But such miles, Billy enlarged, half the time up or down, and most all the time without trails. And such a pace. He was dead right about your short legs, Saxon. You wouldn't have lasted the first mile. And such country. We ain't seen anything like it yet. Hafler left the next day to catch the train at Monterey. He gave them the freedom of the marble house and told them to stay the whole winter if they wanted. Billy elected to loaf around and rest up that day. He was stiff and sore. Moreover, he was stunned by the exhibition of walking prowess on the part of the poet. Everybody can do something top-notch down in this country, he marveled. Now take that Hafler. He's a bigger man than me, and heavier, and weights against walking, too. But not with him. He's done 80 miles inside 24 hours, he told me, and once 170 in 3 days. Why, he made a show out of me. I felt ashamed as a little kid. Remember, Billy, Saxon soothed him, every man has his own game. And down here, you're the top-notcher at your own game. There isn't one you're not the master of with the gloves. I guess that's right, he conceded. But just the same, it goes against the grain to be walked off my legs by a poet. By a poet, mind you. They spent days in going over the government land, and in the end reluctantly decided against taking it up. The redwood canyons and great cliffs of the Santa Lucia Mountains fascinated Saxon. But she remembered what Hafler had told her of the summer fogs which hid the sun sometimes for a week or two at a time, and which lingered for months. Then, too, there was no access to market. It was many miles to where the nearest wagon road began, at posts, and from there on, past Point Sur to Carmel. It was a weary and perilous way. Billy, with his teamster judgment, admitted that for heavy hauling it was anything but a picnic. There was the quarry of perfect marble on Hafler's quarter section. He said that it would be worth a fortune if near a railroad, but, as it was, he'd make them a present of it if they wanted it. Billy visioned the grassy slopes pastured with his horses and cattle, and found it hard to turn his back. But he listened with a willing ear to Saxon's argument in favor of a farm-like home, like the one they had seen in the moving pictures in Oakland. Yes, he agreed, what they wanted was an all-around farm, and an all-around farm they would have if they hiked 40 years to find it. But it must have redwoods on it, Saxon hastened to stipulate. I've fallen in love with them, and we can get along without fog. And there must be good wagon roads and a railroad not more than 1,000 miles away. Heavy winter rains held them prisoner for 2 weeks in the marble house. Saxon browsed among Hafler's books, though most of them were depressingly beyond her, while Billy hunted with Hafler's guns. But he was a poor shot and a worse hunter. His only success was with rabbits, which he managed to kill on occasion when they stood still. With a rifle he got nothing, although he fired at 6 different deer, and once at a huge cat creature with a long tail, which he was certain was a mountain lion. Despite the way he grumbled at himself, Saxon could see the keen joy he was taking. This belated arousal of the hunting instinct seemed to make almost another man of him. He was out early and late, compassing prodigious climbs and tramps, once reaching as far as the gold mines Tom had spoken of, and being away 2 days. Talking about plugging away at a job in the city and going to moving pictures and Sunday picnics for amusement, he would burst out. I can't see what was eating me that I ever put up with such truck. Here's where I ought to been all the time, or someplace like it. He was filled with his new mode of life, was continually recalling old hunting tales of his father and telling them to Saxon. Say I don't get stiffened any more after an all-day tramp, he exulted. I'm broke in, and some day, if I meet up with that Hafler, I'll challenge him to a tramp that'll break his heart. Foolish boy, always wanting to play everybody's game and beat them at it, Saxon laughed delightedly. Oh, I guess you're right, he growled. Hafler can always outwalk me. He's made that way. But some day just the same, if I ever see him again, I'll invite him to put on the gloves, though I won't be mean enough to make him as sore as he made me. After they left posts on the way back to Carmel, the condition of the road proved the wisdom of their rejection of the government land. They passed a rancher's wagon overturned, a second wagon with a broken axle, and the stage 100 yards down the mountainside where it had fallen, passengers, horses, road, and all. I guess they just about quit trying to use this road in the winter, Billy said. It's horse-killing and man-killing, and I can just see 'em freighting that marble out over it, I don't think. Settling down at Carmel was an easy matter. The Iron Man had already departed to his Catholic college, and the shack turned out to be a 3-roomed house comfortably furnished for housekeeping. Hall put Billy to work on the potato patch, a matter of 3 acres which the poet farmed erratically, to the huge delight of his crowd. He planted at all seasons, and it was accepted by the community that what did not rot in the ground was evenly divided between the gophers and trespassing cows. A plow was borrowed, a team of horses hired, and Billy took hold. Also, he built a fence around the patch, and after that was set to staining the shingled roof of the bungalow. Hall climbed to the ridgepole to repeat his warning that Billy must keep away from his woodpile. One morning Hall came over and watched Billy chopping wood for Saxon. The poet looked on covetously as long as he could restrain himself. It's plain you don't know how to use an axe, he sneered. Here, let me show you. He worked away for an hour, all the while delivering an exposition on the art of chopping wood. Here, Billy expostulated at last, taking hold of the axe. I'll have to chop a cord of yours now, in order to make this up to you. Hall surrendered the axe reluctantly. Don't let me catch you round my woodpile, that's all, he threatened. My woodpile is my castle, and you've got to understand that. From a financial standpoint, Saxon and Billy were putting aside much money. They paid no rent. Their simple living was cheap, and Billy had all the work he cared to accept. The various members of the crowd seemed in a conspiracy to keep him busy. It was all odd jobs, but he preferred it so, for it enabled him to suit his time to Jim Hazard's. Each day they boxed and took a long swim through the surf. When Hazard finished his morning's writing, he would whoop through the pines to Billy, who dropped whatever work he was doing. After the swim, they would take a fresh shower at Hazard's house, rub each other down in training camp style, and be ready for the noon meal. In the afternoon, Hazard returned to his desk, and Billy to his outdoor work, although still later they often met for a few miles' run over the hills. Training was a matter of habit to both men. Hazard, when he had finished with 7 years of football, knowing the dire death that awaits the big-muscled athletes who cease training abruptly, had been compelled to keep it up. Not only was it a necessity, but he had grown to like it. Billy also liked it, for he took great delight in the silk of his body. Often in the early morning, gun in hand, he was off with Mark Hall, who taught him to shoot and hunt. Hall had dragged a shotgun around from the days when he wore knee pants, and his keen observing eyes and knowledge of the habits of wildlife were a revelation to Billy. This part of the country was too settled for large game, but Billy kept Saxon supplied with squirrels and quail, cottontails and jackrabbits, snipe and wild ducks. And they learned to eat roasted mallard and canvasback in the California style of 16 minutes in a hot oven. And he became expert with shotgun and rifle. He began to regret the deer and the mountain lion he had missed down below the Sur, and to the requirements of the farm he and Saxon sought he added plenty of game. But it was not all play in Carmel. That portion of the community which Saxon and Billy came to know, the crowd, was hard-working. Some worked regularly in the morning or late at night. Others worked spasmodically, like the wild Irish playwright who had shut himself up for a week at a time, then emerged pale and drawn, to play like a madman against the time of his next retirement. The pale and youthful father of a family, with the face of Shelley, who wrote vaudeville turns for a living and blank verse tragedies and sonnet cycles for the despair of managers and publishers, hid himself in a concrete cell with 3-foot walls, so piped that by turning a lever, the whole structure sprouted water upon the impending intruder. But in the main, they respected each other's work time. They drifted into one another's houses as the spirit prompted, but if they found a man at work, they went their way. This obtained to all except Mark Hall, who did not have to work for a living, and he climbed trees to get away from popularity and compose in peace. The crowd was unique in its democracy and solidarity. It had little intercourse with the sober and conventional part of Carmel. This section constituted the aristocracy of art and letters, and was sneered at as bourgeois. In return, it looked askance at the crowd with its rampant bohemianism. The taboo extended to Billy and Saxon. Billy took up the attitude of the clan and sought no work from the other camp, nor was work offered him. Hall kept open house. The big living room, with its huge fireplace, divans, shelves, and tables of books and magazines, was the center of things. Here Billy and Saxon were expected to be, and in truth found themselves to be, as much at home as anybody. Here, when wordy discussions on all subjects under the sun were not being waged, Billy played at cutthroat Pedro, horrible fives, bridge, and pinochle. Saxon, a favorite of the young women, sewed with them, teaching them pretties and being taught in fair measure in return. It was Billy, before they had been in Carmel a week, who said shyly to Saxon, "Say you can't guess how I'm missing all your nice things. What's the matter with writing Tom to express 'em down? When we start tramping again, we'll express 'em back." Saxon wrote the letter and all that day her heart was singing. Her man was still her lover, and there were in his eyes all the old lights which had been blotted out during the nightmare period of the strike. "Some pretty nifty skirts around here, but you got 'em all beat, or I'm no judge," he told her, and again, "Oh, I love you to death anyway, but if them things ain't shipped down, there'll be a funeral." Hall and his wife owned a pair of saddle horses which were kept at the livery stable, and here Billy naturally gravitated. The stable operated the stage and carried the mails between Carmel and Monterey. Also, it rented out carriages and mountain wagons that seated 9 persons. With carriages and wagons a driver was furnished. The stable often found itself short a driver, and Billy was quickly called upon. He became an extra man at the stable. He received $3 a day at such times, and drove many parties around the 17-mile drive, up Carmel Valley, and down the coast to the various points and beaches. "But they're a pretty uppish sort, most of 'em," he said to Saxon, referring to the persons he drove. "Always Mr. Roberts this and Mr. Roberts that, all kinds of ceremony, so as to make me not forget they consider themselves better than me. You see, I ain't exactly a servant, and yet I ain't good enough for them. I'm the driver, something halfway between a hired hand and a chauffeur. When they eat, they give me my lunch off to one side or afterward. No family party like with Hall and his kind. And that crowd today, why, they just naturally didn't have no lunch for me at all. After this, always, you make me up my own lunch. I won't be holding to 'em for nothing, the damn geezers. And you'd 'a died to see one of 'em try to give me a tip. I didn't say nothing. I just looked at 'em like I didn't see 'em, and turned away casual-like after a moment, leaving him as embarrassed as hell." Nevertheless, Billy enjoyed the driving, never more so than when he held the reins, not of 4 plodding workhorses, but of 4 fast-driving animals, his foot on the powerful brake, and swung around curves and along dizzy cliff rims to a frightened chorus of women passengers. And when it came to horse judgment and treatment of sick and injured horses, even the owner of the stable yielded place to Billy. "I could get a regular job there any time," he boasted quietly to Saxon. "Why, the country's just sprouting with jobs for any so-and-so sort of fellow. I'll bet anything right now, if I said to the boss that I'd take $60 and work regular, he'd jump for me. He hinted as much. And say, are you on to the fact that yours truly has learnt a new trade? Well, he has. He could take a job stage driving anywheres. They drive 6 on some of the stages up in Lake County, if we ever get there. I'll get thick with some driver just to get the reins of 6 in my hands. And I'll have you on the box beside me. Some goin' that, some goin'." Billy took little interest in the many discussions waged in Hall's big living room. Wind chewing was his term for it. To him, it was so much good time wasted that might be employed at a game of Pedro, or going swimming, or wrestling in the sand. Saxon, on the contrary, delighted in the logomachy, though little enough she understood of it, following mainly by feeling, and once in a while catching a highlight. But what she could never comprehend was the pessimism that so often cropped up. The wild Irish playwright had terrible spells of depression. Shelley, who wrote vaudeville turns in the concrete cell, was a chronic pessimist. St. John, a young magazine writer, was an anarchic disciple of Nietzsche. Mason, a painter, held to a doctrine of eternal recurrence that was petrifying. And Hall, usually so merry, could outfoot them all when he once got started on the cosmic pathos of religion and the gibbering anthropomorphisms of those who loved not to die. At such times, Saxon was oppressed by these sad children of art, It was inconceivable that they, of all people, should be so forlorn. One night Hall turned suddenly upon Billy, who had been following dimly and who only comprehended that, to them, everything in life was rotten and wrong. "Here, you pagan, you stolid and flesh-fettered ox, you monstrosity of overweening and perennial health and joy, what do you think of it?" Hall demanded. "Oh, I've had my troubles," Billy answered, speaking in his wonted slow way. "I've had my hard times, and fought a losing strike, and soaked my watch, and been unable to pay my rent or buy grub, and slugged scabs, and been slugged, and been thrown in jail for making a fool out of myself. If I get you, I'd be a whole lot better to be a swell hog fattening for market and nothing worrying, than to be a guy sick to his stomach from not savvying how the world is made, or from wondering what's the good of anything." "That's good, the prize hog," the poet laughed. "Least irritation, least effort, a compromise of nirvana and life. Least irritation, least effort, the ideal existence, a jellyfish floating in a tideless, tepid twilight sea." "But you're missing all the good things," Billy objected. "Name them," came the challenge. Billy was silent for a moment. To him life seemed a large and generous thing. He felt as if his arms ached from inability to compass it all, and he began, haltingly at first, to put his feelings into speech. "If you'd ever stood up in the ring and outgamed and outfought a man as good as yourself for 20 rounds, you'd get what I'm driving at. Jim Hazard and I get it when we swim out through the surf and laugh in the teeth of the biggest breakers that ever pounded the beach, and when we come out from the shower, rubbed down and dressed, our skin and muscles like silk, our bodies and brains all a-tingling like silk." He paused and gave up from sheer inability to express ideas that were nebulous at best, and that in reality were remembered sensations. "Silk of the body, can you beat it?" he concluded lamely, feeling that he had failed to make his point, embarrassed by the circle of listeners. "We all know that," Hall retorted. "The lies of the flesh. Afterward come rheumatism and diabetes. The wine of life is heady, but all too quickly it turns to—" "Uric acid," interpolated the wild Irish playwright. "There's plenty more of good things," Billy took up, with a sudden rush of words. "Good things all the way up from the juicy porterhouse and the kind of coffee Mrs. Hall makes to—" He hesitated at what he was about to say, then took it at a plunge. "To a woman you can love and that loves you. Just take a look at Saxon there with the ukulele in her lap. That's where I got the jellyfish in the dishwasher and the prize hog skinned to death." A shout of applause and great hand-clapping went up from the girls, and Billy looked painfully uncomfortable. "But suppose the silk goes out of your body till you creak like a rusty wheelbarrow," Hall pursued. "Suppose, just suppose, Saxon went away with another man. What then?" Billy considered a space. "Then it'd be me for the dishwasher and the jellyfish, I guess." He straightened up in his chair and threw back his shoulders unconsciously as he ran a hand over his biceps and swelled it. Then he took another look at Saxon. "But thank the Lord I still got a wallop in both my arms and a wife to fill 'em with love." Again the girls applauded, and Mrs. Hall cried, "Look at Saxon, she's blushing. What have you to say for yourself?" "That no woman could be happier," she stammered, "and no queen as proud, and that—" She completed the thought by strumming on the ukulele and singing, "The Lord moves in mischievous ways, his blunders to perform." "I give you best," Hall grinned to Billy. "Oh, I don't know," Billy disclaimed modestly. "You've read so much. I guess you know more about everything than I do." "Oh, traitor, taking it all back," the girls cried variously. Billy took heart of courage, reassured them with a slow smile, and said, "Just the same, I'd sooner be myself than have book indigestion. As for Saxon, why, one kiss of her lips is worth more than all the libraries in the world. There must be hills and valleys and rich land and streams of clear water, good wagon roads and a railroad not too far away, plenty of sunshine and cold enough at night to need blankets, and not only pines, but plenty of other kinds of trees, with open spaces to pasture Billy's horses and cattle, and deer and rabbits for him to shoot, and lots of redwood trees, and, well, no fog." Saxon completed the description of the farm she and Billy sought. Mark Hall laughed delightedly. "And nightingales roosting in all the trees," he cried. "Flowers that neither fail nor fade. Bees without stings. Honeydew every morning. Showers of manna between whiles. Fountains of youth and quarries of philosopher's stones. Why, I know the very place. Let me show you." She waited while he pored over road maps of the state. Failing in them, he got out a big atlas, and though all the countries of the world were in it, he could not find what he was after. "Never mind," he said. "Come over tonight, and I'll be able to show you." That evening he led her out on the veranda to the telescope, and she found herself looking through it at the full moon. "Somewhere up there in some valley you'll find that farm," he teased. Mrs. Hall looked inquiringly at them as they returned inside. "I've been showing her a valley in the moon, where she expects to go farming," he laughed. "We started out prepared to go any distance," Saxon said, "and if it's to the moon, I expect we can make it." "But, my dear child, you can't expect to find such a paradise on the earth," Hall continued. "For instance, you can't have redwoods without fog. They go together. The redwoods grow only in the fog belt." Saxon debated a while. "Well, we could put up with a little fog," she conceded. "Almost anything to have redwoods. I don't know what a quarry of philosopher's stones is like, but if it's anything like Mr. Hafler's marble quarry, and there's a railroad handy, I guess we could manage to worry along. And you don't have to go to the moon for honeydew. They scrape it off the leaves of the bushes up in Nevada County. I know that for a fact, because my father told my mother about it, and she told me." A little later in the evening, the subject of farming having remained uppermost, Hall swept off into a diatribe against the gambler's paradise, which was his epithet for the United States. "When you think of the glorious chance," he said, "a new country bounded by the oceans, situated just right in latitude, with the richest land and vastest natural resources of any country in the world, settled by immigrants who had thrown off all the leading strings of the old world and were in the humor for democracy. There was only one thing to stop them from perfecting the democracy they started, and that thing was greediness. They started gobbling everything in sight like a lot of swine. And while they gobbled, democracy went to smash. Gobbling became gambling. It was a nation of tin horns. Whenever a man lost his stake, all he had to do was to chase the frontier west a few miles and get another stake. They moved over the face of the land like so many locusts. They destroyed everything, the Indians, the soil, the forest, just as they destroyed the buffalo and the passenger pigeon. Their morality in business and politics was gambler morality. Their laws were gambling laws, how to play the game. Everybody played. Therefore, hurrah for the game. Nobody objected, because nobody was unable to play. As I said, the losers chased the frontier for fresh stakes. The winner of today broke tomorrow, and on the day following might be riding his luck to royal flushes on a 5-card draw. So they gobbled and gambled from the Atlantic to the Pacific until they swined the whole continent. When they finished with the lands and forests and mines, they turned back, gambling for any little stakes they overlooked, gambling for franchises and monopolies, using politics to protect their crooked deals and brace games, and democracy gone clean to smash. And then was the funniest time of all. The losers couldn't get any more stakes, while the winners went on gambling among themselves. The losers could only stand around with their hands in their pockets and look on. When they got hungry, they went, hat in hand, and begged the successful gamblers for a job. The losers went to work for the winners, and they've been working for them ever since. And democracy sidetracked up Salt Creek. You, Billy Roberts, have never had a hand in the game in your life. That's because your people were among the also-rans. How about yourself? Billy asked. I ain't seen you holding any hands. I don't have to. I don't count. I'm a parasite. What's that? A flea, a wood tick, anything that gets something for nothing. I batten on the mangy hides of the working man. I don't have to gamble. I don't have to work. My father left me enough of his winnings. Oh, don't preen yourself, my boy. Your folks were just as bad as mine, but yours lost and mine won, and so you plow in my potato patch. I don't see it, Billy contended stoutly. A man with gumption can win out today. On government land? Hall asked quickly. Billy swallowed and acknowledged the stab. Just the same, he can win out, he reiterated. Surely he can win a job from some other fellow. A young husky with a good head like yours can win jobs anywhere. But think of the handicaps on the fellows who lose. How many tramps have you met along the road who could get a job driving 4 horses for the Carmel livery stable? And some of them were as husky as you when they were young. And on top of it all, you've got no shout coming. It's a mighty big come down from gambling for a continent to gambling for a job. Just the same, Billy recommenced. Oh, you've got it in your blood, Hall cut him off cavalierly. And why not? Everybody in this country has been gambling for generations. It was in the air when you were born. You breathed it all your life. You, who've never had a white chip in the game, still go on shouting for it and capping for it. But what are all of us losers to do? Saxon inquired. Call in the police and stop the game, Hall recommended. It's crooked. Saxon frowned. Do what your forefathers didn't do, he amplified. Go ahead and perfect democracy. She remembered a remark of Mercedes. A friend of mine says that democracy is an enchantment. It is, in a gambling joint. There are millions of boys in our public schools right now swallowing the gump of canal boy to president, and millions of worthy citizens who sleep sound every night in the belief that they have a say in running the country. You talk like my brother Tom, Saxon said, failing to comprehend. If we all get into politics and work hard for something better, maybe we'll get it after 1,000 years or so, but I want it now. She clenched her hands passionately. I can't wait. I want it now. But that's just what I've been telling you, my dear girl. That's what's the trouble with all the losers. They can't wait. They want it now. A stack of chips and a fling at the game. Well, they won't get it now. That's what's the matter with you, chasing a valley in the moon. That's what's the matter with Billy, aching right now for a chance to win 10 cents from me at Pedro, cussing wind chewing under his breath. Gee, you'd make a good soapboxer, commented Billy. And I'd be a soapboxer if I didn't have the spending of my father's ill-gotten gains. It's none of my affair. Let them rot. They'd be just as bad if they were on top. It's all a mess. Blind bats, hungry swine, and filthy buzzards. Here Mrs. Hall interfered. Now, Mark, you stop that, or you'll be getting the blues. He tossed his mop of hair and laughed with an effort. No, I won't, he denied. I'm going to get 10 cents from Billy at a game of Pedro. He won't have a look in. Saxon and Billy flourished in the genial human atmosphere of Carmel. They appreciated in their own estimation. Saxon felt that she was something more than a laundry girl and the wife of a union teamster. She was no longer pent in the narrow working-class environment of a Pine Street neighborhood. Life had grown opulent. They fared better physically, materially, and spiritually, and all this was reflected in their features, in the carriage of their bodies. She knew Billy had never been handsomer, nor in more splendid bodily condition. He swore he had a harem, and that she was his second wife, twice as beautiful as the first one he had married. And she demurely confessed to him that Mrs. Hall and several others of the matrons had enthusiastically admired her form one day when in for a cold dip in the Carmel River. They had got around her and called her Venus and made her crouch and assume different poses. Billy understood the Venus reference, for a marble one with broken arms stood in Hall's living room, and the poet had told him the world worshipped it as the perfection of female form. "I always said you had Annette Kellerman beat a mile," Billy said, and so proud was his air of possession that Saxon blushed and trembled and hid her hot face against his breast. The men in the crowd were open in their admiration of Saxon in an above-the-board manner. She made no mistake. She did not lose her head. There was no chance of that, for her love for Billy beat more strongly than ever. Nor was she guilty of over-appraisal. She knew him for what he was, and loved him with open eyes. He had no book learning, no art, like the other men. His grammar was bad, she knew that, just as she knew that he would never mend it. Yet she would not have exchanged him for any of the others, not even for Mark Hall, with the princely heart, whom she loved much in the same way that she loved his wife. For that matter, she found in Billy a certain health and rightness, a certain essential integrity, which she prized more highly than all book learning and bank accounts. It was by virtue of this health and rightness and integrity that he had beaten Hall in argument the night the poet was on the pessimistic rampage. Billy had beaten him, not with the weapons of learning, but by just being himself and speaking out the truth that was in him. Best of all, he had not even known that he had beaten, and had taken the applause as good-natured banter. But Saxon knew, though she could scarcely tell why, and she would always remember how the wife of Shelley had whispered to her afterward with shining eyes, "Oh, Saxon, you must be so happy." Were Saxon driven to speech to attempt to express what Billy meant to her, she would have done it with the simple word man. Always he was that to her, always in glowing splendor. That was his connotation, man. Sometimes by herself she would all but weep with joy at recollection of his way of informing some truculent male that he was standing on his foot. "Get off your foot, you're standing on it." It was Billy, it was magnificently Billy, and it was this Billy who loved her. She knew it. She knew it by the pulse that only a woman knows how to gauge. He loved her less wildly, it was true, but more fondly, more maturely. It was the love that lasted. If only they did not go back to the city where the beautiful things of the spirit perished and the beast bared its fangs. In early spring, Mark Hall and his wife went to New York. The 2 Japanese servants of the bungalow were dismissed, and Saxon and Billy were installed as caretakers. Jim Hazard, too, departed on his yearly visit to Paris, and though Billy missed him, he continued his long swims out through the breakers. Hall's 2 saddle horses had been left in his charge, and Saxon made herself a pretty cross-saddle riding costume of tawny brown corduroy that matched the glints in her hair. Billy no longer worked at odd jobs. As extra driver at the stable, he earned more than they spent, and in preference to cash, he taught Saxon to ride, and was out and away with her over the country on all-day trips. A favorite ride was around by the coast to Monterey, where he taught her to swim in the big Del Monte tank. They would come home in the evening across the hills. Also, she took to following him on his early morning hunts, and life seemed one long vacation. "I'll tell you one thing," he said to Saxon one day, as they drew their horses to a halt and gazed down into Carmel Valley. "I ain't never going to work steady for another man for wages as long as I live." "Work isn't everything," she acknowledged. "I should guess not. Why, look here, Saxon. What would it mean if I worked teaming in Oakland for $1 million a day for 1,000,000 years and just had to go on staying there and living the way we used to? It'd mean work all day, 3 squares, and moving pictures for recreation." "Moving pictures, huh?" "We're living moving pictures these days. I'd sooner have 1 year like what we're having here in Carmel and then die than 1,000,000,000 years like on Pine Street." Saxon had warned the Halls by letter that she and Billy intended starting on their search for the valley and the moon as soon as the first of summer arrived. Fortunately, the poet was put to no inconvenience, for Bideau, the Iron Man with the basilisk eyes, had abandoned his dreams of priesthood and decided to become an actor. He arrived at Carmel from the Catholic college in time to take charge of the bungalow. Much to Saxon's gratification, the crowd was loath to see them depart. The owner of the Carmel stable offered to put Billy in charge at $90 a month. Also, he received a similar offer from the stable in Pacific Grove. "Whither away?" the wild Irish playwright hailed them on the station platform at Monterey. He was just returning from New York. "To a valley in the moon," Saxon answered gaily. He regarded their businesslike packs. "By George," he cried, "I'll do it. By George, let me come along." Then his face fell. "And I've signed the contract," he groaned. 3 acts. Say you're lucky. And this time of year, too. "We hiked into Monterey last winter, but we're riding out now, by gosh," Billy said, as the train pulled out and they leaned back in their seats. They had decided against retracing their steps over the ground already traveled, and took the train to San Francisco. They had been warned by Mark Hall of the enervation of the South, and were bound north for their blanket climate. Their intention was to cross the bay at Sausalito and wander up through the coast counties. Here, Hall had told them, they would find the true home of the redwood. But Billy, in the smoking car for a cigarette, seated himself beside a man who was destined to deflect them from their course. He was a keen-faced, dark-eyed man, undoubtedly a Jew, and Billy, remembering Saxon's admonition always to ask questions, watched his opportunity and started a conversation. It took but a little while to learn that Gunston was a commission merchant, and to realize that the content of his talk was too valuable for Saxon to lose. Promptly, when he saw that the other's cigar was finished, Billy invited him into the next car to meet Saxon. Billy would have been incapable of such an act prior to his sojourn in Carmel. That much, at least, he had acquired of social facility. "He's just been telling me about the Potato Kings, and I want him to tell you," Billy explained to Saxon after the introduction. "Go on and tell her, Mr. Gunston, about that fan-tan sucker that made $19,000 last year in celery and asparagus." "I was just telling your husband about the way the Chinese make things go up the San Joaquin River. It would be worth your while to go up there and look around. It's the good season now, too early for mosquitoes. You can get off the train at Black Diamond or Antioch and travel around among the big farming islands on the steamers and launches. The fares are cheap, and you'll find some of those big gasoline boats like the Duchess and Princess more like big steamboats." Tell her about Chow Lam, Billy urged. The commission merchant leaned back and laughed. Chow Lam, several years ago, was a broken-down fan-tan player. He hadn't a cent, and his health was going back on him. He had worn out his back with 20 years' work in the gold mines, washing over the tailings of the early miners. And whatever he'd made, he'd lost at gambling. Also, he was in debt $300 to the 6 companies. You know, they're Chinese affairs. And remember, this was only 7 years ago. Health breaking down, $300 in debt, and no trade. Chow Lam blew into Stockton and got a job on the peatlands at day's wages. It was a Chinese company down on Middle River that farmed celery and asparagus. This was when he got on to himself and took stock of himself. Quarter of a century in the United States, back not so strong as it used to was, and not a penny laid by for his return to China. He saw how the Chinese in the company had done it, saved their wages and bought a share. He saved his wages for 2 years and bought 1 share in a 30-share company. That was only 5 years ago. They leased 300 acres of peatland from a white man who preferred traveling in Europe. Out of the profits of that 1 share in the first year, he bought 2 shares in another company, and in a year more, out of the 3 shares, he organized a company of his own. 1 year of this with bad luck, and he just broke even. That brings us up to 3 years ago. The following year, bumper crops, he netted $4,000. The next year it was $5,000, and the last year he cleaned up $19,000. Pretty good, huh? For an old broken-down Chow Lam. My, was all Saxon could say. Her eager interest, however, incited the commission merchant to go on. Look at Sing Key, the potato king of Stockton. I know him well. I've had more large deals with him and made less money than with any man I know. He was only a coolie, and he smuggled himself into the United States 20 years ago. Started at day's wages, then peddled vegetables in a couple of baskets slung on a stick. And after that, opened up a store in Chinatown in San Francisco. But he had a head on him, and he was soon onto the curves of the Chinese farmers that dealt at his store. The store couldn't make money fast enough to suit him. He headed up to San Joaquin. Didn't do much for a couple of years, except keep his eyes peeled. Then he jumped in and leased 1,200 acres at $7 an acre. My gods, Billy said in an awestruck voice. $8,400 just for rent that first year. I know 500 acres I can buy for $3 an acre. Will it grow potatoes? Gunston asked. Billy shook his head. Nor nothing else, I guess. All three laughed heartily, and the commission merchant resumed. That $7 was only for the land. Possibly you know what it costs to plow 1,200 acres? Billy nodded solemnly. And he got 160 sacks to the acre that year, Gunston continued. Potatoes were selling at 50 cents. My father was at the head of our concern at the time, so I know for a fact. And Sing Key could have sold at 50 cents and made money, but did he? Trust the Chinamen to know the market. They can skin the commission merchants at it. Sing Key held on. When most everybody else had sold, potatoes began to climb. He laughed at our buyers when we offered him 60 cents, 70 cents, $1. Do you know what he finally did sell for? $1.65 a sack. Suppose they actually cost him 40 cents. 160 times 1,200. Let me see. 12 times naught is naught. And 12 times 16 is 192. 192,000 sacks at $1.25 net. 4 into 192 is 48, plus is 240. There you are. $240,000 clear profit on that year's deal. And him a Chink, Billy mourned disconsolately. He turned to Saxon. There ought to be some new country for us white folks to go to. Gosh, we're sitting on the stoop all right, all right. But of course that was unusual, Gunston hastened to qualify. There was a failure of potatoes in other districts, and a corner, and in some strange way Sing Kee was dead on. He never made profits like that again. But he goes ahead steadily. Last year, he had 4,000 acres in potatoes, 1,000 in asparagus, 500 in celery, and 500 in beans. And he's running 600 acres in seeds. No matter what happens to one or two crops, he can't lose on all of them. I've seen 12,000 acres of apple trees, Saxon said, and I'd like to see 4,000 acres in potatoes. And we will, Billy rejoined, with great positiveness. It's us for the San Joaquin. We don't know what's in our country. No wonder we're out on the stoop. You'll find lots of kings up there, Gunston related. Yup, Hong Lee, they call him Big Jim, and Ah Pak and Ah Wang, and then there's Shima, the Japanese potato king. He's worth several millions, lives like a prince. Why don't Americans succeed like that, asked Saxon. Because they won't, I guess. There's nothing to stop them, except themselves. I'll tell you one thing, though. Give me the Chinese to deal with. He's honest. His word is as good as his bond. If he says he'll do a thing, he'll do it. And anyway, the white man doesn't know how to farm. Even the up-to-date white farmer is content with one crop at a time and rotation of crops. Mr. John Chinaman goes in one better and grows two crops at one time on the same soil. I've seen it. Radishes and carrots. Two crops sown at one time. Which doesn't stand to reason, Billy objected. They'd be only half a crop of each. Another guess coming, Gunston jeered. Carrots have to be thinned when they're so far along. So do radishes. But carrots grow slow. Radishes grow fast. The slow-growing carrots serve the purpose of thinning the radishes. And when the radishes are pulled, ready for market, that thins the carrots, which come along later. You can't beat the Chink. Don't see why a white man can't do what a Chink can, protested Billy. That sounds all right, Gunston replied. The only objection is that the white man doesn't. The Chink is busy all the time, and he keeps the ground just as busy. He has organization, system. Who ever heard of a white farmer keeping books? The Chink does. No guesswork with him. He knows just where he stands to a cent on any crop at any moment. And he knows the market. He plays both ends. How he does it is beyond me, but he knows the market better than we commission merchants. Then again, he's patient, but not stubborn. Suppose he does make a mistake and gets in a crop, and then finds the market is wrong. In such a situation, the white man gets stubborn and hangs on like a bulldog. But not the Chink. He's going to minimize the losses of that mistake. The land has got to work and make money. Without a quiver or a regret, the moment he's learned his error, he puts his plows into that crop, turns it under, and plants something else. He has the savvy. He can look at a sprout just poked up out of the ground and tell how it's going to turn out. Whether it will head up or won't head up, or if it's going to head up good, medium, or bad. That's one end. Take the other end. He controls his crop. He forces it or holds it back with an eye on the market. And when the market is just right, there's his crop, ready to deliver, timed to the minute. The conversation with Gunston lasted hours, and the more he talked of the Chinese and their farming ways, the more Saxon became aware of a growing dissatisfaction. She did not question the facts. The trouble was that they were not alluring. Somehow she could not find place for them in her Valley of the Moon. It was not until the genial Jew left the train that Billy gave definite statement to what was vaguely bothering her. We ain't Chinks, We're white folks. Does a Chink ever want to ride a horse, hell-bent for election and having a good time of it? Did you ever see a Chink go swimming out through the breakers at Carmel, or boxing, wrestling, running, and jumping for the sport of it? Did you ever see a Chink take a shotgun on his arm, tramp 6 miles, and come back happy with one measly rabbit? What does a Chink do? Work his damn head off. That's all he's good for. To hell with work, if that's the whole of the game, and I've done my share of work, and I can work alongside any of 'em. But what's the good? If there's one thing I've learned solid since you and me hit the road, Saxon, is that work's the least part of life. God, if it was all of life, I couldn't cut my throat quick enough to get away from it. I want shotguns and rifles and a horse between my legs. I don't want to be so tired all the time I can't love my wife. Who wants to be rich and clear $240,000 on a potato deal? Look at Rockefeller. He lives on milk. I want a porterhouse and a stomach that can bite sole leather. And I want you and plenty of time along with you, and fun for both of us. What's the good of life if there ain't no fun? Oh, Billy, Saxon cried, it's just what I've been trying to get straightened out in my head. It's been worrying me for ever so long. I was afraid there was something wrong with me, that I wasn't made for the country after all. All the time, I didn't envy the San Leandro Portuguese. I didn't want to be one, nor a Pajaro Valley Dalmatian, nor even a Mrs. Mortimer. And you didn't either. What we really want is a Valley of the Moon, with not too much work and all the fun we want. And we'll just keep on looking until we find it. And if we don't find it, we'll go on having fun, just as we have ever since we left Oakland. And Billy, we're never going to work our damn heads off, are we? Not on your life, Billy growled in fierce affirmation. They walked in the Black Diamond with their packs on their backs. It was a scattered village of shabby little cottages, with a main street that was a wallow of black mud from the last late spring rain. The sidewalks bumped up and down in uneven steps and landings. Everything seemed un-American. The names on the strange dingy shops were unspeakably foreign. The one dingy hotel was run by a Greek. Greeks were everywhere, swarthy men in sea boots and tam-o'-shanters, hatless women in bright colors, hordes of sturdy children, and all speaking in outlandish voices, crying shrilly and vivaciously with the volubility of the Mediterranean. "Oh, this ain't the United States," Billy muttered. Down on the waterfront, they found a fish cannery and an asparagus cannery in the height of the busy season, where they looked in vain among the toilers for familiar American faces. Billy picked out the bookkeeper and foreman for Americans. All the rest were Greeks, Italians, and Chinese. At the steamboat wharf, they watched the bright painted Greek boats arriving, discharging their loads of glorious salmon, and departing. New York Cut Off, as the slough was called, curved to the west and north and flowed into a vast body of water, which was the united Sacramento and San Joaquin rivers. Beyond the steamboat wharf, the fishing wharves dwindled to stages for the drying of nets, and here, away from the noise and clatter of the alien town, Saxon and Billy took off their packs and rested. The tall, rustling tules grew out of the deep water, close to the dilapidated boat landing where they sat. Opposite the town lay on a long, flat island, on which a row of ragged poplars leaned against the sky. "Just like in that Dutch windmill picture Mark Hall has," Saxon said. Billy pointed out the mouth of the slough and across the broad reach of water to a cluster of tiny white buildings behind which, like a glimmering mirage, rolled the low Montezuma hills. "Those houses is Collinsville," he informed her. "The Sacramento River comes in there, and you go up it to Rio Vista and Iselton and Walnut Grove and all those places Mr. Gunston was telling us about. It's all islands and sloughs connecting clear across and back to the San Joaquin. Isn't the sun good? Saxon yawned. And how quiet it is here, so short a distance away from those strange foreigners. And to think, in the cities right now, men are beating and killing each other for jobs. Now and again, an overland passenger train rushed by in the distance, echoing along the background the foothills of Mount Diablo, which bulked, twin-peaked, green-crinkled against the sky. Then the slumberous quiet would fall, to be broken by the far call of a foreign tongue or by a gasoline fishing boat chugging in through the mouth of the slough. Not 100 feet away, anchored close in the tules, lay a beautiful white yacht. Despite its tininess, it looked broad and comfortable. Smoke was rising forward from its stovepipe. On its stern, in gold letters, they read, Romer. On top of the cabin, basking in the sunshine, lay a man and a woman, the latter with a pink scarf around her head. The man was reading aloud from a book, while she sewed. Beside them sprawled a fox terrier. Gosh, they don't have to stick around cities to be happy, Billy commented. A Japanese came on deck from the cabin, sat down forward, and began picking a chicken. The feathers floated away in a long line toward the mouth of the slough. Oh, look, Saxon pointed in her excitement. He's fishing, and the line is fast to his toe. The man had dropped the book face downward on the cabin and reached for the line, while the woman looked up from her sewing, and the terrier began to bark. In came the line, hand under hand, and at the end, a big catfish. When this was removed, and the line rebaited and dropped overboard, the man took a turn around his toe and went on reading. A Japanese came down on the landing stage beside Saxon and Billy and hailed the yacht. He carried parcels of meat and vegetables. One coat pocket bulged with letters, the other with morning papers. In response to his hail, the Japanese on the yacht stood up with a part-plucked chicken. The man said something to him, put aside the book, got in the white skiff lying astern, and rowed to the landing. As he came alongside the stage, he pulled in his oars, caught hold, and said good morning genially. Why, I know you, Saxon said impulsively, to Billy's amazement. You are... Here she broke off in confusion. Go on, the man said, smiling reassurance. You are Jack Hastings, I'm sure of it. I used to see your photograph in papers all the time. You were a war correspondent in the Japanese-Russian War. You've written lots of books, though I've never read them. Right you are, he ratified. And what's your name? She introduced herself and Billy, and when she noted the writer's observant eye on their packs, she sketched the pilgrimage they were on. The farm in the Valley of the Moon evidently caught his fancy, and though the Japanese and his parcels were safely in the skiff, Hastings still lingered. When Saxon spoke of Carmel, he seemed to know everybody in Hall's crowd, and when he heard that they were intending to go to Rio Vista, his invitation was immediate. Why, we're going that way ourselves. Inside an hour, as soon as slack water comes, he exclaimed. It's just the thing. Come on board. We'll be there by 4 this afternoon if there's any wind at all. Come on. My wife's on board, and Mrs. Hall is one of her best chums. We've been away to South America, just got back, or you'd have seen us in Carmel. Hal wrote to us about the pair of you. It was the second time in her life that Saxon had been in a small boat, and the Romer was the first yacht she had ever been on board. The writer's wife, whom he called Clara, welcomed them heartily, and Saxon lost no time in falling in love with her and in being fallen in love with in return. So strikingly did they resemble each other that Hastings was not many minutes in calling attention to it. He made them stand side by side, studied their eyes and mouths and ears, and compared their hands, their hair, their ankles, and swore that his fondest dream was shattered, namely, that when Clara had been made, the mold was broken. On Clara's suggestion that it might have been pretty much the same mold, they compared histories. Both were of the pioneer stock. Clara's mother, like Saxon's, had crossed the plains with ox teams, and like Saxon's, had wintered in Salt Lake City. In fact, had, with her sisters, opened the first Gentile school in that Mormon stronghold. And if Saxon's father had helped raise the Bear Flag Rebellion at Sonoma, it was at Sonoma that Clara's father had mustered in for the War of the Rebellion and ridden as far east with his troop as Salt Lake City, of which place he had been provost marshal when the Mormon trouble flared up. To complete it all, Clara fetched from the cabin a ukulele of boa wood that was the twin to Saxon's, and together they sang Honolulu Tomboy. Hastings decided to eat dinner. He called the midday meal by its old-fashioned name before sailing, and down below, Saxon was surprised and delighted by the measure of comfort in so tiny a cabin. There was just room for Billy to stand upright. A centerboard case divided the room in half longitudinally, and to this was attached the hinged table from which they ate. Low bunks that ran the full length of the cabin, upholstered in cheerful green, served as seats. A curtain, easily attached by hooks between the centerboard case and the roof at night, screened Mrs. Hastings' sleeping quarters. On the opposite side, the two Japanese bunked, while forward under the deck was the galley. So small was it that there was just room beside it for the cook, who was compelled by the low deck to squat on his hands. The other Japanese, who had brought the parcels on board, waited on the table. "They are looking for a ranch in the Valley of the Moon," Hastings concluded his explanation of the pilgrimage to Clara. "Oh, don't you know?" she cried, but was silenced by her husband. "Hush," he said peremptorily, and then turned to their guests. "Listen, there's something in that Valley of the Moon idea, but I won't tell you what. It's a secret. Now, we've a ranch in Sonoma Valley, about 8 miles from the very town of Sonoma, where you two girls' father took up soldiering. And if you ever come out to our ranch, you'll learn the secret. Oh, believe me, it's connected with your Valley of the Moon. Isn't it, mate?" That was the mutual name he and Clara had for each other. She smiled and laughed and nodded her head. "You might find our valley the very one you are looking for," she said. But Hastings shook his head at her to check further speech. She turned to the fox terrier and made it speak for a piece of meat. "Her name's Peggy," she told Saxon. "We had 2 Irish terriers down in the South Seas, brother and sister, but they died. We call them Peggy and Possum. She's named after the original Peggy." Billy was impressed by the ease with which the roamer was operated. While they lingered at the table, at a word from Hastings, the 2 Japanese had gone on deck. Billy could hear them throwing down the halyards, casting off gaskets, and heaving the anchor short on the tiny winch. In several minutes, one called down that everything was ready, and all went on deck. Hoisting the mainsail and jigger was a matter of minutes. Then the cook and cabin boy broke out anchor, and while one hove it up, the other hoisted the jib. Hastings at the wheel trimmed the sheet. The roamer paid off, filled her sails, slightly heeling, and slid across the smooth water and out the mouth of New York Slough. The Japanese coiled the halyards and went below for their own dinner. "The flood is just beginning to make," said Hastings, pointing to a striped spar buoy that was slightly tipping upstream on the edge of the channel. The white houses of Collinsville, which they were nearing, disappeared behind a low island, though the Montezuma Hills, with their long, low, restful lines, slumbered on the horizon, apparently as far away as ever. As the roamer passed the mouth of Montezuma's Slough and entered the Sacramento, they came upon Collinsville close at hand. Saxon clapped her hands. "It's like a lot of toy houses," she said, "cut out of cardboard. And those hilly fields are just painted up behind." They passed many arks and houseboats of fishermen moored among the tules, and the women and children, like the men in the boats, were dark-skinned, black-eyed, foreign. As they proceeded up the river, they began to encounter dredges at work, biting out mouthfuls of the sandy river bottom and heaping it on top of the huge levees. Great mats of willow brush, hundreds of yards in length, were laid on top of the river slope of the levees and held in place by steel cables and thousands of cubes of cement. The willows soon sprouted, Hastings told them, and by the time the mats were rotted away, the sand was held in place by the roots of the trees. "It must cost like Sam Hill," Billy observed. "But the land is worth it," Hastings explained. "This island land is the most productive in the world. This section of California is like Holland. You wouldn't think it, but the water we're sailing on is higher than the surface of the islands. They're like leaky boats, caulking, patching, pumping, night and day, and all the time. But it pays. It pays." Except for the dredgers, the fresh-piled sand, the dense willow thickets, and always Mount Diablo to the south, nothing was to be seen. Occasionally, a river steamboat passed, and blue herons flew into the trees. "It must be very lonely," Saxon remarked. Hastings laughed and told her she would change her mind later. Much he related to them of the river lands, and after a while he got on the subject of tenant farming. Saxon had started him by speaking of the land-hungry Anglo-Saxons. "Land hogs," he snapped. "That's our record in this country. As one old Reuben told a professor of an agricultural experimental station, there ain't no sense in trying to teach me farming. I know all about it. Ain't I worked out 3 farms? It was his kind that destroyed New England. Back there, great sections are relapsing into wilderness. In one state, at least, the deer have increased until they are a nuisance. There are abandoned farms by the tens of thousands. I've gone over the list of them. Farms in New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Connecticut, offered for sale on easy payment. The prices asked wouldn't pay for the improvements, while the land, of course, is thrown in for nothing. And the same thing is going on, in one way or another, the same land robbing and hogging over the rest of the country, down in Texas, in Missouri and Kansas, out here in California. Take tenant farming. I know a ranch in my county where the land was worth $125 an acre, and it gave its return at that valuation. When the old man died, the son leased it to a Portuguese and went to live in the city. In 5 years, the Portuguese skimmed the cream and dried up the udder. The second lease with another Portuguese for 3 years gave 1/4 of the former return. No third Portuguese appeared to offer to lease it. There wasn't anything left. The ranch was worth $50,000 when the old man died. In the end, the son got $11,000 for it. Well, I've seen land that paid 12%, that after the skimming of a 5 years lease paid only 1.25%. It's the same in our valley, Mrs. Hastings supplemented. All the old farms are dropping into ruin. Take the Ebel place, mate. Her husband nodded emphatic endorsement. When we used to know it, it was a perfect paradise of a farm. There were dams and lakes, beautiful meadows, lush hayfields, red hills of grape lands, hundreds of acres of good pasture, heavenly groves of pines and oaks, a stone winery, stone barns, grounds. Oh, I couldn't describe it in hours. When Mrs. Bell died, the family scattered, and the leasing began. It's a ruin today. The trees have been cut and sold for firewood. There's only a little bit of the vineyard that isn't abandoned, just enough to make wine for the present Italian lessee, who are running a poverty-stricken milk ranch on the leavings of the soil. I rode over it last year and cried. The beautiful orchard is a horror. The grounds have gone back to the wild. Just because they didn't keep the gutters cleaned out, the rain trickled down and dry-rotted the timbers, and the big stone barn is caved in. The same with part of the winery. The other part is used for stabling cows, and the house, words can't describe. It's become a profession, Hastings went on, the movers. They lease, clean out, and gut a place in several years, and then move on. They're not like the foreigners, the Chinese and Japanese and the rest. In the main, they're a lazy vagabond, poor white sort, who do nothing else but skin the soil and move. Skin the soil and move. Now take the Portuguese and Italians in our country. They are different. They arrived in the country without a penny, and work for others of their countrymen until they've learned the language and their way about. Now they're not movers. What they are after is land of their own, which they will love and care for and conserve, but in the meantime, how to get it. Saving wages is slow. There's a quicker way. They lease. In 3 years, they can gut enough out of somebody else's land to set themselves up for life. It's a sacrilege, a veritable rape of the land. But what of it? It's the way of the United States. He turned suddenly to Billy. Look here, Roberts. You and your wife are looking for your bit of land. You want it bad. Now take my advice. It's cold, hard advice. Become a tenant farmer. Lease someplace where the old folks have died and the country isn't good enough for the sons and daughters. Then gut it. Wring the last dollar out of the soil. Repair nothing, and in 3 years you'll have your own place paid for. Then turn over a new leaf and love your soil. Nourish it. Every dollar you feed it will return you too. And have nothing scrub about the place. If it's a horse, a cow, a pig, a chicken, or a blackberry vine, see that it's thoroughbred. But it's wicked, Saxon wrung out. It's wicked advice. We live in a wicked age, Hastings countered, smiling grimly. This wholesale land skimming is the national crime of the United States today. Nor would I give your husband such advice if I weren't absolutely certain that the land he skins would be skinned by some Portuguese or Italian if he refused. As fast as they arrive and settle down, they send for their sisters and their cousins and their aunts. If you were thirsty, if a warehouse were burning and beautiful Rhine wine was running to waste, would you stay your hand from scooping a drink? Well, the National Warehouse is afire in many places, and no end of the good things are running to waste. Help yourself. If you don't, the immigrants will. Oh, you don't know him, Mrs. Hastings hurried to explain. He spends all his time on the ranch in conserving the soil. There are over 1,000 acres of woods alone. And though he thins and forests like a surgeon, he won't let a tree be chopped without his permission. He's even planted 100,000 trees. He's always draining and ditching to stop erosion, and experimenting with pasture grasses. And every little while, he buys some exhausted adjoining ranch and starts building up the soil. Wherefore I know what I'm talking about, Hastings broke in, and my advice holds. I love the soil, yet tomorrow, things being as they are, and if I were poor, I'd gut 500 acres in order to buy 25 for myself. When you get into Sonoma Valley, look me up, and I'll put you on to the whole game, and both ends of it. I'll show you construction as well as destruction. When you find a farm doomed to be gutted anyway, why jump in and do it yourself. Yes, and he mortgaged himself to the eyes, laughed Mrs. Hastings, to keep 500 acres of woods out of the hands of the charcoal burners. Ahead on the left bank of the Sacramento, just at the fading end of Montezuma Hills, Rio Vista appeared. The roamers slipped through the smooth water, past steamboat wharves, landing stages, and warehouses. The two Japanese went forward on deck. At command of Hastings, the jib ran down, and he shot the roamer into the wind, losing way, until he called, "Let go the hook." The anchor went down, and the yacht swung to it, so close to the shore that the skiff lay under overhanging willows. "Farther up the river we tie to the bank," Mrs. Hastings said, "so that when you wake in the morning, you find the branches of trees sticking down into the cabin." "Oh," Saxon murmured, pointing to a lump on her wrist. "Look at that. A mosquito." "Pretty early for them," Hastings said, "but later on they're terrible. I've seen 'em so thick that I couldn't back the jib against them." Saxon was not nautical enough to appreciate his hyperbole, though Billy grinned. "There are no mosquitoes in the Valley of the Moon," she said. "No, never," said Mrs. Hastings, whose husband began immediately to regret the smallness of the cabin, which prevented him from offering sleeping accommodations. An automobile bumped along the top of the levee, and the young boys and girls in it cried, "Oh, you kid," to Saxon and Billy and Hastings, who was rowing them ashore in the skiff. Hastings called, "Oh, you kid," back to them, and Saxon, pleasuring in the boyishness of his sunburned face, was reminded of the boyishness of Mark Hall and his Carmel crowd. Crossing the Sacramento on an old-fashioned ferry, a short distance above Rio Vista, Saxon and Billy entered the river country. From the top of the levee she got her revelation. Beneath, lower than the river, stretched broad, flat land, far as the eye could see. Roads ran in every direction, and she saw countless farmhouses of which she had never dreamed when sailing on the lonely river a few feet the other side of the willowy fringe. 3 weeks they spent among the rich farm islands, which heaped up levees and pumped day and night to keep afloat. It was a monotonous land, with unvarying richness of soil, and with only one landmark, Mount Diablo, ever to be seen, sleeping in the midday azure, limping its crinkled mass against the sunset sky, or forming like a dream out of the silver dawn. Sometimes on foot, often by launch, they crisscrossed and threaded the river region as far as the peatlands of the Middle River, down the San Joaquin to Antioch, and up Georgiana Slough to Walnut Grove on the Sacramento. And it proved a foreign land. The workers of the soil teemed by thousands, yet Saxon and Billy knew what it was to go a whole day without finding anyone who spoke English. They encountered, sometimes in whole villages, Chinese, Japanese, Italians, Portuguese, Swiss, Hindus, Koreans, Norwegians, Danes, French, Armenians, Slavs, and almost every nationality save American. One American they found on the lower reaches of Georgiana, who eked an illicit existence by fishing with traps. Another American, who spouted blood and destruction on all political subjects, was an itinerant bee farmer. At Walnut Grove, busting with life, the few Americans consisted of the storekeeper, the saloon-keeper, the butcher, the keeper of the drawbridge, and the ferryman. Yet 2 thriving towns were in Walnut Grove, one Chinese, one Japanese. Most of the land was owned by Americans who lived away from it and were continually selling it to the foreigners. A riot or a merrymaking, they could not tell which, was taking place in the Japanese town as Saxon and Billy steamed out on the Apache, bound for Sacramento. "We're setting on the stoop," Billy railed. "Pretty soon they'll crowd us off of that." "There won't be any stoop in the Valley of the Moon," Saxon cheered him. But he was inconsolable, remarking bitterly, "And there ain't one of them damn foreigners that can handle 4 horses like me. But they can everlastingly farm," he added. And Saxon, looking at his moody face, was suddenly reminded of a lithograph she had seen in her childhood. It was of a Plains Indian in paint and feathers, astride his horse and gazing with wondering eyes at a railroad train rushing along a fresh-made track. The Indian had passed, she remembered, before the tide of new life that brought the railroad. And were Billy and his kind doomed to pass, she pondered, before this new tide of life, amazingly industrious, that was flooding in from Asia and Europe? At Sacramento they stopped 2 weeks, where Billy drove team and earned the money to put them along on their travels. Also, life in Oakland and Carmel, close to the salt edge of the coast, had spoiled them for the interior. Too warm was their verdict of Sacramento, and they followed the railroad west, through a region of swampland, to Davisville. Here they were lured aside, and to the north, to pretty Woodland, where Billy drove team for a fruit farm, and where Saxon wrung from him a reluctant consent for her to work a few days in the fruit harvest. She made an important and mystifying secret of what she intended doing with her earnings, and Billy teased her about it until the matter passed from his mind. Nor did she tell him of a money order enclosed with a certain blue slip of paper in a letter to Bud Struthers. They began to suffer from the heat. Billy declared they had strayed out of the blanket climate. "There are no redwoods here," Saxon said. "We must go west toward the coast. It is there we'll find the Valley of the Moon." From Woodland, they swung west and south along the county roads to the fruit paradise of Vaudeville. Here Billy picked fruit, then drove team, and here Saxon received a letter and a tiny express package from Bud Struthers. When Billy came into camp from the day's work, she bade him stand still and shut his eyes. For a few seconds she fumbled and did something to the breast of his cotton work shirt. Once he felt a slight prick, as of a pin point, and grunted, while she laughed and bullied him to continue keeping his eyes shut. "Close your eyes and give me a kiss," she sang, "and then I'll show you what is." She kissed him, and when he looked down he saw, pinned to his shirt, the gold medals he had pawned the day they had gone to the moving picture show and received their inspiration to return to the land. "You darn kid," he exclaimed, as she caught her to him. "So that's what you blew your fruit money in on, and I never guessed. Come here, do you?" And thereupon she suffered the pleasant mastery of his brawn, and was hugged and wrestled with until the coffee pot boiled over, and she darted from him to the rescue. "I kinda always been a mite proud of 'em," he confessed, as he rolled his after-supper cigarette. "They take me back to my kid days when I amateured it to beat the band. I was some kid in them days, believe me. But say, d'ye know, they clean slipped my recollection. Oakland's 1,000 years away from you and me, and 10,000 miles. "Then this will bring you back to it," Saxon said, opening Bud's letter and reading it aloud. Bud had taken it for granted that Billy knew the wind-up of the strike, so he devoted himself to the details as to which men had got their jobs back and which had been blacklisted. To his own amazement, he had been taken back and was now driving Billy's horses. Still more amazing was the further information he had to impart. The old foreman of the West Oakland stables had died, and since then 2 other foremen had done nothing but make messes of everything. The point of all, which was that the boss had spoken that day to Bud, regretting the disappearance of Billy. "Don't make no mistake," Bud wrote. "The boss is on to all your curves. I bet he knows every scab you slugged. Just the same, he says to me, 'Struthers, if you ain't at liberty to give me his address, just write yourself and tell him for me to come a-running. I'll give him $125 a month to take hold the stables.'" Saxon waited with well-concealed anxiety when the letter was finished. Billy stretched out, leaning on one elbow, blew a meditative ring of smoke. His cheap work shirt, incongruously brilliant with the gold of the medals that flashed in the firelight, was open in front, showing the smooth skin and splendid swell of chest. He glanced around at the blankets bowered in a green screen and waiting, at the campfire and the black and battered coffee pot, at the well-worn hatchet, half buried in a tree trunk, and lastly, at Saxon. His eyes embraced her, then into them came a slow expression of inquiry, but she offered no help. "Well," he uttered finally, "all you got to do is write Bud Struthers and tell him not on the boss's ugly tintype. And while you're about it, I'll send him the money to get my watch out. You work out the interest. The overcoat can stay there and rot." But they did not prosper in the interior heat. They lost weight. The resilience went out of their minds and bodies. As Billy expressed it, their silk was frazzled. So they shouldered their packs and headed west across the wild mountains. In the Berryessa Valley, the shimmering heat waves made their eyes ache and their heads, so that they traveled on in the early morning and late afternoon. Still west they headed, over more mountains, to beautiful Napa Valley. The next valley beyond was Sonoma, where Hastings had invited them to his ranch. And here they would have gone had not Billy chanced upon a newspaper item which told of the writer's departure to cover some revolution that was breaking out somewhere in Mexico. "We'll see him later on," Billy said, as they turned northwest through the vineyards and orchards of Napa Valley. "We're like that millionaire Bert used to sing about, except it's time that we've got to burn. Any direction is as good as any other. Only west is best." 3 times in the Napa Valley, Billy refused work. Past St. Helena, Saxon hailed with joy the unmistakable redwoods they could see growing up the small canyons that penetrated the western wall of the valley. At Calistoga, at the end of the railroad, they saw the 6-horse stages leaving for Middletown and Lower Lake. They debated their route. That way led to lake country and not toward the coast, so Saxon and Billy swung west through the mountains to the valley of the Russian River. Coming out at Heldsburg, they lingered in the hop fields on the rich bottoms where Billy scorned to pick hops alongside of Indians, Japanese, and Chinese. "I wouldn't work alongside of 'em an hour before I'd be knocking their blocks off," he explained. "Besides, this Russian River's some nifty. Let's pitch camp and go swimming." So they idled their way north up the broad, fertile valley, so happy that they forgot that work was ever necessary, while the Valley of the Moon was a golden dream, remote but sure, some day of realization. At Cloverdale, Billy fell into luck. A combination of sickness and mischance found the stage stables short a driver. Each day the train disgorged passengers for the geysers, and Billy, as if accustomed to it all his life, took the reins of 6 horses and drove a full load over the mountains in stage time. The second trip, he had Saxon beside him on the high box seat. By the end of 2 weeks, the regular driver was back. Billy declined the stable job, took his wages, and continued north. Saxon had adopted a fox terrier puppy and named him Possum, after the dog Mrs. Hastings had told them about. So young was he that he quickly became footsore, and she carried him until Billy perched him on top of his pack and grumbled that Possum was chewing his back hair to a frazzle. They passed through the painted vineyards of Asti at the end of the grape picking and entered Ukiah, drenched to the skin by the first winter rain. "Say," Billy said, "you remember the way Romer just skated along? Well, this summer's done the same thing, gone by on wheels. And now it's up to us to find some place to winter. This Ukiah looks like a pretty good burg. We'll get a room tonight and dry out, and tomorrow I'll hustle around to the stables, and if I can locate anything, we can rent a shack and have all winter to think about where we'll go next year." The winter proved much less exciting than the one spent in Carmel, and keenly as Saxon had appreciated the Carmel folk, she now appreciated them more keenly than ever. In Ukiah, she formed nothing more than superficial acquaintances. Here people were more like those of the working class she had known in Oakland, or else they were merely wealthy and herded together in automobiles. There was no democratic artistic colony that pursued fellowship disregardful of the caste of wealth. Yet it was a more enjoyable winter than any she had spent in Oakland. Billy had failed to get regular employment, so she saw much of him, and they lived a prosperous and happy hand-to-mouth existence in the tiny cottage they rented. As extra man at the biggest livery stable, Billy's spare time was so great that he drifted into horse trading. It was hazardous, and more than once he was broke, but the table never wanted for the best of steak and coffee, nor did they stint themselves for clothes. Them blamed farmers. I got to pass it to 'em, Billy grinned one day, when he had been particularly bested in a horse deal. They won't tear under the wings, the sons of guns. In the summer, they take in boarders, and in the winter, they make a good living doing each other up at trading horses. And I just want to tell you, Saxon, they've sure shown me a few. And I'm getting tough under the wings myself. I'll never tear again so as you can notice it, which means one more trade learned for yours truly. I can make a living anywhere now trading horses. Often Billy had Saxon out on a spare saddle horse from the stables, and his horse deals took them on many trips into the surrounding country. Likewise, she was with him when he was driving horses to sell on commission, and in both their minds independently arose a new idea concerning their pilgrimage. Billy was the first to broach it. I run into an outfit the other day that's stored in town, he said, and it's kept me thinking ever since. Ain't no use trying to get you to guess it, because you can't. I'll tell you. The swellest wagon camping outfit anybody ever heard of. First of all, the wagon's a Peacherino, strong as they make 'em. It was made to order of Puget Sound, and it was tested out all the way down here. No load and no road can strain it. The guy had consumption that had it built. A doctor and a cook traveled with him till he passed in his checks here in Ukiah 2 years ago. But say, if you could see it, every kind of contrivance, a place for everything, a regular home on wheels. Now, if we could get that, and a couple of plugs, we could travel like kings and laugh at the weather. Oh, Billy, it's just what I've been dreaming of all winter. It would be ideal, and, well, sometimes on the road, I'm sure you can't help forgetting what a nice little wife you've got, and with a wagon, I could have all kinds of pretty clothes along. Billy's blue eyes glowed, a caress, cloudy and warm, as he said quietly, I've been thinking about that. And you can carry a rifle and a shotgun and fishing poles and everything, she rushed along, and a good big axe, man-size, instead of that hatchet you're always complaining about. And Possum can lift up his legs and rest. But suppose you can't buy it. How much do they want? $150 big bucks, he answered, but dirt cheap at that. It's giving it away. I tell you that rig wasn't built for a cent less than $400, and I know wagon work in the dark. Now, if I can put through the dicker with Caswell's 6 horses, say, I just got on to that horse buyer today. If he buys 'em, who do you think he'll ship 'em to? To the boss, right to the West Oakland stables. I'm going to get you to write to him. Traveling as we're going to, I can pick up bargains, and if the boss will talk, I can make the regular horse buyer's commission. He'll have to trust me with a lot of money, though, which most likely he won't, knowing all his scabs I beat up. If he could trust you to run his stable, I guess he isn't afraid to let you handle his money, Saxon said. Billy shrugged his shoulders in modest dubiousness. Well, anyway, as I was saying, If I can sell Caswell's 6 horses, why, we can stand off this month's bills and buy the wagon." "But horses?" Saxon queried anxiously. "They'll come later, if I have to take a regular job for 2 or 3 months. The only trouble with that would be it runs us pretty well along in the summer before we could pull out. But come on downtown, and I'll show you the outfit right now." Saxon saw the wagon and was so infatuated with it that she lost a night's sleep from sheer insomnia of anticipation. Then Caswell's 6 horses were sold, the month's bills held over, and the wagon became theirs. One rainy morning 2 weeks later, Billy had scarcely left the house to be gone on an all-day trip into the country after horses when he was back again. "Come on," he called to Saxon from the street. "Get your things on and come along. I want to show you something." He drove downtown to a board stable and took her through to a large roofed enclosure in the rear. There he led to her a span of sturdy, dappled chestnuts with cream-colored manes and tails. "Oh, the beauties," Saxon cried out, resting her cheek against the velvet muzzle of one, while the other roguishly nuzzled for a share. "Ain't they, though?" Billy reveled, leading them up and down before her admiring gaze. $1,350 each, and they don't look the weight. They're that slick put together. I couldn't believe it myself till I put 'em on the scales. 2,707 pounds, the 2 of 'em, and I tried 'em out. That was 2 days ago. Good dispositions, no faults, and true pullers, automobile broke, and all the rest. I'll back 'em out to pull any team of their weight I ever seen. Say, how they look hooked up to that wagon of ours." Saxon visioned the picture and shook her head slowly in a reaction of regret. 300 spot cash buys 'em, Billy went on, "and that's bedrock. The owner wants the money so bad he's drooling for it. Just gotta sell, and sell quick. And Saxon, honest to God, that pair fetched 500 at auction down in the city. Both mares, full sisters, 5 and 6 years old, registered Belgian sire, out of a heavy standard bred mare that I know. 300 takes 'em, and I got the refusal for 3 days." Saxon's regret changed to indignation. "Oh, why did you show 'em to me? We haven't any 300, and you know it. All I've got in the house is $6, and you haven't that much." "Maybe you think that's all I brought you downtown for," he replied enigmatically. "Well, it ain't." He paused, licked his lips, and shifted his weight uneasily from one leg to the other. "Now you listen till I get all done before you say anything. Ready?" She nodded. "Won't open your mouth?" This time she obediently shook her head. "Well, it's this way," he began haltingly. "There's a youngster come up from Frisco. Young Sandow, they call him, and the pride of Telegraph Hill. He's the real goods of a heavyweight, and he was to fight Montana Red Saturday night. Only Montana Red, just in a little training bout, snapped his forearm yesterday. The managers has kept it quiet. Now, here's the proposition. Lots of tickets sold, and there'll be a big crowd Saturday night. At the last moment, so as not to disappoint 'em, they'll spring me to take Montana's place. I'm a dark horse. Nobody knows me, not even young Sandow. He's come up since my time. I'd be a rube fighter. I can fight as Horse Roberts. Now wait a minute. The winner'll pull down 300 big round iron dollars. Wait, I'm telling you, it's a lead pipe cinch. It's like robbing a corpse. Sandow's got all the heart in the world. Regular knockdown and drag out and hang on fighter. I followed him in the papers. But he ain't clever. I'm slow, all right, but I'm clever, and I've got a haymaker in each arm. I got Sandow's number, and I know it. Now, you got to say so in this. If you say yes, the nags is ours. If you say no, then it's all bets off, and everything's all right, and I'll take the harness washing at the stables so as to buy a couple of plugs. Remember, they'll only be plugs, though. But don't look at me while you're making up your mind. Keep your lamps on the horses." It was with painful indecision that she looked at the beautiful animals. "Their names is Hazel and Hattie," Billy put in a sly wedge. "If we get 'em, we could call it the Double H outfit." But Saxon forgot the team and could see only Billy's frightfully bruised body the night he fought the Chicago Terror. She was about to speak when Billy, who had been hanging on her lips, broke in. "Just hitch 'em up to our wagon in your mind and look at the outfit. You've got to go some to beat it." "But you're not in training, Billy," she said suddenly, without having intended to say it. He snorted. "I've been in half training for the last year. My legs is like iron. They'll hold me up as long as I got a punch left in my arms. And I always have that. Besides, I won't let him make a long fight. He's a man-eater, and man-eaters is my meat. I'll eat 'em alive. It's the clever boys with the stamina and endurance that I can't put away. But this young Sandow's my meat. I'll get him maybe in the 3rd or 4th round, you know, time 'em in a rush and hand it to 'em just as easy. It's a lead pipe cinch, I tell you. Honest to God, Saxon, it's a shame to take the money." "But I hate to think of you all battered up," she temporized. "If I didn't love you so, it might be different. And then, too, you might get hurt." Billy laughed in contemptuous pride of youth and brawn. "You won't know I've been in a fight, except that we'll own Hazel and Hattie there. And besides, Saxon, I just got to stick my fist in somebody's face once in a while. You know I can go for months peaceable and gentle as a lamb, and then my knuckles actually begin to itch to land on something. Now it's a whole lot sensibler to land on young Sandow and get 300 for it, than to land on some hayseed and get hauled up and fined before some justice of the peace. Now take another squint at Hazel and Hattie. They're regular farm furniture, good to breed from when we get to that valley of the moon. And they're heavy enough to turn right into the plowing, too." The evening of the fight, at 8:15, Saxon parted from Billy. At 9:15, with hot water, ice, and everything ready in anticipation, she heard the gate click, and Billy's step come up the porch. She had agreed to the fight, much against her better judgment, and she had regretted her consent every minute of the hour she had just waited, so that, as she opened the front door, she was expectant of any sort of terrible husband wreck. But the Billy she saw was precisely the Billy she had parted from. "There was no fight," she cried, in so evident disappointment that he laughed. "They was all yelling 'fake, fake' when I left, and wanting their money back." "Well, I've got you," she laughed, leading him in, though secretly she sighed farewell to Hazel and Hattie. "I stopped by the way to get something for you that you've been wanting some time," Billy said casually. "Shut your eyes and open your hand, and when you open your eyes you'll find it grand," he chanted. Into her hand something was laid that was very heavy and very cold, and when her eyes opened, she saw that it was a stack of 15 $20 gold pieces. "I told you it was like taking money from a corpse," he exulted, as he emerged grinning from the whirlwind of punches, whacks, and hugs in which she had enveloped him. "There wasn't no fight at all. Do you want to know how long it lasted? Just 27 seconds, less than half a minute. And how many blows struck? 1. And it was me that done it. Here, I'll show you. It was just like this, a regular scream." Billy had taken his place in the middle of the room, slightly crouching, chin tucked against the sheltering left shoulder, fists closed, elbows in, so as to guard left side and abdomen, and forearms close to the body. "It's the first round," he pictured. Gong sounded, and we've shook hands. Of course, seeing as it's a long fight, and we'd never seen each other in action, we ain't in no rush. We're just feeling each other out and fiddling around. 17 seconds like that. Not a blow struck, nothing. And then it's all off with the big Swede. It takes some time to tell it, but it happened in a jiffy, less than 1/10 of a second. I wasn't expecting it myself. We're awful close together. His left glove ain't a foot from my jaw, and my left glove ain't a foot from his. He feints with his right, and I know it's a feint, and just hunch up my left shoulder a bit and feint with my right. That draws his guard over just about an inch, and I see my opening. My left ain't got a foot to travel. I don't draw back none. I start it from where it is, corkscrewing around his right guard and pivoting at the waist to put the weight of my shoulder into the punch. And it connects, square on the point of the chin, sideways. He drops dead-o. I walk back to my corner, and honest to God, Saxon, I can't help giggling a little. It was that easy. The referee stands over him and counts him out. He never quivers. The audience don't know what to make of it and sits paralyzed. His seconds carry him to his corner and set him on the stool, but they gotta hold him up. 5 minutes afterwards he opens his eyes, but he ain't seeing nothing. They're glassy. 5 minutes more, and he stands up. They gotta help hold him, his legs giving under him like they was sausages. And the seconds has to help him through the ropes, and they go down the aisle to his dressing room, a-helping him. And the crowd begins to yell fake, and wants its money back. 27 seconds, one punch, and a spanking pair of horses for the best wife Billy Roberts ever had in his long experience. All of Saxon's old physical worship of her husband revived, and doubled on itself many times. He was in all truth a hero, worthy to be of that wing-helmeted company leaping from the beaked boats upon the bloody English sands. The next morning he was awakened by her lips pressed on his left hand. "Hey, what are you doing?" he demanded. "Kissing Hazel and Hattie good morning," she answered demurely. "And now I'm going to kiss you good morning. And just where did your punch land? Show me." Billy complied, touching the point of her chin with his knuckles. With both her hands on his arm, she shoved it back and tried to draw it forward in similitude of a punch. But Billy withstrained her. "Wait," he said. "You don't want to knock your jaw off. I'll show you. And 1/4 of an inch will do." And at a distance of 1/4 of an inch from her chin, he administered the slightest flick of a tap. On the instant, Saxon's brain snapped with a white flash of light, while her whole body relaxed, numb and weak, volitionless. Sad, her vision reeled and blurred. The next instant she was herself again, in her eyes terror and understanding. "And it was at a foot that you struck him?" she murmured, in a voice of awe. "Yes, and with the weight of my shoulders behind it," Billy laughed. "Oh, that's nothing. Here, let me show you something else." He searched out her solar plexus and did no more than snap his middle finger against it. This time she experienced a simple paralysis, accompanied by a stoppage of breath, but with a brain and vision that remained perfectly clear. In a moment, however, all the unwanted sensations were gone. "Solar plexus," Billy elucidated. "Imagine what it's like when the other fellow lifts a wallop to it all the way from his knees. That's the punch that won the championship of the world for Bob Fitzsimmons." Saxon shuddered, then resigned herself to Billy's playful demonstration of the weak points in the human anatomy. He pressed the tip of a finger into the middle of her forearm, and she knew excruciating agony. On either side of her neck, at the base, he dented gently with his thumbs, and she felt herself quickly growing unconscious. "That's one of the death touches of the Japs," he told her, and went on, accompanying grips and holds with a running exposition. "Here's the toe hold that Notch defeated Hackenschmidt with. I learned it from Farmer Burns. And here's a half Nelson. And here's you making roughhouse at a dance, and I'm the floor manager, and I gotta put you out." The one hand grasped her wrist, the other hand passed around and under her forearm and grasped his own wrist, and at the first hint of pressure, she felt that her arm was a pipe stem about to break. That's called the come-along, and here's the strong arm. A boy can down a man with it, and if you ever get into a scrape and the other fella gets your nose between his teeth, you don't want to lose your nose, do you? Well, this is what you do, quick as a flash. Involuntarily, she closed her eyes as Billy's thumb ends pressed into them. She could feel the forerunning ache of a dull and terrible hurt. If he don't let go, you just press real hard, and out pop his eyes, and he's blind as a bat for the rest of his life. Oh, he'll let go, all right, all right. He released her and lay back laughing. How do you feel, he asked. Those ain't boxing tricks, but they're all in the game of roughhouse. I feel like revenge, she said, trying to apply the come-along to his arm. When she exerted the pressure, she cried out with pain, for she had succeeded only in hurting herself. Billy grinned at her futility. She dug her thumbs into his neck in imitation of the Japanese death touch, then gazed ruefully at the bent ends of her nails. She punched them smartly on the point of the chin, and again cried out, this time to the bruise of her knuckles. Well, this can't hurt me, she gritted through her teeth as she assailed his solar plexus with her doubled fists. By this time he was in a roar of laughter. Under the sheaths of muscles that were his armor, the fatal nerve center remained impervious. Go on, do it some more, he urged when she had given up, breathing heavily. It feels fine, like you was tickling me with a feather. All right, Mr. Man, she threatened balefully. You can talk about your grips and death touches and all the rest, but that's all man's game. I know something that will beat them all, that will make a strong man as helpless as a baby. Wait a minute till I get it. There, shut your eyes. Ready? I won't be a second. He waited with closed eyes, and then softly, as rose petals fluttering down, he felt her lips on his mouth. You win, he said in solemn ecstasy, and passed his arms around her. In the morning, Billy went downtown to pay for Hazel and Hattie. It was due to Saxon's impatient desire to see them that he seemed to take a remarkably long time about so simple a transaction. But she forgave him when he arrived with the 2 horses hitched to the camping wagon. Had to borrow the harness, he said. Pass Possum up and climb in, and I'll show you the Double H outfit, which is some outfit, I'm telling you. Saxon's delight was unbounded and almost speechless as they drove out into the country behind the dappled chestnuts with the cream-colored tails and manes. The seat was upholstered, high-backed, and comfortable, and Billy raved about the wonders of the efficient brake. He trotted the team along the hard country road to show the standard going in them, and put them up a steep earth road, almost hub-deep with mud, to prove that the light Belgium sire was not wanting in their make-up. When Saxon at last lapsed into complete silence, he studied her anxiously with quick sidelong glances. She sighed and asked, When do you think we'll be able to start? Maybe in 2 weeks, or maybe in 2 or 3 months, he sighed with solemn deliberation. We're like the Irishman with the trunk and nothing to put in it. Here's the wagon, here's the horses, and nothing to pull. I know a peach of a shotgun I can get, second hand, $18. But look at the bills we owe. Then there's a new .22 automatic rifle I want for you, and a .30-30 I've had my eye on for deer. And you want a good jointed pole as well as me, and tackle cost like Sam Hill, and harness like I want will cost $50 cold, and the wagon ought to be painted. Then there's the pasture ropes and nose bags, and a harness punch, and all such things. And Hazel and Hattie eating their heads off all the time we're waiting. And I'm just itching to be started myself. He stopped abruptly and confusedly. Now, Billy, what have you got up your sleeve? I can see it in your eyes, Saxon demanded, and indicated in mixed metaphors. Well, Saxon, you see, it's like this. Sandow ain't satisfied. He's madder and a hatter, and never got one punch at me, never had a chance to make a showin', and he wants a return match. He's blattin' around town that he can lick me with one hand tied behind him, and all that kind of hot air. Which ain't the point. The point is, the fight fans is wild to see a return match. They didn't get a run for their money last time. They'll fill the house. The managers has seen me already. That's why I was so long. There's 300 more waiting on a tree for me to pick 2 weeks from last night, if you'll say the word. It's just the same as I told you before. He's my meat. He still thinks I'm a rube, and that it was a fluke punch. But, Billy, you told me long ago that fighting took the silk out of you. That was why you quit it and stayed by teamin'. Not this kind of fightin', he answered. I got this one all doped out. I'll let him last till about the 7th. Not that it'll be necessary, but just to give the audience a run for its money. Of course I'll get a lump or two and lose some skin. Then I'll time him to the glass jaw of his and drop him for the count. And we'll be all packed up, and next morning we'll pull out. What do you say? Oh, come on. Saturday night, 2 weeks later, Saxon ran to the door when the gate clicked. Billy looked tired. His hair was wet, his nose swollen. One cheek was puffed, there was skin missing from his ears, and both eyes were slightly bloodshot. I'm darned if that boy didn't fool me, he said, and he placed a roll of gold pieces in her hand and sat down with her on his knee. He's some boy when he gets extended. Instead of stopping him at the 7th, he kept me hustlin' to the 14th. Then I got him the way I said. It's too bad he's got a glass jaw. He's quicker than I thought, and he's got a wallop that made me mighty respectful from the 2nd round. And the prettiest little chop and come again I ever saw. But that glass jaw, he kept it in cotton wool to the 14th, and then I connected. And say, I'm mighty glad it did last 14 rounds. I still got all my silk. I could see that easily. I wasn't breathin' much, and every round was fast. And my legs was like iron. I could have fought 40 rounds, you see. I never said nothing, but I've been suspicious all the time after that beating the Chicago Terror gave me. Nonsense. You would have known it long before now, Saxon cried. Look at all your boxing and wrestling and running at Carmel. Nope. Billy shook his head with the conviction of utter knowledge. That's different. It don't take it out of you. You gotta be up against the real thing, fightin' for life, round after round. With a husky, you know, that ain't lost a thread of his silk yet. Then, if you don't blow up, if your legs is steady, and your heart ain't burstin', and you ain't wobbly and all, and no signs of queer street in your head, why then, you know you still got all your silk. And I got it. I got all mine, do you hear me? And I ain't going to risk it on no more fights. That's straight. Easy money's the hardest in the end. From now on it's horse buying on commish, and you and me on the road till we find the Valley of the Moon. Next morning early, they drove out of Ukiah. Possum sat on the seat between them, his rosy mouth agape with excitement. They had originally planned to cross over to the coast from Ukiah, but it was too early in the season for the soft earth roads to be in shape after the winter rains. So they turned east for Lake County, their route to extend north through the upper Sacramento Valley and across the mountains into Oregon. Then they would circle west to the coast, where the roads by that time would be in condition, and come down its length to the Golden Gate. All the land was green and flower sprinkled, and each tiny valley as they entered the hills was a garden. Billy remarked scornfully to the general landscape. They say a rolling stone gathers no moss, just the same. This looks like some outfit we've gathered. Never had so much actual property in my life at one time. And them was the days when I wasn't rollin'. Hell, even the furniture wasn't ours. Only the clothes we stood up in, and some old socks and things. Saxon reached out and touched his hand, and he knew that it was a hand that loved his hand. I've only one regret, she said. You earned it all yourself. I've had nothing to do with it. You've had everything to do with it. You're like my second in a fight. You keep me happy and in condition. A man can't fight without a good second to take care of him. Hell, I wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for you. You made me pull up stakes and head out. Why, if it hadn't been for you, I would have drunk myself dead and rotten by this time. Or had my neck stretched at San Quentin over hitting some scab too hard, or something or other. And look at me now. Look at that roll of greenbacks, he tapped his breast, to buy the boss some horses. Why, we're taking an unending vacation and making a good living at the same time. And one more trade I got, horse buying for Oakland. If I show 'em I've got the savvy, and I have, all the Frisco firms will be after me to buy for them. And it's all your fault. You're my tonic kid, all right, all right. And if Possum wasn't looking, well, who cares if he does look? And Billy leaned toward her sideways and kissed her. The way grew hard and rocky as they began to climb, but the divide was an easy one, and they soon dropped down the canyon of the Blue Lakes among lush fields of golden poppies. In the bottom of the canyon lay a wandering sheet of water of intensest blue. Ahead, the folds of hills interlaced the distance, with a remote blue mountain rising in the center of the picture. They asked questions of a handsome, black-eyed man with curly gray hair, who talked to them in a German accent, while a cheery-faced woman smiled down at them out of a trellised-high window of the Swiss cottage, perched on the bank. Billy watered the horses at a pretty hotel farther on, where the proprietor came out and talked and told them he had built it himself, according to the plans of the black-eyed man with the curly gray hair, who was a San Francisco architect. Going up, Billy chortled, as they drove on through the winding hills past another lake of intensest blue. Do you notice a difference in our treatment already between riding and walking with packs on our backs? With Hazel and Hattie and Saxon and Possum and yours truly, and this high-toned wagon, folks most likely take us for millionaires out on a lark. The way widened. Broad oak-studded pastures with grazing livestock lay on either hand. Then Clear Lake opened before them like an inland sea, flecked with little squalls and flaws of wind from the high mountains on the northern slopes, of which still glistened white snow patches. I've heard Mrs. Hazard rave about Lake Geneva, Saxon recalled, but I wonder if it is more beautiful than this. That architect fellow called this the California Alps, you remember, Billy confirmed. And if I don't mistake, that's Lakeport showing up ahead. And all wild country and no railroads. And no moon valleys here, Saxon criticized. But it is beautiful, oh, so beautiful. Hotter'n hell in the dead of summer, I'll bet, was Billy's opinion. Nope, the country we're looking for lies nearer the coast. Just the same, it is beautiful, like a picture on the wall. What do you say we stop off and go for a swim this afternoon? 10 days later, they drove into Williams in Colusa County, and for the first time again encountered a railroad. Billy was looking for it, for the reason that at the rear of the wagon walked 2 magnificent workhorses which she had picked up for shipment to Oakland. Too hot, was Saxon's verdict, as she gazed across the shimmering level of the vast Sacramento Valley. No redwoods, no hills, no forests, no manzanita, no madronos, lonely and sad. And like the river islands, Billy interpolated, richer 'n hell, but looks too much like hard work. It'll do for those that's stuck on hard work. God knows, there's nothing here to induce a fellow to knock off, ever for a bit of play. No fishing, no hunting, nothing but work. I'd work myself if I had to live here. North they drove through days of heat and dust, across the California plains, and everywhere was manifest the new farming. Great irrigation ditches dug and being dug, the land threaded by power lines from the mountains, and many new farmhouses on small holdings, newly fenced. The bonanza farms were being broken up. However, many of the great estates remained, 5,000 to 10,000 acres in extent, running from the Sacramento bank to the horizon, dancing in the heat waves and studded with great valley oaks. It takes rich soil to make trees like those, a 10-acre farmer told them. They had driven off the road 100 feet to his tiny barn in order to water Hazel and Hattie. A sturdy young orchard covered most of his 10 acres, though a goodly portion was devoted to whitewashed hen houses and wired runways wherein hundreds of chickens were to be seen. He had just begun work on a small frame dwelling. I took a vacation when I bought, he explained, and planted the trees. Then I went back to work and stayed with it till the place was cleared. Now I'm here for keeps, and as soon as the house is finished, I'll send for the wife. She's not very well, and it will do her good. We've been planning and working for years to get away from the city. He stopped in order to give a happy sigh. And now we're free. The water in the trough was warm from the sun. Hold on, the man said. Don't let them drink that. I'll give it to 'em cool. Stepping into a small shed, he turned an electric switch, and a motor the size of a fruit box hummed into action. A 5-inch stream of sparkling water splashed into the shallow main ditch of his irrigation system and flowed away across the orchard through many laterals. Isn't it beautiful, huh? Beautiful, beautiful. The man chanted in an ecstasy. It's bud and fruit. It's blood and life. Look at it. It makes a gold mine laughable, and a saloon a nightmare. I know. I used to be a barkeeper. In fact, I've been a barkeeper most of my life. That's how I paid for this place, and I've hated the business all the time. I was a farm boy, and all my life I've been wanting to get back to it. And here I am at last. He wiped his glasses to better behold his beloved water, then seized a hoe and strode down the main ditch to open more laterals. He's the funniest barkeeper I ever seen, Billy commented. I took him for a businessman of some sort. Must have been in some kind of a quiet hotel. Don't drive on right away, Saxon requested. I want to talk with him. He came back, polishing his glasses, his face beaming, watching the water as if fascinated by it. It required no more exertion on Saxon's part to start him than had been required on his part to start the motor. The pioneers settled all this in the early 50s, he said. The Mexicans never got this far, so it was government land. Everybody got 160 acres, and such acres. The stories they tell about how much wheat they got to the acre are almost unbelievable. Then several things happened. The sharpest and steadiest of the pioneers held what they had and added to it from the other fellows. It takes a great many quarter sections to make a bonanza farm. It wasn't long before it was most all bonanza farms. They were the successful gamblers, Saxon put in, remembering Mark Hall's words. The man nodded appreciatively and continued. The old folks schemed and gathered and added the land into the big holdings, and built the great barns and mansions, and planted the house orchards and flower gardens. The young folks were spoiled by so much wealth and went away to the cities to spend it, and old folks and young united in one thing, in impoverishing the soil. Year after year they scratched it and took out bonanza crops. They put back nothing. All they left was the plow's soul and exhausted land. Why, there's big sections they exhausted and left almost desert. The bonanza farmers are all gone now, thank the Lord, and here's where we small farmers come into our own. It won't be many years before the whole valley will be farmed in patches like mine. Look at what we're doing. Worked out land that has ceased to grow wheat, and we turn the water on, treat the soil decently, and see our orchards. We got the water from the mountains and from under the ground. I was reading an account the other day. All life depends on food. All food depends on water. It takes 1,000 pounds of water to produce 1 pound of food, 10,000 pounds to produce 1 pound of meat. How much water do you drink in a year? About a ton. But you eat about 200 pounds of vegetables and 200 pounds of meat a year, which means you consume 100 tons of water in the vegetables and 1,000 tons in the meat, which means that it takes 1,101 tons of water each year to keep a small woman like you going. Gee, was all Billy could say. You see how population depends upon water, the ex-barkeeper went on. Well, we've got the water, immense subterranean supplies, and not in many years this valley will be populated as thick as Belgium. Fascinated by the 5-inch stream, sluiced out of the earth and back to the earth by the droning motor, he forgot his discourse and stood and gazed, rapt and unheeding, while his visitors drove on. And him a drink slinger, Billy marveled. He can sure sling the temperance dope, if anybody should ask you. It's lovely to think about all that water and all the happy people that will come here to live. But it ain't the Valley of the Moon, Billy laughed. No, she responded. They don't have to irrigate in the Valley of the Moon, unless for alfalfa and such crops. What we want is water bubbling naturally from the ground and crossing the farm in little brooks and on the boundary of fine big creek. With trout in it, Billy took her up, and willows and trees of all kinds growing along the edges. And here a riffle where you can flip out a trout, and there a deep pool where you can swim and high dive, and kingfishers and rabbits coming down to drink, and maybe a deer. And meadowlarks in the pasture, Saxon added, and mourning doves in the trees. We must have mourning doves, and the big gray tree squirrels. Gee, the Valley of the Moon's going to be some valley, Billy meditated, flicking away a fly with his whip from Hattie's side. Think we'll ever find it? Saxon nodded her head with great certitude. Just as the Jews found the Promised Land, and the Mormons Utah, and the pioneers California. You remember the last advice we got when we left Oakland? 'Tis them that looks that finds. Ever north, through a flat and flourishing, rejuvenated land, stopping at the towns of Willows, Red Bluff, and Redding, crossing the counties of Colusa, Glen, Tehama, and Shasta, went the spruce wagon, drawn by the dappled chestnuts with cream-colored manes and tails. Billy picked up only 3 horses for shipment, although he visited many farms, and Saxon talked with the women while he looked over the stock with the men. And Saxon grew the more convinced that the valley she sought lay not there. At Redding they crossed the Sacramento on a cable ferry and made a day's scorching traverse through rolling foothills and flat tablelands. The heat grew more insupportable, and the trees and shrubs were blasted and dead. Then they came again to the Sacramento, where the great smelters of Kennett explained the destruction of the vegetation. They climbed out of the smelting town, where airy houses perched insecurely on precipitous landscape. It was a broad, well-engineered road that took them up a grade miles long and plunged down into the canyon of the Sacramento. The road, rock-surfaced and easy-graded, hewn out of the canyon wall, grew so narrow that Billy worried for fear of meeting opposite-bound teams. Far below, the river frothed and flowed over pebbly shallows or broke tumultuously over boulders and cascades in its race for the great valley they had left behind. Sometimes on the wider stretches of the road, Saxon drove and Billy walked to lighten the load. She insisted on taking her turns at walking, and when he breathed the panting mares on the steep, and Saxon stood by their heads caressing them and cheering them, Billy's joy was too deep for any turn of speech as he gazed at his beautiful horses and his glowing girl, trim and colorful in her golden brown corduroy, the brown corduroy calves swelling sweetly under the abbreviated slim skirt. And when her answering look of happiness came to him, a sudden dimness in her straight gray eyes, he was overmastered by the knowledge that he must say something or burst. "Oh, you kid," he cried. With a radiant face she answered, "Oh, you kid." They camped one night in a deep dent in the canyon, where was snuggled a box factory village, and where a toothless ancient, gazing with faded eyes at their traveling outfit, asked, "Be you showin'?" They passed Castle Crags, mighty bastioned and glowing red against the palpitating blue sky. They caught their first glimpse of Mount Shasta, a rose-tinted snow peak rising, a sunset dream. Between and beyond, green interlacing walls of canyon, a landmark destined to be with them for many days. At unexpected turns, after mounting some steep grade, Shasta would appear again, still distant, now showing two peaks and glacial fields of shimmering white. Miles and miles and days they climbed, with Shasta ever developing new forms and phases in her summer snows. "A moving picture in the sky," said Billy at last. "Oh, it is all so beautiful," sighed Saxon, "but there are no moon valleys here." They encountered a plague of butterflies, and for days drove through untold billions of the fluttering beauties that covered the road with uniform velvet brown. And ever the road seemed to rise under the noses of the snorting mares, filling the air with noiseless flight, drifting down the breeze in clouds of brown and yellow, soft flaked as snow, and piling in mounds against the fences, ever driven to float helplessly on the irrigation ditches along the roadside. Hazel and Hattie soon grew used to them, though Possum never ceased being made frantic. Whoever heard of butterfly broke horses?" Billy chafed. "That's worth $50 more on their price." "Wait till you get across the Oregon line into the Rogue River Valley," they were told. "There's God's paradise, climate, scenery, and fruit farming, fruit ranches that yield 200% on a valuation of $500 an acre." "Gee," Billy said, when he had driven on out of hearing, "that's too rich for our digestion." And Saxon said, "I don't know about apples in the Valley of the Moon, but I do know that the yield is 10,000% of happiness on a valuation of one Billy, one Saxon, a Hazel, a Hattie, and a Possum." Through Siskiyou County and across the high mountains, they came to Ashland and Medford and camped beside the wild Rogue River. "This is wonderful and glorious," pronounced Saxon, "but it is not the Valley of the Moon." "No, it ain't the Valley of the Moon," agreed Billy, and he said it on the evening of the day he hooked a monster steelhead, standing to his neck in the ice-cold water of the Rogue and fighting for 40 minutes with screaming reel ere he drew his finny prize to the bank and, with the scalp yell of a Comanche, jumped and clutched it by the gills. "Them that looks finds," predicted Saxon, as they drew north out of Grant's Pass and held north across the mountains and fruitful Oregon valleys. One day in camp by the Umpqua River, Billy bent over to begin skinning the first deer he had ever shot. He raised his eyes to Saxon and remarked, If I didn't know California, I guess Oregon would suit me from the ground up. In the evening, replete with deer meat, resting on his elbow and smoking his after-supper cigarette, he said, "Maybe there ain't no Valley of the Moon, and if there ain't, what of it? We could keep on this way forever. I don't ask nothing better." "There is a Valley of the Moon," Saxon answered soberly, "and we are going to find it. We've got to. Why, Billy, it would never do, never, to settle down. There would be no little Hazels and little Hatties, nor little Billies." "Nor little Saxons," Billy interjected. "Nor little Possums," she hurried on, nodding her head and reaching out a caressing hand to where the fox terrier was ecstatically gnawing a deer rib. A vicious snarl and a wicked snap that barely missed her fingers were her reward. "Possum!" she cried in sharp reproof, again extending her hand. "Don't," Billy warned. "He can't help it, and he's likely to get you next time." Even more compelling was the menacing threat that Possum growled, his jaws close guarding the bone, eyes blazing insanely, his hair rising stiffly on his neck. "It's a good dog that sticks up for its bone," Billy championed. "I wouldn't care to own one that didn't." "But it's my Possum," Saxon protested, "and he loves me. Besides, he must love me more than an old bone, and he must mind me. Here, you Possum, give me that bone. Give me that bone, sir." Her hand went out gingerly, and the growl rose in volume and key till it culminated in a snap. "I tell you it's instinct," Billy repeated. "He does love you, but he just can't help doing it." "He's got a right to defend his bones from strangers, but not from his mother," Saxon argued. "I shall make him give up that bone to me." "Fox terriers is awful high-strung, Saxon. You're likely to get him hysterical." But she was obstinately set in her purpose. She picked up a short stick of firewood. "Now, sir, give me that bone." She threatened with the stick, and the dog's growling became ferocious. Again he snapped, then crouched back over his bone. Saxon raised the stick as if to strike him, and he suddenly abandoned the bone, rolled over on his back at her feet, forelegs in the air, his ears lying meekly back, his eyes swimming and eloquent with submission and appeal. "My God," Billy breathed in solemn awe. "Look at it, presenting his solar plexus to you, his vitals and his life, all defenses down, as much as saying, 'Here I am, stamp on me, kick the life out of me. I love you. I am your slave, but I just can't help defending my bone. My instincts stronger than me. Kill me, but I can't help it.'" Saxon was melted. Tears were in her eyes as she stooped and gathered the might of an animal in her arms. Possum was in a frenzy of agitation, whining, trembling, writhing, twisting, licking her face, all for forgiveness. "Heart of gold, with a rose in his mouth," Saxon crooned, burying her face in the soft, quivering bundle of sensibilities. "Mother is sorry. She'll never bother you again that way. There, there, little love, see? There's your bone. Take it." She put him down, but he hesitated between her and the bone, patently looking to her for surety of permission, yet continuing to tremble in the terrible struggle between duty and desire that seemed tearing him asunder. Not until she repeated that it was all right and nodded her head consentingly did he go to the bone. At once, a minute later, he raised his head with a sudden startle and gazed inquiringly at her. She nodded and smiled, and Possum, with a happy sigh of satisfaction, dropped his head down to the precious deer rib. That Mercedes was right when she said men fought over jobs like dogs over bones, Billy enunciated slowly. "It's instinct. Why, I couldn't no more help reaching my fist to the point of a scab's jaw than could Possum from snapping at you. There's no explaining it. What a man has to, he has to. The fact that he does a thing shows he had to do it, whether he can explain it or not. You remember Hall couldn't explain why he stuck that stick between Timothy McManus's legs in the foot race. What a man has to, he has to. That's all I know about it. I never had no earthly reason to beat up that lodger we had, Jimmy Harmon. He was a good guy, square and all right. But I just had to, with the strike going to smash and everything so bitter inside me that I could taste it. I never told you, but I saw him once after I got out, when my arms was mendin'. I went down to the roundhouse and waited for him to come in off a run, and apologized to him. Now, why did I apologize? I don't know, except for the same reason I punched him. I just had to. And so Billy expounded the why of like in terms of realism. In the camp by the Umpqua River, while Possum expounded it in similar terms of fang and appetite on the rib of a deer. With Possum on the seat beside her, Saxon drove into the town of Roseburg. She drove at a walk. At the back of the wagon were tied 2 heavy young workhorses. Behind, half a dozen more marched free, and the rear was brought up by Billy, astride a 9th horse. All these he shipped from Roseburg to the West Oakland stables. It was in the Umpqua Valley that they heard the parable of the White Sparrow. The farmer who told it was elderly and flourishing. His farm was a model of orderliness and system. Afterwards, Billy heard neighbors estimate his wealth at $250,000. You've heard the story of the farmer and the White Sparrow, he asked Billy at dinner. Never heard of a white sparrow even, Billy answered. I must say they're pretty rare, the farmer owned. But here's the story. Once there was a farmer who wasn't making much of a success. Things just didn't seem to go right till at last one day he heard about the wonderful white sparrow. It seems the white sparrow comes out only just at daybreak with the first light of dawn, and that it brings all kinds of good luck to the farmer that is fortunate enough to catch it. Next morning our farmer was up at daybreak and before, looking for it, and, do you know, he sought for it continually for months and months, and never caught even a glimpse of it. Their host shook his head. No, he never found it, but he found so many things about the farm needing attention, and which he attended to before breakfast, that before he knew it, the farm was prospering, and it wasn't long before the mortgage was paid off and he was starting a bank account. That afternoon, as they drove along, Billy was plunged into a deep reverie. Oh, I got the point all right, he said finally, and yet I ain't satisfied. Of course there wasn't a white sparrow, but by getting up early and attending to things he'd been slack about before, oh, I got it all right. And yet, Saxon, if that's what a farmer's life means, I don't want to find no Moon Valley. Life ain't hard work. Daylight to dark, hard at it. Might as well be in the city. What's the difference? All the time you've got to yourself is for sleeping, and when you're sleeping, you're not enjoying yourself. And what's it matter? Where you sleep, you're dead-o. Might as well be dead and done with as work your head off that way. I'd sooner stick to the road and shoot a deer and catch a trout once in a while and lie on my back in the shade and laugh with you and have fun with you and go swimming. And I'm a willing worker, too. But there's all the difference in the world between a decent amount of work and working your head off. Saxon was in full accord. She looked back on her years of toil and contrasted them with the joyous life she had lived on the road. We don't want to be rich, she said. Let them hunt their white sparrows in the Sacramento Islands and the irrigation valleys. When we get up early in the Valley of the Moon, it will be to hear the birds sing and sing with them. And if we work hard at times, it will be only so that we'll have more time to play. And when you go swimming, I'm going with you, and we'll play so hard that we'll be glad to work for relaxation. I'm getting plumb dried out, Billy announced, mopping the sweat from his sunburned forehead. "What do you say we head for the coast?" West they turned, dropping down wild mountain gorges from the height of land of the interior valleys. So fearful was the road that on one stretch of 7 miles they passed 10 broken-down automobiles. Billy would not force the mares and promptly camped beside a brawling stream from which he whipped 2 trout at a time. Here Saxon caught her first big trout. She had been accustomed to landing them up to 9 and 10 inches, and the screech of the reel when the big one was hooked caused her to cry out in startled surprise. Billy came up the riffle to her and gave counsel. Several minutes later, cheeks flushed and eyes dancing with excitement, Saxon dragged the big fellow carefully from the water's edge into the dry sand. Here it threw the hook out and flopped tremendously until she fell upon it and captured it in her hands. 16 inches, Billy said, as she held it up proudly for inspection. "Hey, what are you going to do?" "Wash off the sand, of course," was her answer. "Better put it in a basket," he advised, then closed his mouth and grimly watched. She stooped by the side of the stream and dipped in the splendid fish. It flopped. There was a convulsive movement on her part, and it was gone. "Oh," Saxon cried in chagrin. "Them that finds should hold," quoth Billy. "I don't care," she replied. "It was a bigger one than you ever caught, anyway." "Oh, I'm not denying you're a peach at fishin'," he drawled. "You caught me, didn't you?" "I don't know about that," she retorted. "Maybe it was like the man who was arrested for catching trout out of season. His defense was self-defense." Billy pondered, but did not see. "The trout attacked him," she explained. Billy grinned. 15 minutes later, he said, "You sure handed me a hot one." The sky was overcast, and as they drove along the bank of the Coquille River, the fog suddenly enveloped them. "Woof," Billy exhaled joyfully. "Ain't it great? I can feel myself mopping it up like a dry sponge. I never appreciated fog before." Saxon held out her arms to receive it, making motions as if she were bathing in the gray mist. "I never thought I'd grow tired of the sun," she said, "but we've had more than our share the last few weeks." "Ever since we hit the Sacramento Valley," Billy affirmed. "Too much sun ain't good. I've worked that out. Sunshine is like liquor. Did you ever notice how good you felt when the sun come out after a week of cloudy weather? Well, that sunshine was just like a jolt of whiskey, had the same effect, made you feel good all over. Now, when you're swimming and come out and lay in the sun, how good you feel. That's because you're lapping up a sun cocktail. Suppose you lay there in the sand a couple of hours. You don't feel so good. You're slow moving. It takes you a long time to dress. You come home dragging your legs and feeling rotten, with all the life sapped out of you. What's that? It's the katzenjammer. You've been soused to the ears in sunshine like so much whiskey, and now you're paying for it. That's straight. That's why fog in the climate is best." "Then we've been drunk for months," Saxon said, "and now we're going to sober up." "You bet. Why, Saxon, I can do 2 days' work in one in this climate. Look at the mares. Blame me if they ain't perking up already." Vainly Saxon's eye roved the pine forest in search of her beloved redwoods. They would find them down in California, they were told, in the town of Bandon. "Then we're too far north," said Saxon. "We must go south to find our Valley of the Moon." And south they went, along roads that steadily grew worse, through the dairy country of Langlois, and through the thick pine forests to Port Orford, where Saxon picked jeweled agates on the beach, while Billy caught enormous rock cod. No railroads had yet penetrated this wild region, and the way south grew wilder and wilder. At Gold Beach they encountered their old friend, the Rogue River, which they ferried across where it entered the Pacific. Still wilder became the country, still more terrible the road, still farther apart the isolated farms and clearings. And here were neither Asiatics nor Europeans. The scant population consisted of the original settlers and their descendants. More than one old man or woman Saxon talked with who could remember the trip across the plains with the plodding oxen. West they had fared until the Pacific itself had stopped them, and here they made their clearings, built their rude houses, and settled. In them, farther west had been reached. Old customs had changed little. There were no railways, no automobiles as yet had ventured their perilous roads. Eastward, between them and the populous interior valleys, lay the wilderness of the Coast Range, a game paradise, Billy heard, though he declared that the very road he traveled was game paradise enough for him. Had he not halted the horses, turned the reins over to Saxon, and shot an 8-pronged buck from the wagon seat. South of Gold Beach, climbing a narrow road through the virgin forest, they heard from far above the jingle of bells. 100 yards farther on, Billy found a place wide enough to turn out. Here he waited while the merry bells descending the mountain rapidly came near. They heard the grind of the brake, the soft thud of horses' hoofs, once the sharp cry of the driver, and once a woman's laughter. Some driver, Billy muttered. I take my hat off to him, whoever he is, hitting a pace like that on a road like this. Listen to that. He's got powerful brakes. Zowie. That was a chuck hole. Some springs, Saxon, some springs. Where the road zigzagged above, they glimpsed through the trees 4 sorrel horses trotting swiftly, and the flying wheels of a small tan-painted trap. At the bend of the road the leaders appeared again, swinging wide on the curve. The wheelers flashed into view, and the light 2-seated rig. Then the whole affair straightened out and thundered down upon them across a narrow plank bridge. In the front seat were a man and a woman. In the rear seat, a Japanese was squeezed in among suitcases, rods, guns, saddles, and a typewriter case, while above him and all about him, fastened most intricately, sprouted a prodigious crop of deer and elk horns. It's Mr. and Mrs. Hastings, Saxon cried. Whoa, Hastings yelled, putting on the brake and gathering his horses into stop alongside. Greetings flew back and forth, in which the Japanese, whom they had last seen on the Roamer at Rio Vista, gave and received his share. Different from the Sacramento Islands, huh? Hastings said to Saxon. Nothing but old American stock in these mountains, and they haven't changed any. As John Fox Jr. said, they're our contemporary ancestors. Our old folks were just like them. Mr. and Mrs. Hastings, between them, told of their long drive. They were out 2 months then, and intended to continue north through Oregon and Washington to the Canadian boundary. Then we'll ship our horses and come home by train, concluded Hastings. But the way you drive, you ought to be a whole lot further along than this, Billy criticized. But we keep stopping off everywhere, Mrs. Hastings explained. We went into the Hoopwa Reservation, said Mr. Hastings, and canoed down the Trinity and Klamath rivers to the ocean. And just now we've come out from 2 weeks in the real wilds of Curry County. You must go in, Hastings advised. You'll get to Mountain Ranch tonight, and you can turn in from there. No roads, though. You'll have to pack your horses, but it's full of game. I shot 5 mountain lions and 2 bear, to say nothing of deer. And there are small herds of elk, too. No, I didn't shoot any. They're protected. These horns I got from the old hunters. I'll tell you all about it. And while the men talked, Saxon and Mrs. Hastings were not idle. Found your Valley of the Moon yet? The writer's wife asked, as they were saying goodbye. Saxon shook her head. You will find it if you go far enough. and be sure you go as far as Sonoma Valley and our ranch. Then if you haven't found it yet, we'll see what we can do." 3 weeks later, with a bigger record of mountain lions and bear than Hastings to his credit, Billy emerged from Curry County and drove across the line into California. At once Saxon found herself among the redwoods, but they were redwoods unbelievable. Billy stopped the wagon, got out, and paced around one. 45 feet, he announced. That's 15 feet in diameter, and they're all like it, only bigger. No, there's a runt. It's only about 9 feet through, and they're hundreds of feet tall. When I die, Billy, you must bury me in a redwood grove, Saxon adjured. I ain't going to let you die before I do, he assured her, and then we'll leave it in our wills for both of us to be buried that way. South they headed along the coast, hunting, fishing, swimming, and horse spying. Billy shipped his purchases on the coasting steamers. Through Del Norte and Humboldt counties they went, and through Mendocino into Sonoma counties, larger than eastern states, threading the giant woods, whipping innumerable trout streams, and crossing countless rich valleys. Ever Saxon sought the Valley of the Moon. Sometimes, when all seemed fair, the lack was a railroad, sometimes madrono and manzanita trees, and usually there was too much fog. "We do want a sun cocktail once in a while," she told Billy. He up with his answer, "Too much fog might make us soggy. What we're after is betwixt and between, and we'll have to get back from the coast a ways to find it." This was in the fall of the year, and they turned their backs on the Pacific at old Fort Ross and entered the Russian River Valley, far below Ukiah, by way of Cazadero and Greenville. At Santa Rosa, Billy was delayed with the shipping of several horses, so it was not until afternoon that he drove south and east for Sonoma Valley. "I guess we'll no more than make Sonoma Valley when it'll be time to camp," he said, measuring the sun with his eye. "This is called Bennett Valley. You cross a divide from it and come out at Glen Ellen. Now, this is a mighty pretty valley, if anybody should ask you, and that's some nifty mountain over there." "The mountain is all right," Saxon adjudged, "but all the rest of the hills are too bare, and I don't see any big trees. It takes rich soil to make big trees." "Oh, I ain't saying it's the Valley of the Moon by a long ways. All the same, Saxon, that's some mountain. Look at the timber on it. I bet there's deer there." "I wonder where we'll spend this winter," Saxon remarked. "Do you know, I've just been thinking the same thing. Let's winter at Carmel. Mark Hall's back, and so is Jim Hazard. What do you say?" Saxon nodded. "Only you won't be the odd job man this time." "Nope. We could make trips in good weather horse buying," Billy confirmed, his face beaming with self-satisfaction. "And if that walking poet of the Marble House is around, I'll sure get the gloves on with him, just in memory of the time he walked me legs off." "Oh, Saxon cried. "Look, Billy, look." Around the bend in the road came a man in a sulky, driving a heavy stallion. The animal was a bright chestnut sorrel with cream-colored mane and tail. The tail almost swept the ground, while the mane was so thick that it crested out of the neck and flowed down, long and wavy. He scented the mares and stopped short, head flung up, and armfuls of creamy mane tossing in the breeze. He bent his head until flaring nostrils brushed impatient knees, and between the fine pointed ears could be seen a mighty and incredible curve of neck. Again he tossed his head, fretting against the bit as the driver turned widely aside for safety in passing. They could see the blue gaze like a sheen on the surface of the horse's bright, wild eyes, and Billy closed a wary thumb on his reins and himself turned widely. He held up his hand in signal, and the driver of the stallion stopped when well past, and over his shoulder talked draft horses with Billy. Among other things, Billy learned that the stallion's name was Barbarossa, that the driver was the owner, and that Santa Rosa was his headquarters. "There are 2 ways to Sonoma Valley from here," the man directed. "When you come to the crossroads, the turn to the left will take you to Glen Ellen by Bennett Peak. That's it there." Rising from the rolling stubble fields, Bennett Peak towered hot in the sun, a row of bastion hills leaning against its base. But the hills and mountains on that side showed bare and heated, though beautiful with the sunburnt tawniness of California. "The turn to the right will take you to Glen Ellen, too, only it's longer and steeper grades, but your mares don't look as though it'd bother them." "Which is the prettiest way?" Saxon asked. "Oh, the right-hand road, by all means," said the man. "That's Sonoma Mountain there, and the road skirts it pretty well up, and goes through Cooper's Grove." Billy did not start immediately after they had said goodbye, and he and Saxon, heads over shoulders, watched the roused Barbarossa plunging mutinously on toward Santa Rosa. "Gee," Billy said, "I'd like to be up here next spring." At the crossroads, Billy hesitated and looked at Saxon. "What if it's longer?" she said. "Look how beautiful it is, all covered with green woods, and I just know those are redwoods in the canyons." "You never can tell. The Valley of the Moon might be right up there somewhere, and it would never do to miss it just in order to save half an hour." They took the turn to the right and began crossing a series of steep foothills. As they approached the mountain, there were signs of a greater abundance of water. They drove beside a running stream, and though the vineyards of the hills were summer dry, the farmhouses in the hollows and on the levels were grouped about with splendid trees. "Maybe it sounds funny," Saxon observed, "but I'm beginning to love that mountain already. It almost seems as if I'd seen it before, somehow. It's so all-around satisfying. Oh." Crossing a bridge and rounding a sharp turn, they were suddenly enveloped in a mysterious coolness and gloom. All about them arose stately trunks of redwood. The forest floor was a rosy carpet of autumn fronds. Occasional shafts of sunlight, penetrating the deep shade, warmed the somberness of the grove. Alluring paths led off among the trees into cozy nooks made by circles of red columns growing around the dust of vanished ancestors, witnessing the titanic dimensions of those ancestors by the girth of the circles in which they stood. Out of the grove they pulled to the steep divide, which was no more than a buttress of Sonoma Mountain. The way led on through rolling uplands and across small dips and canyons, all well wooded and adrip with water. In places, the road was muddy from wayside springs. "That mountain's a sponge," said Billy. "Here it is, the tail end of dry summer, and the ground's just leaking everywhere." "I know I've never been here before," Saxon communed aloud, "but it's all so familiar. I must have dreamed it. And there's madronos, a whole grove, and manzanita. Why, I feel as if I was coming home. Oh, Billy, if this should turn out to be our valley." "Plastered against the side of a mountain?" he queried, with a skeptical laugh. "No, I don't mean that. I mean on the way to our valley. Because the way, all ways to our valley, must be beautiful. And this, I've seen it all before, dreamed it." "It's great," he said sympathetically. "I wouldn't trade a square mile of this kind of country for the whole Sacramento Valley, with the river islands thrown in, and Middle River for good measure. If there ain't deer up there, I miss my guess, and when there's springs, there's streams, and streams mean trout." They passed a large and comfortable farmhouse, surrounded by wondering barns and cowsheds, went on under forest arches, and emerged beside a field with which Saxon was instantly enchanted. It flowed in a gentle concave from the road up the mountain, its farther boundary an unbroken line of timber. The field glowed like rough gold in the approaching sunset, and near the middle of it stood a solitary great redwood, with blasted top suggesting a nesting eyrie for eagles. The timber beyond clothed the mountain in solid green to what they took to be the top, but as they drove on, Saxon, looking back upon what she called her field, saw the real summit of Sonoma towering beyond. The mountain behind her field a mere spur upon the side of the larger mass. Ahead and toward the right, across the sheer ridges of the mountain, separated by deep green canyons and broadening lower down into rolling orchards and vineyards, they caught their first sight of Sonoma Valley and the wild mountains that rimmed its eastern side. To the left they gazed across a golden land of small hills and valleys. Beyond to the north they glimpsed another portion of the valley, and still beyond, the opposing wall of the valley, a range of mountains, the highest of which reared its red and battered ancient crater against a rosy and mellowing sky. From north to the southeast, the mountain rim curved in the brightness of the sun, while Saxon and Billy were already in the shadow of evening. He looked at Saxon, noted the ravished ecstasy of her face, and stopped the horses. All the eastern sky was blushing to rose, which descended upon the mountains, touching them with wine and ruby. Sonoma Valley began to fill with a purple flood, laving the mountain base, rising, inundating, drowning them in purple. Saxon pointed in silence, indicating that the purple flood was the sunset shadow of Sonoma Mountain. Billy nodded, then chirruped to the mares, and the descent began through a warm and colorful twilight. On the elevated sections of the road, they felt the cool, delicious breeze from the Pacific 40 miles away, while from each little dip and hollow came warm breaths of autumn earth, spicy with sunburnt grass and falling leaves and passing flowers. They came to the rim of a deep canyon that seemed to penetrate to the heart of Sonoma Mountain. Again, with no word spoken, merely from watching Saxon, Billy stopped the wagon. The canyon was wildly beautiful. Tall redwoods lined its entire length. On its farther rim stood 3 rugged knolls covered with dense woods of spruce and oak. From between the knolls, a feeder to the main canyon, and likewise fringed with redwoods, emerged a smaller canyon. Billy pointed to a stubble field that lay at the feet of the knolls. In fields like that, I've seen my mares a-pasturing, he said. They dropped down into the canyon, the road following a stream that sang under maples and alders. The sunset fires, refracted from the cloud driftage of the autumn sky, bathed the canyon with crimson, in which ruddy-limbed madronos and wine-wooded manzanitas burned and smoldered. The air was aromatic with laurel. Wild grapevines bridged the stream from tree to tree. Oaks of many sorts were veiled in lacy Spanish moss. Ferns and brakes grew lush beside the stream. From somewhere came the plaint of mourning doves. 50 feet above the ground, almost over their heads, a Douglas squirrel crossed the road. A flash of gray between 2 trees, and they marked the continuance of its aerial passage by the bending of the boughs. "I've got a hunch," said Billy. "Let me say it first," Saxon begged. He waited, his eyes on her face as she gazed about her in rapture. "We found our valley," she whispered. "Was that it?" He nodded, but checked speech at sight of a small boy driving a cow up the road, a preposterously big shotgun in one hand, and in the other, as preposterously big, a jackrabbit. "How far to Glen Ellen?" Billy asked. "Mile and a half," was the answer. "What creek is this?" inquired Saxon. "Wildwater. It empties into Sonoma Creek half a mile down." "Trout?" This from Billy. "If you know how to catch 'em," grinned the boy. Deer up the mountain? It ain't open season, the boy evaded. I guess you never shot a deer, Billy slyly baited, and was rewarded with, I got the horns to show. Deer shed their horns, Billy teased on. Anybody can find 'em. I got the meat on mine. It ain't dry yet. The boy broke off, gazing with shocked eyes into the pit Billy had dug for him. It's all right, Sonny, Billy laughed as he drove on. I ain't the game warden. I'm buying horses. More leaping tree squirrels, more ruddy madronos and majestic oaks, more fairy circles of redwoods, and still beside the singing stream, they passed a gate by the roadside. Before it stood a rural mailbox, on which was lettered Edmund Hale. Standing under the rustic arch, leaning upon a gate, a man and a woman composed a picture so arresting and beautiful that Saxon caught her breath. They were side by side, the delicate hand of the woman curled in the hand of the man, which looked as if made to confer benedictions. His face bore out this impression, a beautiful browed countenance with large benevolent gray eyes under a wealth of white hair that shone like spun glass. He was fair and large. The little woman beside him was daintily wrought. She was saffron brown, as a woman of the white race can well be, with smiling eyes of bluest blue. In quaint sage-green draperies, she seemed a flower, with her small, vivid face irresistibly reminding Saxon of a springtime wake robin. Perhaps the picture made by Saxon and Billy was equally arresting and beautiful as they drove down through the golden end of day. The two couples had eyes only for each other. The little woman beamed joyously. The man's face glowed into the benediction that had trembled there. To Saxon, like the field up the mountain, like the mountain itself, it seemed that she had always known this adorable pair. She knew that she loved them. How do you do, said Billy. You blessed children, said the man. I wonder if you know how dear you look sitting there. That was all. The wagon had passed by, rustling down the road, which was carpeted with falling leaves of maple, oak, and alder. Then they came to the meeting of the two creeks. What a place for a home, Saxon cried, pointing across wild water. See, Billy, on that bench there above the meadow. It's a rich bottom, Saxon, and so is the bench rich. Look at the big trees on it, and there's sure to be springs. Drive over, she said. Forsaking the main road, they crossed wild water on a narrow bridge and continued along an ancient, rutted road that ran beside an equally ancient wormwood fence of split redwood rails. They came to a gate open and off its hinges, through which the road led out onto the bench. This is it. I know it, Saxon said with conviction. Drive in, Billy. A small, whitewashed farmhouse with broken windows showed through the trees. Talk about your madronos. Billy pointed to the father of all madronos, 6 feet in diameter at its base, sturdy and sound, which stood before the house. They spoke in low tones as they passed around the house under great oak trees and came to a stop before a small barn. They did not wait to unharness. Tying the horses, they started to explore. The pitch from the bench to the meadow was steep, yet thickly wooded with oaks and manzanita. As they crashed through the underbrush, they startled a score of quail into flight. How about game? Saxon queried. Billy grinned and fell to examining a spring which bubbled a clear stream into the meadow. Here the ground was sun-baked and wide open in a multitude of cracks. Disappointment leaped into Saxon's face, but Billy, crumbling a clod between his fingers, had not made up his mind. It's rich, he pronounced, the cream of the soil that's been washing down from the hills for 10,000 years, but... He broke off, stared all about, studying the configuration of the meadow, crossed it to the redwood trees beyond, then came back. "It's no good as it is," he said, "but it's the best ever if it's handled right. All it needs is a little common sense and a lot of drainage. This meadow's a natural basin, not yet filled level. There's a sharp slope through the redwoods to the creek. Come on, I'll show you." They went through the redwoods and came out on Sonoma Creek. At this spot was no singing. The stream poured into a quiet pool. The willows on their side brushed the water. The opposite side was a steep bank. Billy measured the height of the bank with his eye, the depth of the water with a driftwood pole. 15 feet, he announced. "That allows all kinds of high diving from the bank, and it's 100 yards of swim up and down." They followed down the pool. It emptied into a riffle, across exposed bedrock into another pool. As they looked, a trout flashed into the air and back, leaving a widening ripple on the quiet surface. "I guess we won't winter in Carmel," Billy said. "This place was especially manufactured for us. In the morning, I'll find out who owns it." Half an hour later, feeding the horses, he called Saxon's attention to a locomotive whistle. "You've got your railroad," he said. "That's a train pulling into Glen Ellen, and it's only a mile from here." Saxon was dozing off to sleep under the blankets when Billy aroused her. "Suppose the guy that owns it won't sell?" "There isn't the slightest doubt," Saxon answered, with unruffled certainty. "This is our place. I know it." They were awakened by Possum, who was indignantly reproaching a tree squirrel for not coming down to be killed. The squirrel chattered garrulous remarks that drove Possum into a mad attempt to climb the tree. Billy and Saxon giggled and hugged each other at the terrier's frenzy. "If this is going to be our place, there'll be no shooting of tree squirrels," Billy said. Saxon pressed his hand and sat up. From beneath the bench came the cry of a meadowlark. "There isn't anything left to be desired," she sighed happily. "Except the deed," Billy corrected. After a hasty breakfast, they started to explore, running the irregular boundaries of the place and repeatedly crossing it from rail fence to creek and back again. 7 springs they found along the foot of the bench on the edge of the meadow. "There's your water supply," Billy said. "Drain the meadows, work the soil up, and with fertilizer and all the water, you can grow crops year-round. There must be 5 acres of it. I wouldn't trade it for Mrs. Mortimer's." They were standing in the old orchard on the bench where they had counted 27 trees, neglected but of generous girth. "And on top of the bench, back of the house, we can grow berries." Saxon paused, considering a new thought. "If only Mrs. Mortimer would come up and advise us. Do you think she would, Billy?" "She sure would. It ain't more'n 4 hours' run from San Jose. But first we'll get our hooks into the place, then you can write to her." Sonoma Creek gave the long boundary to the little farm. 2 sides were worm-fenced, and the 4th side was wild water. "We'll have that beautiful man and woman for neighbors," Saxon recollected. "Wild water will be the dividing line between their place and ours." "It ain't ours yet," Billy commented. "Let's go and call on 'em. They'll be able to tell us all about it." "It's just as good as," she replied. "The big thing has been the finding. And whoever owns it doesn't care much for it. It hasn't been lived in for a long time. And, oh, Billy, are you satisfied?" "With every bit of it," he answered frankly, "as far as it goes. But the trouble is, it don't go far enough." The disappointment in her face spurred him to renunciation of his particular dream. "We'll buy it, that's settled," he said. "But outside the meadow, there's so much woods that there's little pasture. No more'n enough for a couple of horses and a cow. But I don't care. We can't have everything, and what they is almighty good." "Let's call it a starter," she consoled. "Later on we can add to it. Maybe the land alongside that runs up the wild water to the 3 knolls we saw yesterday. Where I seen my horses pasturing, he remembered, with a flash of eye. Why not? So much has come true since we hit the road. Maybe that'll come true, too. We'll work for it, Billy. We'll work like hell for it, he said grimly. They passed through the rustic gate and along a path that wound through wild woods. There was no sign of the house until they came abruptly upon it, bowered among the trees. It was 8-sided, and so justly proportioned that its 2 stories made no show of height. The house belonged there. It might have sprung from the soil, just as the trees had. There was no formal grounds. The wild grew to the doors. The low porch of the main entrance was raised only a step from the ground. Trillium Covert, they read, in quaint carved letters under the eave of the porch. Come right upstairs, you dears, a voice called from above in response to Saxon's knock. Stepping back and looking up, she beheld the little lady smiling down from a sleeping porch. Clad in a rosy tissued and flowing house gown, she again reminded Saxon of a flower. Just push the front door open and find your way, was the direction. Saxon led, with Billy at her heels. They came into a room bright with windows, where a big log smoldered in a rough stone fireplace. On the stone slab above stood a huge Mexican jar, filled with autumn branches and trailing, fluffy smoke vine. The walls were finished in warm, natural woods, stained, but without polish. The air was aromatic, with clean wood odors. A walnut organ loomed in a shallow corner of the room. All corners were shallow in this octagonal dwelling. In another corner were many rows of books. Through the windows, across a low couch, indubitably made for use, could be seen a restful picture of autumn trees and yellow grasses, threaded by well-worn paths that ran here and there over the tiny estate. The delightful little stairway wound past more windows to the upper story. Here the little lady greeted them and led them into what Saxon knew at once was her room. The 2 octagonal sides of the house, which showed in this wide room, were given wholly to windows. Under the long sill to the floor were shelves of books. Books lay here and there, in the disorder of use, on work table, couch, and desk. On a sill by an open window, a jar of autumn leaves breathed the charm of the sweet brown wife, who seated herself in a tiny rattan chair, enameled as cherry red, such as children delight to rock in. A queer house, Mrs. Hale laughed girlishly and contentedly, but we love it. Edmund made it with his own hands, even to the plumbing, though he did have a terrible time with that before he succeeded. How about the hardwood floors downstairs and the fireplace? Billy inquired. All, she replied proudly, and half the furniture. That cedar desk there, the table, with his own hands. They are such gentle hands, Saxon was moved to say. Mrs. Hale looked at her quickly, her vivid face alive with a grateful light. They are gentle, the gentlest hands I've ever known, she said softly, and you are a dear to have noticed it, for you only saw them yesterday in passing. I couldn't help it, Saxon said simply. Her gaze slipped past Mrs. Hale, attracted by the wall beyond, which was done in a bewitching honeycomb pattern dotted with golden bees. The walls were hung with a few, very few, framed pictures. They are all of people, Saxon said, remembering the beautiful paintings in Mark Hall's bungalow. My windows frame my landscape paintings, Mrs. Hale answered, pointing out of doors. Inside, I want only the faces of my dear ones, who I cannot have with me always. Some of them are dreadful rovers. Oh, Saxon was on her feet and looking at a photograph. You know Clara Hastings? I ought to. I did everything but nurse her at my breast. She came to me when she was a little baby. Her mother was my sister. Do you know how greatly you resemble her? I remarked it to Edmund yesterday. He had already seen it. It wasn't a bit strange that his heart leaped out to you two as you came drilling down behind those beautiful horses. So Mrs. Hale was Clara's aunt, old stock that had crossed the plains. Saxon knew now why she had reminded her so strongly of her own mother. The talk whipped quite away from Billy, who could only admire the detailed work of the cedar desk while he listened. Saxon told of meeting Clara and Jack Hastings on their yacht and on their driving trip in Oregon. They were off again, Mrs. Hale said, having shipped the horses home from Vancouver and taken the Canadian Pacific on their way to England. Mrs. Hale knew Saxon's mother, or rather her poems, and produced not only the story of the files, but a ponderous scrapbook which contained many of her mother's poems which Saxon had never seen. A sweet singer, Mrs. Hale said, but so many had sung in the days of gold and been forgotten. There had been no army of magazines then, and the poems had perished in local newspapers. Jack Hastings had fallen in love with Clara. Talk ran on, then, visiting at Trillium Covert. He had fallen in love with Sonoma Valley and bought a magnificent home ranch, though little enough he saw of it, being away over the world so much of the time. Mrs. Hale talked of her own journey across the plains, a little girl in the late 50s, and like Mrs. Mortimer, knew all about the fight at Little Meadow and the tale of the massacre of the immigrant train of which Billy's father had been the sole survivor. And so, Saxon concluded an hour later, we've been 3 years searching for our Valley of the Moon, and now we have found it. Valley of the Moon? Mrs. Hale queried. Then you knew about it all the time. What kept you so long? No, we didn't know. We just started out on a blind search for it. Mark Hall called it a pilgrimage, and was always teasing us to carry long staffs. He said when we found the spot, we'd know, because the staffs would burst into blossom. He laughed at all the good things we wanted in our valley, and one night he took me out and showed me the moon through a telescope. He said that was the only place we could find such a wonderful valley. He meant it was moonshine, but we adopted the name and went on looking for it. What a coincidence, Mrs. Hale exclaimed, for this is the Valley of the Moon. I know it, Saxon said with quiet confidence. It has everything we wanted. But you don't understand, my dear. This is the Valley of the Moon. This is Sonoma Valley. Sonoma is an Indian word, and means Valley of the Moon. That's what the Indians called it for untold ages, before the first white men came. We who love it still so call it. And then Saxon recalled the mysterious reference Jack Hastings and his wife had made to it, and the talk tripped along until Billy grew restless. He cleared his throat significantly and interrupted. We want to find out about that ranch across the creek, who owns it, if they'd sell, and where we'd find 'em, and such things. Mrs. Hale stood up. We'll go and see Edmund, she said, catching Saxon by the hand and leading the way. My, Billy ejaculated, towering above her. I used to think Saxon was small, but she'd make 2 of you. And you're pretty big, the little woman smiled, but Edmund is taller than you and broader-shouldered. They crossed the bright hall and found the big, beautiful husband lying back reading in a huge mission rocker. Beside it was another tiny child's chair of red enameled rattan. Along the length of his thigh, the head on his knee, and directed toward a smoldering log in the fireplace, clung an incredibly large striped cat. Like its master, it turned its head to greet the newcomers. Again Saxon felt the loving benediction that abided in his face, his eyes, his hands, toward which she involuntarily dropped her eyes. Again she was impressed by the gentleness of them. They were hands of love. They were the hands of a type of man she had never dreamed existed. No one in that merry crowd of Carmel had prefigured him. They were artists. This was the scholar, the philosopher, in place of the passion of youth, and all youth's mad revolt was the benignance of wisdom. Those gentle hands had passed all the bitter by, and plucked only the sweet of life. Dearly as she loved them, she shuddered to think what some of those Carmelites would be like when they were as old as he, especially the dramatic critic and the Iron Man. "Here are the dear children, Edmund," Mrs. Hale said. "What do you think? They want to buy the Medrano ranch. They've been 3 years searching for it. I forgot to tell them we had searched 10 years for Trillium Covert. Tell them all about it, Shirley. Mr. Naismith is still of a mind to sell." They seated themselves in simple, massive chairs, and Mrs. Hale took the tiny rattan beside the big mission rocker. Her slender hand curled like a tendril in Edmund's, and while Saxon listened to the talk, her eyes took in the grave room lined with books. She began to realize how a mere structure of wood and stone may express the spirit of him who conceives and makes it. Those gentle hands had made all this, the very furniture, she guessed, as her eyes roved from desk to chair, from work table to reading stand beside the bed in the other room, where stood a green shaded lamp and orderly piles of magazines and books. As for the matter of Medrano Ranch, it was easy enough. He was saying Naismith would sell. He had desired to sell for the past 5 years, ever since he had engaged in the enterprise of bottling mineral water at the springs lower down the valley. It was fortunate that he was the owner, for about all the rest of the surrounding land was owned by a Frenchman, an early settler, who would not part with a foot of it. He was a peasant, with all the peasant's love of the soil, which in him had become an obsession, a disease. He was a land miser, with no business capacity, old and opinionated. He was land poor, and it was an open question which would arrive first, his death or bankruptcy. As for Medrano Ranch, Naismith owned it and had set the price at $50 an acre. That would be $1,000, for there were 20 acres. As a farming investment, using old-fashioned methods, it was not worth it. As a business investment, yes, for the virtues of the valley were on the eve of being discovered by the outside world, and no better location for a summer home could be found. As a happiness investment, in joy of beauty and climate, it was worth 1,000 times the price asked, and he knew Naismith would allow time on most of the amount. Edmund's suggestion was that they take a 2 years lease, with option to buy, the rent to apply to the purchase if they took it up. Naismith had done that once with a Swiss, who had paid a monthly rental of $10, but the man's wife had died, and he had gone away. Edmund soon divined Billy's renunciation, though not the nature of it, and several questions brought it forth. The old pioneer dream of land spaciousness, of cattle on 100 hills, 160 acres of land, the smallest thinkable division. "But you don't need all that land, dear lad," Edmund said softly. "I see you understand intensive farming. Have you thought about intensive horse raising?" Billy's jaw dropped at the smashing newness of the idea. He considered it, but he could see no similarity in the two processes. Unbelief leaped into his eyes. "You got to show me," he cried. The older man smiled gently. "Let us see. In the first place, you don't need those 20 acres except for beauty. There are 5 acres in the meadow. You don't need more than 2 of them to make your living at selling vegetables. In fact, you and your wife, working from daylight to dark, cannot properly farm those 2 acres. Remains 3 acres. You have plenty of water for it from the springs. Don't be satisfied with 1 crop a year, like the rest of the old-fashioned farmers in this valley. Farm it like your vegetable plot, intensively all the year, in crops that make horse feed, irrigating, fertilizing, rotating your crops. Those 3 acres will feed as many horses as heaven knows how huge an area of unseeded, uncared for, wasted pasture would feed. Think it over. I'll lend you books on the subject. I don't know how large your crops will be, nor do I know how much a horse eats. That's your business. But I am certain, with a hired man to take your place helping your wife on her 2 acres of vegetables, that by the time you own the horses, your 3 acres will feed, you will have all you can attend to. Then it will be time to get more land for more horses, for more riches, if that's the way happiness lie. Billy understood. In his enthusiasm, he dashed out, "You're some farmer." Edmund smiled and glanced toward his wife. "Give him your opinion of that, Annette." Her blue eyes twinkled as she complied. "Why, the dear, he never farms. He has never farmed, but he knows." She waved her hand about the book-lined walls. "He is a student of good. He studies all good things done by good men under the sun. His pleasure is in books and woodworking." "Don't forget Dulcie," Edmund gently protested. "Yes, and Dulcie," Annette laughed. "Dulcie is our cow." It is a great question with Jack Hastings whether Edmund dotes more on Dulcie or Dulcie dotes more on Edmund. When he goes to San Francisco, Dulcie is miserable. So is Edmund until he hastens back. Old Dulcie has given me no few jealous pangs, but I have to confess he understands her as no one else does. "That is the one practical subject I know by experience," Edmund confirmed. "I am an authority on Jersey cows. Call upon me any time for counsel." He stood up and went toward his bookshelves, and they saw how magnificently large a man he was. He paused, a book in his hand, to answer a question from Saxon. No, there were no mosquitoes, although one summer when the south wind blew for 10 days, an unprecedented thing, a few mosquitoes had been carried up from San Pablo Bay. As for fog, it was the making of the valley. And where they were situated, sheltered behind Sonoma Mountain, the fogs were almost invariably high fogs, sweeping in from the ocean 40 miles away. They were deflected by Sonoma Mountain and shunted high into the air. Another thing, Trillium Covert and Medrano Ranch were happily situated in a narrow thermal belt, so that in the frosty mornings of winter the temperature was always several degrees higher than in the rest of the valley. In fact, frost was very rare in the thermal belt, as was proved by the successful cultivation of certain orange and lemon trees. Edmund continued reading titles and selecting books until he had drawn out quite a number. He opened the top one, Bolton Hall's 3 Acres and Liberty, and read to them of a man who walked 650 miles a year in cultivating, by old-fashioned methods, 20 acres, from which he harvested 3,000 bushels of poor potatoes, and of another man, a new farmer, who cultivated only 5 acres, walked 200 miles, and produced 3,000 bushels of potatoes, early and choice, which he sold at many times the price received by the first man. Saxon received the books from Edmund, and as she heaped them in Billy's arms, read the titles. They were Wixon's California Fruits, Wixon's California Vegetables, Brooks Fertilizers, Watson's Farm Poultry, King's Irrigation and Drainage, Kropotkin's Fields, Factories, and Workshops, and Farmer's Bulletin number 22 on the feeding of farm animals. "Come for more any time you want them," Edmund invited. "I have hundreds of volumes on farming and all the agricultural bulletins. And you must come and get acquainted with Dulcie your first spare time," he called after them, out the door. Mrs. Mortimer arrived with seed catalogs and farm books, to find Saxon immersed in the farm books borrowed from Edmund. Saxon showed her around, and she was delighted with everything, including the terms of the lease and its option to buy. "And now," she said, "what is to be done? Sit down, both of you. This is a council of war, and I'm the one person in the world to tell you what to do. I ought to be. Anybody who has reorganized and recatalogued a great city library should be able to start you young people on in short order. Now, where shall we begin?" She paused for breath of consideration. "First, Madrono Ranch is a bargain. I know soil, I know beauty, I know climate. Madrono Ranch is a gold mine. There is a fortune in that meadow. Tilth. I'll tell you about that later. First, here's the land. Second, what are you going to do with it? Make a living? Yes. Vegetables? Of course. What are you going to do with them after you have grown them? Sell? Where? Now listen. You must do as I did. Cut out the middleman. Sell directly to the consumer. Drum up your own market. Do you know what I saw from the car windows coming up the valley, only several miles from here? Hotels, springs, summer resorts, winter resorts. Population, mouths, market. How is that market supplied? I looked in vain for truck gardens. Billy, harness up your horses and be ready directly after dinner to take Saxon and me driving. Never mind everything else. Let things stand. What's the use of starting for a place of which you haven't the address? We'll look for the address this afternoon. Then we'll know where we are. At the last syllable, a smiling concession to Billy. But Saxon did not accompany them. There was too much to be done in cleaning the long-abandoned house and in preparing an arrangement for Mrs. Mortimer to sleep. And it was long after supper time when Mrs. Mortimer and Billy returned. "You lucky, lucky children," she began immediately. "This valley is just waking up. Here's your market. There isn't a competitor in the valley. I thought those resorts looked new. Caliente, Boyle's Hot Springs, El Verano, and all along the line. Then there are 3 little hotels in Glen Ellen, right next door. Oh, I've talked with all the owners and managers." "She's a waz," Billy admired. "She'd brace up to God on a business proposition. You ought to seen her." Mrs. Mortimer acknowledged the compliment and dashed on. "And where do all the vegetables come from? Wagons drive down 12 to 15 miles from Santa Rosa and up from Sonoma. Those are the nearest truck farms, and when they fail, as they often do, I'm told, to supply the increasing needs, the managers have to express vegetables all the way from San Francisco. I've introduced Billy. They've agreed to patronize home industry. Besides, it is better for them. You deliver just as good vegetables, just as cheap. You will make it a point to deliver better, fresher vegetables, and don't forget that delivery for you will be cheaper by virtue of the shorter haul. No day-old egg stunt here, no jams nor jellies, but you've got lots of space up on the bench here on which you can't grow vegetables. Tomorrow morning I'll help you lay out the chicken runs and houses. Besides, there is the matter of capons for the San Francisco market. You'll start small. It will be a sideline at first. I'll tell you all about that, too, and send you the literature. You must use your head. Let others do the work. You must understand that thoroughly. The wages of superintendents are always larger than the wages of the laborers. You must keep books. You must know where you stand. You must know what pays and what doesn't, and what pays best. Your books will tell you that. I'll show you all in good time. And think of it, all on that 2 acres, Billy murmured. Mrs. Mortimer looked at him sharply. 2 acres your granny, she said with asperity. 5 acres, and then you won't be able to supply your market. And you, my boy, as soon as the first rains come, will have your hands full and your horses weary draining that meadow. We'll work those plans out tomorrow. Also, there is the matter of berries on the bench here, and trellised table grapes the choicest. They bring the fancy prices. There will be blackberries, Burbanks. He lives at Santa Rosa. Loganberries, mammoth berries. But don't fool with strawberries. That's a whole occupation in itself. They're not vines, you know. I've examined the orchard. It's a good foundation. We'll settle the pruning and grafts later. But Billy wanted 3 acres of the meadow, Saxon explained at first chance. What for? Grow hay and other kinds of food for the horses he's going to raise. Buy it out of a portion of the profits from those 3 acres, Mrs. Mortimer decided on the instant. Billy swallowed and again achieved renunciation. All right, he said with a brave show of cheerfulness. Let her go. Us for the greens. During the several days of Mrs. Mortimer's visit, Billy let the 2 women settle things for themselves. Oakland had entered upon a boom, and from the West Oakland stables had come an urgent letter for more horses. So Billy was out early and late, scouring the surrounding country for young work animals. In this way, at the start, he learned his valley thoroughly. There was also a clearing out at the West Oakland stables of mares whose feet had been knocked out on the hard city pavements, and he was offered first choice at bargain prices. They were good animals. He knew what they were because he knew them of old time. The soft earth of the country, with a preliminary rest in pasture, with their shoes pulled off, would put them in shape. They would never do again on hard paved streets, but there were years of farm work in them. And then there was the breeding. But he could not undertake to buy them. He fought out the battle in secret and said nothing to Saxon. At night, he would sit in the kitchen and smoke, listening to all that the 2 women had done and planned in the day. The right kind of horses were hard to buy, and, as he put it was like pulling a tooth to get a farmer to part with one, despite the fact that he had been authorized to increase the buying sum by as much as $50. Despite the coming of the automobile, the price of heavy draft animals continued to rise. From as early as Billy could remember, the price of the big work horses had increased steadily. After the great earthquake, the price had jumped, yet it had never gone back. Billy, you make more money as a horse buyer than a common laborer, don't you? Mrs. Mortimer asked. Very well, then. You won't have to drain the meadow or plow it or anything. You keep right on buying horses. Work with your head. But out of what you make, you will please pay the wages of 1 laborer for Saxon's vegetables. It will be a good investment with quick returns. Sure, he agreed. That's all anybody hires anybody for, to make money out of them. But how's Saxon and 1 man going to work them 5 acres when Mr. Hale says 2 of us couldn't do what was needed on 2 acres is beyond me. Saxon isn't going to work, Mrs. Mortimer retorted. Did you see me working at San Jose? Saxon is going to use her head. It's about time you woke up to that. $1.50 a day is what is earned by a person who don't use their heads, and she isn't going to be satisfied with $1.50 a day. Now listen. I had a long talk with Mr. Hale this afternoon. He says there are practically no efficient laborers to be hired in the valley. I know that, Billy interjected. All the good men go to the cities. It's only the leavings that's left. The good ones that stay behind ain't working for wages. Which is perfectly true, every word. Now listen, children. I knew about it when I spoke to Mr. Hale. He is prepared to make the arrangements for you. He knows all about it himself, and is in touch with the warden. In short, you will parole 2 good conduct prisoners from San Quentin, and they will be gardeners. There are plenty of Chinese and Italians there, and they are the best truck farmers. You kill 2 birds with 1 stone. You serve the poor convicts, and you serve yourselves. Saxon hesitated, shocked, while Billy gravely considered the question. You know John, Mrs. Mortimer went on. Mr. Hale's man about the place. How do you like him? Oh, I was wishing only today that we could find somebody like him, Saxon said eagerly. He's such a dear, faithful soul. Mrs. Hale told me a lot of fine things about him. There's one thing she didn't tell you, smiled Mrs. Mortimer. John is a paroled convict. 28 years ago, in hot blood, he killed a man in a quarrel over 65 cents. He's been out of prison with the Hales 3 years now. You remember Louis, the old Frenchman on my place? He's another. So that's settled. When your two come, of course, you will pay them fair wages, and we'll make sure that they're the same nationality, either Chinese or Italian. Well, when they come, John, with their help, and under Mr. Hale's guidance, will knock together a small cabin for them to live in. We'll select the spot. Even so, when your farm is in full swing, you'll have to have more outside help. So keep your eyes open, Billy, while you're gallivanting all over the valley. The next night, Billy failed to return, and at 9 o'clock, a Glen Ellen boy on horseback delivered a telegram. Billy had sent it from Lake County. He was after horses for Oakland. Not until the third night did he arrive home, tired to exhaustion, but with an ill-concealed air of pride. Now what have you been doing these 3 days? Mrs. Mortimer demanded. Using my head, he boasted quietly. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and take it from me, I killed a whole flock. I got word of it at Lawndale. And I want to tell you, Hazel and Hattie were some tired when I stabled 'em at Calistoga and pulled out on the stage over St. Helena. I was Johnny on the spot, and I nailed 'em. 8 whoppers. The whole outfit of a mountain teamster. Young animals, sound as $1, and the lightest of 'em over 1,500. I shipped 'em last night from Calistoga. And, well, that ain't all. Before that first day at Lawndale, I seen the fellow with the teaming contract for the paving stone quarry. Sell horses? He wanted to buy 'em. He wanted to buy 'em bad. He'd even rent 'em, he said. And you sent him the 8 you bought? Saxon broke in. Guess again. I bought them 8 with Oakland money, and they was shipped to Oakland. But I got the Lawndale contractor on long distance, and he agreed to pay me $50 a day rent for every workhorse up to 6 Then I telegraphed the boss, telling him to ship me 6 sore-footed mares, Bud Struthers to make the choice, and the charge to my commission. Bud knows what I'm after. Soon as they come, off go their shoes. 2 weeks in pasture, and then they'll go to Lawndale. They can do the work. It's a downhill haul to the railroad on a dirt road. $50 rent each. That's $3 a day they'll bring me 6 days a week. I don't feed 'em, shoe 'em, or nothin'. And I've got to keep an eye on 'em to see they're treated right. $3 a day, huh? Well, I guess that'll keep a couple of $1.50 men going for Saxon, unless she works them on Sundays, huh? The Valley of the Moon. Why, we'll be wearing diamonds before long. Gosh, a fellow could live in the city 1,000 years and not get such chances. It beats China lottery. He stood up. I'm going out to water Hazel and Hattie, feed 'em and bed 'em down. I'll eat as soon as I come back. The 2 women were regarding each other with shining eyes, each on the verge of speech, when Billy returned to the door and stuck his head in. There's one thing maybe you ain't got, he said. I pull down them $3 every day, but the 6 mares is mine, too. I own them. They're mine. Are you on? I'm not done with you, children, had been Mrs. Mortimer's parting words, and several times that winter she ran up to advise and to teach Saxon how to calculate her crops for the small, immediate market, for the increasing spring market, and for the height of summer, at which time she would be able to sell all she could possibly grow, and then not supply the demand. In the meantime, Hazel and Hattie were used every odd moment in hauling manure from Glen Ellen, whose barnyards had never known such a thorough cleaning. Also, there were loads of commercial fertilizer from the railroad station, bought under Mrs. Mortimer's instructions. The convicts paroled were Chinese. Both had served long in prison and were old men. But the day's work they were habitually capable of won Mrs. Mortimer's approval. Gao Yum, 20 years before, had had the charge of the vegetable garden of one of the great Menlo Park estates. His disaster had come in the form of a fight over a game of fan-tan in the Chinese quarter at Redwood City. His companion, Chan Chi, had been a hatchet man of note in the old fighting days of the San Francisco Tongs. But a quarter of a century of discipline in the prison vegetable gardens had cooled his blood and turned his hand from hatchet to hoe. These two assistants had arrived in Glen Ellen like precious goods in bond, and had been receipted for by the local deputy sheriff, who, in addition, reported on them to the prison authorities each month. Saxon, too, made out a monthly report and sent it in. As for the danger of their cutting her throat, she quickly got over the idea of it. The mailed hand of the state hovered over them. The taking of a single drink of liquor would provoke that hand to close down and jerk them back to prison cells. Nor had they freedom of movement. When old Gao Yum needed to go to San Francisco to sign certain papers before the Chinese consul, permission had first to be obtained from San Quentin. Then, too, neither man was nasty-tempered. Saxon had been apprehensive of the task of bossing two desperate convicts, but when they came, she found it a pleasure to work with them. She could tell them what to do, but it was they who knew how to do. From them, she learned all the 10,000 tricks and quirks of artful gardening, and she was not long in realizing how helpless she would have been had she depended on local labor. Still further, she had no fear because she was not alone. She had been using her head. It was quickly apparent to her that she could not adequately oversee the outside work and at the same time do the housework. She wrote to Ukiah, to the energetic widow who had lived in the adjoining house and taken in washing. She had promptly closed with Saxon's offer. Mrs. Paul was 40, short in stature, and weighed 200 pounds, but never wearied on her feet. Also, she was devoid of fear, and according to Billy, could settle the hash of both Chinese with one of her mighty arms. Mrs. Paul arrived with her son, a country lad of 16 who knew horses and could milk, Hilda, the pretty Jersey which had successfully passed Edmund's expert eye. Though Mrs. Paul ably handled the house, there was one thing Saxon insisted on doing, namely, washing her own pretty flimsies. "When I'm no longer able to do that," she told Billy, "you can take a spade to that clump of redwoods beside Wildwater and dig a hole. It will be time to bury me." It was early in the days of Medrano Ranch, at the time of Mrs. Mortimer's second visit, that Billy drove in with a load of pipe, and house, chicken yards, and barn were piped from the second hand tank he installed below the house spring. I guess I can use my head," he said. "I watched a woman over on the other side of the valley packing water 200 feet from the spring to the house, and I did some figuring. I put it at 3 trips a day, and on wash day a whole lot more, and you can't guess what I made out she traveled a year packing water. 122 miles, do you get that? 122 miles. I asked her how long she'd been there. 31 years. Multiply it for yourself. 3,782 miles, all for the sake of 200 feet of pipe. Wouldn't that jar you?" "Oh, I ain't done yet. There's a bathtub and a stationary tub's a-comin' soon as I can see my way. And, say, Saxon, you know that little clear flat just where Wildwater runs into Sonoma? There's all an acre of it, and it's mine. Got that? And no walking on the grass for you. It'll be my grass. I'm going upstream a ways and put in a ram. I got a big second-hand one staked out that I can get for $10, and it'll pump more water than I need. And you'll see alfalfa growing. That'll make your mouth water. I've got to have another horse to travel around on. You're using Hazel and Hattie too much to give me a chance, and I'll never see 'em as soon as you start delivering vegetables. I guess that alfalfa will help some to keep another horse going." But Billy was destined for a time to forget his alfalfa in the excitement of bigger ventures. First came trouble. The several $100s he had arrived with in Sonoma Valley, and all his commissions since earned, had gone into improvements and living. The $18 a week rental for his 6 horses at Lawndale went to pay wages, and he was unable to buy the needed saddle horse for his horse-buying expeditions. This, however, he got around by again using his head and killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He began breaking colts to drive, and in the driving drove them wherever he sought horses. So far, all was well, but a new administration in San Francisco, pledged to economy, had stopped all street work. This meant the shutting down of the Lawndale Quarry, which was one of the sources of supply for paving blocks. The 6 horses would not only be back on his hands, but he would have to feed them. How Mrs. Paul, Gao Yum, and Chan Chi were to be paid was beyond him. "I guess we bit off more than we could chew," he admitted to Saxon. That night he was late in coming home. He brought with him a radiant face. Saxon's was no less radiant. "It's all right," she greeted him, coming out to the barn where he was unhitching a tired but fractious colt. "I talked with all 3. They see the situation and are perfectly willing to let their wages stand a while. By another week, I start Hazel and Hattie delivering vegetables. Then the money will pour in from the hotels, and my books won't look so lopsided. And oh, Billy, you'd never guess. Old Gao Young has a bank account. He came to me afterward, I guess he was thinking it over, and offered to lend me $400. What do you think of that? That I ain't going to be too proud to borrow it off him if he is a chink. He's a white one, and maybe I'll need it. Because, you see, well, you can't guess what I've been up to since I seen you this morning. I've been so busy I ain't had a bite to eat." "Using your head?" she laughed. "You can call it that," he joined in her laughter. "I've been spending money like water." "But you haven't got any to spend," she objected. "I've got credit in this valley, I'll let you know," he replied, "and I sure strained it some this afternoon. Now, guess." "A saddle horse?" He roared with laughter, startling the colt, which tried to bolt and lifted him half off the ground by his grip on its frightened nose and neck. "Oh, I mean real guessing," he urged, when the animal had dropped back to earth and stood regarding him with trembling suspicion. "2 saddle horses? Oh, I ain't got any imagination. I'll tell you. You know Thiercroft? I bought his big wagon from him for $60. I bought a wagon from the Kenwood blacksmith, so-and-so, but it'll do, for $45. And I bought Ping's wagon, a peach, for $65. I could have got it for $50 if he hadn't seen I wanted it bad." "But the money?" questioned Saxon faintly. "You hadn't $100 left." "Didn't I tell you I had credit? Well, I have. I stood him off for the wagons. I ain't spent a cent of cash money today, except for a couple of long-distance switches. Then I bought 3 sets of work harnesses. They're chain harnesses and second-hand, for $20 a set. I bought 'em from the fellow that's doing the haulin' for the quarry. He don't need 'em any more. And I rented 4 wagons from him, and 4 span of horses, too, at half $1 a day for each horse, and half $1 a day for each wagon. That's $6 a day rent I gotta pay 'em. The 3 sets of spare harnesses is for my 6 horses, Then, let me see, yup, I rented 2 barns in Glen Ellen, and I ordered 50 tons of hay and a carload of bran and barley from the store in Glenwood. You see, I got to feed all them 14 horses and shoe 'em and everything. Oh, sure, Pete, I've went some. I hired 7 men to go driving for me at $2 a day, and, ouch, Jehoshaphat, what you doing? No, Saxon said gravely, having pinched him. You're not dreaming. She felt his pulse and forehead. No sign of a fever. She sniffed his breath. And you've not been drinking. Go on, tell me the rest of this, whatever it is. Ain't you satisfied? No, I want more. I want all. All right. But I just want you to know, first, that the boss I used to work for in Oakland ain't got nothing on me. I'm some man of affairs, if anybody should ride up on a vegetable wagon and ask you. Now, I'm going to tell you, though I can't see why the Glen Ellen folks didn't beat me to it. I guess they was asleep. Nobody would have overlooked a thing like this in the city. You see, it was like this. You know that fancy brickyard they're getting ready to start for making extra special fire brick for inside walls? Well, here I was, worrying about the 6 horses coming back on my hands, earning me nothing, and eating me into the poorhouse. I had to get 'em some work somehow, and I remembered the brickyard. I drove the colt down and talked with that Jap chemist who's been doing the experimenting. Gee, there was Foreman looking over the ground and everything getting ready to hum. I looked over the lay and studied it. Then I drove up to where they're opening the clay pit. You know, that fine white chalky stuff we saw 'em boring out just outside the 140 acres with the 3 knolls. It's a downhill haul a mile, and 2 horses can do it easy. In fact, their hardest job will be hauling the empty wagons up to the pit. I tied the colt and went to figuring. The Jap professor told me the manager and other big guns of the company was coming up on the morning train. I wasn't shouting things out to anybody, but I just made myself into a committee of welcome, and when the train pulled in, there I was, extending the glad hand of the burg. Likewise, the glad hand of the guy you used to know in Oakland once, a third-rate dub prize fighter by the name of, let me see, yep, I got it right, Big Bill Roberts. That was the name he used to sport, but now he's known as William Roberts, ESQ. Well, as I was saying, I gave him the glad hand and trailed along with him to the brickyard, and from the talk I could see things was doing. Then I watched my chance and sprung my proposition. I was scared stiff all the time, for maybe the teaming was already arranged, but I knew it wasn't when they asked for my figures. I had 'em by heart, and I rattled 'em off, and the top guy took 'em down in his notebook. We're going into this big and at once, he says, looking at me sharp. What kind of outfit you got, Mr. Roberts? Me with only Hazel and Hattie, and them too small for heavy teamin'? I can slap 14 horses and 7 wagons on the job at the jump, says I, and if you want more, I'll get 'em, that's all. Give us 15 minutes to consider, Mr. Roberts, he says. Sure, says I, important as all hell, and me, but a couple of other things first. I want a 2-year contract, and them figures all depends on one thing, otherwise they don't go. What's that, he says. The dump, says I. Here we are on the ground, and I might as well show you. I did. I showed 'em where I'd lose out if they stuck to their plan, on account of the big dip down and pull up to the dump. All you got to do, I says, is build the bunkers 50 feet over, throw the road around the rim of the hill, and make about 70 or 80 feet of elevated bridge. Say, Saxon, that kind of talk got 'em. It was straight. Only they'd been thinking about bricks, while I was only thinking of teamin'. I guess they was all half an hour considering it, and I was almost as miserable waiting as when I waited for you to say yes after I asked you. I went over the figures, calculating what I could throw off if I had to. You see, I had given it to him stiff, regular city prices, and I was prepared to trim down. Then they came back. Prices ought to be lower in the country, says the top guy. Nope, I says. This is a wine grape valley. It don't raise enough hay and feed for its own animals. It has to be shipped in from the San Joaquin Valley. Why, I can buy hay and feed cheaper in San Francisco laid down than I can here and haul it myself. And that struck 'em hard. It was true, and they knew it. But say, if they'd had asked about wages for drivers, about horseshoeing prices, I'd had to come down because, you see, there ain't no Teamsters Union in the country, and no horseshoers union, and rent is low, and them two items come a whole lot cheaper. Oh, this afternoon, I got a word bargain with the blacksmith across from the post office, and he takes my whole bunch and throws off 25 cents on each shoeing, though it's on the QT. But they didn't think to ask, being too full of bricks. Billy felt in his breast pocket, drew out a legal-looking document, and handed it to Saxon. There it is, he said, the contract, full of all the agreements, prices, and penalties. I saw Mr. Hale downtown and showed it to him. He says it's okay. And say, then I lit out. All over town, Kenwood, Lawndale, everywhere. Everybody, everything. The quarry teamin' finishes Friday of this week, and I take the whole outfit and start Wednesday of next week, hauling lumber for the buildings and brick for the kilns and all the rest. And when they're ready for the clay, I'm the boy that'll give it to them. But I ain't told you the best yet. I couldn't get the switch right away from Kenwood to Lawndale, and while I waited, I went over my figures again. You couldn't guess it in a million years. I'd made a mistaken addition somewhere, and soaked them 10% more than I expected. Talk about finding money. Any time you want them couple of extra hands to help with the vegetables, say the word. Though we're going to have to pinch the next couple of months. And go ahead and borrow that $400 from Gow Yum and tell him you'll pay him 8% interest and that we won't want it for more than 3 or 4 months. When Billy got away from Saxon's arms, he started leading the colt up and down to cool it off. He stopped so abruptly that his back collided with the colt's nose, and there was a lively minute of rearing and plunging. Saxon waited, for she knew a fresh idea had struck Billy. Say, he said, do you know anything about bank accounts and drawing checks? It was on a bright June morning that Billy told Saxon to put on her riding clothes to try out a saddle horse. Not until after 10 o'clock, she said. By that time, I'll have the wagon off on a second trip. Despite the extent of the business she had developed, her executive ability and system gave her much spare time. She could call on the Hales, which was ever a delight, especially now that the Hastings were back and that Clara was often at her aunt's. In this congenial atmosphere, Saxon burgeoned. She had begun to read with understanding, and she had time for her books, for her work on her pretties, and for Billy, whom she accompanied on many expeditions. Billy was even busier than she, his work being more scattered and diverse. And as well, he kept his eye on the home barn and horses which Saxon used. In truth, he had become a man of affairs, though Mrs. Mortimer had gone over his accounts with an eagle eye on the expense column, discovering several minor leaks, and finally, aided by Saxon, bullied him into keeping books. Each night after supper, he and Saxon posted their books. Afterward, in the big Morris chair he had insisted on buying early in the days of his brickyard contract, Saxon would creep into his arms and strum on the ukulele, or they would talk long about what they were doing and planning to do. Now it would be, I'm mixing up in politics, Saxon. It pays. You bet it pays. If by next spring I ain't got half a dozen teams working on the roads and pulling down the county money, it's me back to Oakland and asking the boss for a job. Or Saxon, They're really starting that new hotel between Caliente and Eldridge, and there's some talk of a big sanitarium back in the hills. Or it would be, Billy, now that you've piped that acre, you've just got to let me have it for my vegetables. I'll rent it from you. I'll take your own estimate for all the alfalfa you can raise on it and pay you full market price less the cost of growing it. It's all right, take it. Billy suppressed a sigh. Besides, I'm too busy to fool with it now. Which prevarication was barefaced by virtue of his just having installed the ram and piped the land. It will be wisest, Billy, she soothed, for she knew his dream of land spaciousness was stronger than ever. You don't want to fool with an acre. There's that 140. We'll buy it yet, if old Siobhan ever dies. Besides, it really belongs to Medrano Ranch. The two together were the original quarter section. I don't wish no man's death, Billy grumbled, but he ain't getting no good out of it, overpasturing it with a lot of scrub animals. I've sized it up, every inch of it. There's at least 40 acres in the 3 cleared fields, with water in the hills behind to beat the band. The horse feed I could raise on it take your breath away. Then there's at least 50 acres I could run my brood mares on, pasture mixed up with trees and steep places and such. The other 50's just thick woods, and pretty places and wild game. And that old adobe barn's all right. With a new roof, it'd shelter any amount of animals in bad weather. Look at me now, renting that measly pasture back of Ping's just to run my resting animals. They could run into 140 if I only had it. I wonder if Siobhan would lease it. Or less ambitious, Billy would say, I got to skin over to Petaluma tomorrow, Saxon. There's an auction on the Atkinson Ranch, and maybe I can pick up some bargains. More horses? And I got 2 teams hauling lumber for the new winery, and Barney's got a bad shoulder sprain. He'll have to lay off a long time if he's to get it in shape. And Bridget ain't ever going to do tap work again. I can see that sticking out. I've doctored her and doctored her. She's fooled the vet, too. And some of the other horses has got to take a rest. The span of grays is showing the hard work, and the big roan's going loco. Everybody thought it was his teeth, but it ain't. It's straight loco. It's money in the pocket to take care of your animals, and horses is the delicatest things on 4 legs. Sometimes, if I can ever see my way to it, I'm going to ship a carload of mules from Colusa County. Big, heavy ones, you know. They'd sell like hotcakes in the valley here. Them I didn't want for myself. Or in a lighter vein, Billy, by the way, Saxon, talking of accounts, what do you think Hazel and Hattie is worth? Fair market price? Why? I'm asking you. Well, say, what you paid for them, $300? Billy considered deeply. They're worth a whole lot more, but let it go at that. And now getting back to accounts, suppose you write me a check for $300. Oh, robber. You can't show me. Why, Saxon, when I let you have grain and hay from my carloads, don't you give me a check for it? And you know how you're stuck on keeping your accounts down to the penny, he teased. If you're any kind of businesswoman, you just got to charge your business with them 2 horses. I ain't had the use of 'em since I don't know when. But the colts will be yours, she argued. Besides, I can't afford brood mares in my business. In almost no time now, Hazel and Hattie will have to be taken off from the wagon. They're too good for it anyway. And you keep your eyes open for a pair to take their place. I'll give you a check for that pair, but no commission. All right, Billy conceded. Hazel and Hattie come back to me, but you can pay me rent for the time you did use 'em. If you make me, I'll charge you board, she threatened. And if you charge me board, I'll charge you interest for the money I've stuck into this shebang. You can't, Saxon laughed. It's community property. He grunted spasmodically, as if the breath had been knocked out of him. Straight on the solar plexus, he said, and me down for the count. But say, them sweet words, ain't they? Community property. He rolled them over and off his tongue with keen relish. And when we got married, the top of our ambition was a steady job and some rags and sticks of furniture all paid up and half worn out. We wouldn't have had any community property, only for you. What nonsense. What could I have done by myself? You know very well that you earned all the money that started us here. You paid the wages of Go Yum and Chan Chi, and old Huey, and Mrs. Paul, and, why, you've done it all. She drew her two hands caressingly across his shoulders and down along his great biceps muscles. That's what did it, Billy. Aw, hell, it's your head that done it. What was my muscle good for, with no head to run 'em? Slugging scabs, beating up lodgers, and crooking the elbow over a bar? The only sensible thing my head ever done was when it run me into you. Honest to God, Saxon, you've been the making of me. Aw, hell, Billy, she mimicked, in the way that delighted him. Where would I have been if you hadn't taken me out of the laundry? I couldn't take myself out. I was just a helpless girl. I'd have been there yet if it hadn't been for you. Mrs. Mortimer had $5,000, but I had you. A woman ain't got a chance to help herself that a man has, he generalized. I'll tell you what, it took the two of us. It's been teamwork. We've run in a span. If we run a single, you might still be in the laundry, and if I was lucky, I'd be driving my team by day and sporting around to cheap dances. Saxon stood under the father of all Madranos, watching Hazel and Hattie go out the gate, the full vegetable wagon behind them, when she saw Billy ride in, leading a sorrel mare from whose silken coat the sun flashed golden lights. 4 years old, high life, a handful, but no vicious tricks, Billy chanted as he stopped beside Saxon. Skin like tissue paper, mouth like silk, but kill the toughest bronco ever foaled. Look at them lungs and nostrils. They call her Ramona, some Spanish name, sired by Morlita, out of genuine Morgan stock. And they will sell her, Saxon gasped, standing with hands clasped in inarticulate delight. That's what I bought her to show you for. But how much must they want for her, was Saxon's next question. So impossible did it seem that such an amazement of horseflesh could ever be hers. That ain't your business, Billy answered brusquely. The brickyard's paying for her, not the vegetable ranch. She's yours at the word. What do you say? I'll tell you in a minute. Saxon was trying to mount, but the animal danced nervously away. Hold on till I tie, Billy said. She ain't skirt broke, that's the trouble. Saxon tightly gripped the reins and mane, stepped with spurred foot on Billy's hand, and was lifted lightly into the saddle. She's used to spurs, Billy called after her. Spanish broke, so don't check her quick. Come in gentle and talk to her. She's high life, you know. Saxon nodded, dashed out the gate and down the road, waved a hand to Clara Hastings as she passed the gate of Trillium Covert, and continued up Wildwater Canyon. When she came back, Ramona in a pleasant lather, Saxon rode to the rear of the house, past the chicken houses and the flourishing berry rows, to join Billy on the rim of the bench, where he sat on his horse in the shade, smoking a cigarette. Together, they looked down through an opening among the trees to the meadow, which was a meadow no longer. With mathematical accuracy, it was divided into squares, oblongs, and narrow strips, which displayed sharply the thousand hues of green of a truck garden. Go Yum and Chan Chi, under enormous Chinese grass hats, were planting green onions. Old Huey, hoe in hand, plodded along the main artery of running water, opening certain laterals, closing others. From the workshed beyond the barn, the strokes of a hammer told Saxon that Carlson was wire-binding vegetable boxes. Mrs. Paul's cheery soprano, lifted in a hymn, floated through the trees, accompanied by the whir of an egg beater. A sharp barking told where Possum still waged hysterical and baffled war on the Douglas squirrels. Billy took a long draw from his cigarette, exhaled the smoke, and continued to look down at the meadow. Saxon divined trouble in his manner. His rein hand was on the pommel, and her free hand went out and softly rested on his. Billy turned his slow gaze upon her mare's lather, seeming not to note it, and continued on to Saxon's face. "Huh," he equivocated, as if waking up. "Them San Leandro Portuguese ain't got nothing on us when it comes to intensive farming. Look at that water running, you know. It seems so good to me that sometimes I just want to get down on hands and knees and lap it all up myself." "Oh, to have all that water you want in a climate like this," Saxon exclaimed. "And don't be scared of it ever going back on you. If the rain's fooled you, there's Sonoma Creek alongside. All we got to do is install a gasoline pump." "But we'll never have to, Billy. I was talking with Redwood Thompson. He's lived in the valley since '53, and he says there's never been a failure of crops on account of drought. We always get our rain." "Come on, let's go for a ride," he said abruptly. "You got the time?" "All right, if you'll tell me what's bothering you." He looked at her quickly. "Nothing," he grunted. "Yes, there is, too. What's the difference? You'd know it sooner or later. You ought to see old Siobhan. His face is that long he can't walk without bumping his knees on his chin. His gold mine's petering out." "Gold mine?" "His clay pit. It's the same thing. He's getting 20 cents a yard for it from the brickyard." "And that means the end of your teaming contract." Saxon saw the disaster in all its hugeness. "What about the brickyard people?" "Worried to death, though they've kept secret about it. They've had men out punching holes all over the hills for a week, and that Jap chemist setting up nights analyzing the rubbish they've brought in. It's peculiar stuff, that clay, for what they want it for, and you don't find it everywhere. Them experts that reported on Siobhan's pit made one hell of a mistake. Maybe they was lazy with their boring. Anyway, they slipped up on the amount of clay there was in it. Now don't get to bothering. It'll come out somehow. You can't do nothing." "But I can," Saxon insisted. "We won't buy Ramona." "You ain't got a thing to do with that," he answered. "I'm buying her, and her price don't cut any figure alongside the big game I'm playing. Of course I can always sell my horses, but that puts a stop to their making money, and that brickyard contract was fat." "But if you get some of them in on the road work for the county," she suggested. "Oh, I got that in mind, and I'm keeping my eyes open. There's a chance the quarry will start again, and the fellow that did the teaming has gone to Puget Sound. And what if I have to sell out most of the horses? Here's you in the vegetable business. That's solid. We just don't go ahead so fast for a time, that's all. I ain't scared of the country any more. I sized things up as we went along. There ain't a jerk burg we hit all the time on the road that I couldn't have jumped into and made a go. And now, where do you want to ride?" They cantered out the gate, thundered across the bridge, and past Trillium Covert before they pulled in on the grade of Wild Water Canyon. Saxon had chosen her field on the big spur of Sonoma Mountain as the objective of their ride. "Say, I bumped into something big this morning when I was going to fetch Ramona," Billy said. "The clay pit trouble banished for the time. You know the 140? I passed young Siobhan along the road, and I don't know why, just for ducks, I guess, I up and asked him if he thought the old man would lease the 140 to me. And what do you think? He said the old man didn't own it, was just leasing it himself. That's how we was always seeing his cattle on it. It's a gouge into his land, for he owns everything on 3 sides of it." Next I met Ping. He said Hilliard owned it and was willing to sell, only Siobhan didn't have the price. Then, coming back, I looked in on Payne. He's quit blacksmithing. His back's hurting him from a kick. And just starting in for real estate. Sure, he said, Hilliard would sell, and had already listed the land with him. Siobhan's overpastured it, and Hilliard won't give him another lease. When they had climbed out of Wildwater Canyon, they turned their horses about and halted on the rim, where they could look across at the 3 densely wooded knolls in the midst of the desired 140. We'll get it yet, Saxon said. Sure we will, Billy agreed, with careless certitude. I've been looking over the big adobe barn again. Just the thing for a raft of horses, and a new roof will be cheaper than I thought. Though neither Siobhan nor me will be in the market to buy it right away, with the clay pinching out. When they reached Saxon's field, which they had learned was the property of Redwood Thompson, they tied their horses and entered it on foot. The hay, just cut, was being raked by Thompson, who helloed a greeting to them. It was a cloudless, windless day, and they sought refuge from the sun in the woods beyond. They encountered a dim trail. It's a cow trail, Billy declared. I'll bet there's a teeny pasture tucked away somewhere in them trees. Let's follow it. A quarter of an hour later, several hundred feet up the side of the spur, they emerged on an open, grassy space of bare hillside. Most of the 140, 2 miles away, lay beneath them, while they were level with the tops of the 3 knolls. Billy paused to gaze upon the much-desired land, and Saxon joined him. What is that? She asked, pointing toward the knolls. Up the little canyon to the left of it. There on the farthest knoll, right under that spruce that's leaning over. What Billy saw was a white scar on the canyon wall. It's one on me, he said, studying the scar. I thought I knew every inch of this land, but I'd never seen that before. Why, I was right in there at the head of the canyon the first part of the winter. It's awful wild. Walls of the canyon like the sides of a steeple and covered with thick woods. What is it? She asked. A slide? Must be, brought down by the heavy rains, if I don't miss my guess. Billy broke off, forgetting in the intensity with which he continued to look. Hilliard sell for 30 an acre, he began again, disconnectedly. Good land, bad land, and all. Just as it runs, 30 an acre. That's 4,200. Payne's new at real estate, and I'll make him split his commission and get the easiest terms ever. We can reborrow that 400 from Go Yum. And I can borrow money on my horses and wagons. Are you going to buy it today? Saxon teased. She scarcely touched the edge of his thought. He looked at her as if he had heard, then forgot her the next moment. Headwork, he mumbled, headwork. If I don't put over a hot one. He started back down the cow trail, recollected Saxon, and called over his shoulder. Come on, let's hustle. I want to ride over and look at that. So rapidly did he go down the trail and across the field that Saxon had no time for questions. She was almost breathless from her effort to keep up with him. What is it? She begged, as he lifted her to the saddle. Maybe it's all a joke. I'll tell you about it afterward, he put her off. They galloped on the levels, trotted down the gentler slopes of road, and not until on the deep descent of Wildwater Canyon did they rein to a walk. Billy's preoccupation was gone, and Saxon took advantage to broach a subject which had been on her mind for some time. Clara Hastings told me the other day that they're going to have a house party. The Hazards are to be there, and the Halls, and Roy Blanchard. She looked at Billy anxiously. At the mention of Blanchard, his head had tossed up as to a bugle call. Slowly a whimsical twinkle began to glint up through the cloudy blue eyes of his. It's a long time since you told any man he was standing on his foot," she ventured slyly. Billy began to grin sheepishly. "Oh, that's all right," he said in mock lordly fashion. "Roy Blanchard could come. I'll let him. All that was a long time ago. Besides, I'm too busy to fool with such things." He urged his horse on at a faster walk, and as soon as the slope lessened, broke into a trot. At Trillium Covert, they were galloping. "You'll have to stop for dinner first," Saxon said, as they neared the gate of Medrano Ranch. "You stop," he answered. "I don't want no dinner." "But I want to go with you," she pleaded. "What is it?" "I don't dast tell you. You go on in and get your dinner." "Not after that," she said. "Nothing can keep me from coming along now." Half a mile further on they left the highway, passed through a patent gate which Billy had installed, and crossed the fields on a road which was coated thickly with chalky dust. This was the road that led to Chevon's clay pit. The 140 lay to the west. 2 wagons and a cloud of dust came into sight. "Your teams, Billy," cried Saxon. "Think of it. Just by the use of the head, earning your money while you're riding around with me." "Makes me ashamed to think how much cash money each one of them teams is bringing me every day," he acknowledged. They were turning off from the road toward the bars which gave entrance to the 140 when the driver of the foremost wagon hallooed and waved his hand. They drew in their horses and waited. "The big roans broke loose," the driver said as he stopped beside them. "Clean crazy loco, biting, squealing, striking, kicking. Kicked clean out of the harness like it was paper. Bit a chunk out of Baldy the size of a saucer, and wound up by breaking his own hind leg. Liveliest 15 minutes I ever seen." "Sure it's broke?" Billy demanded sharply. "Sure thing." "Well, after you unload, drive around by the other barn and get Ben. He's in the corral. Tell Matthews to be easy with him and get a gun. Sammy's got one. You'll have to see to the big roan. I ain't got time now. Why couldn't Matthews have come along with you for Ben? You'd save time." "Oh, he's just sticking around and waiting," the driver answered. "He reckoned I could get Ben." "And lose time, huh? Well, get a move on." "That's the way of it," Billy growled to Saxon as they rode on. "No savvy, no head. One man setting down and holding his hands while another team drives out of its way, doing what he oughta done. That's the trouble with $2 a day men." "With $2 a day heads," Saxon said quickly. "What kind of heads do you expect for $2? "That's right, too," Billy acknowledged the hit. "If they had been better heads, they'd be in the cities like all the rest of the better men. And the better men are a lot of dummies, too. They don't know the big chances in the country, or you couldn't hold 'em from it." Billy dismounted, took the 3 bars down, led his horse through, then put up the bars. "When I get this place, there'll be a gate here," he announced. "Pay for itself in no time. It's the 1,001 little things like this that count up big when you put 'em together." He sighed contentedly. "I never used to think about such things. But when we shook Oakland, I began to wise up. It was them San Leandro Portuguese that gave me my first eye-opener. I've been asleep before that." They skirted the lower of the 3 fields, where the ripe hay stood uncut. Billy pointed with eloquent disgust to a break in the fence, slovenly repaired, and onto the standing grain, much trampled by the cattle. "Them's the things," he criticized, "old style. And look how thin that crop is, and the shallow plowing. Scrub cattle, scrub seed, scrub farming. Chevon's worked it for 8 years now, and never rested it once. Never put anything in for what he took out, except the cattle, into the stubble the minute the hay was on." In a pasture glade further on, they came upon a bunch of cattle. "Look at that bull, Saxon. Scrub's no name for it. There ought to be a state law against letting such animals exist. No wonder Chevon's that land poor. He'd had to sink all his clay pit earnings into taxes and interest. He can't make his land pay. Take this 140. Anybody with savvy can just rake silver dollars off it. I'll show 'em." They passed the big adobe barn in the distance. "A few dollars at the right time would have saved hundreds on that roof," Billy commented. "Well, anyway, I won't be paying for any improvements when I buy. And I'll tell you another thing. This ranch is full of water. And if Glen Ellen ever grows, they'll have to come see me for their water supply." Billy knew the ranch thoroughly and took shortcuts through the woods by way of cattle paths. Once he reined in abruptly, and both stopped. Confronting them, a dozen paces away, was a half-grown red fox. For half a minute, with beady eyes, the wild thing studied them, with twitching, sensitive nose, reading the messages of the air. Then, velvet-footed, it leaped aside and was gone among the trees. "The son of a gun," Billy ejaculated. As they approached Wildwater, they rode out into a long, narrow meadow. In the middle was a pond. "Natural reservoir. When Glen Ellen begins to buy water," Billy said. "See down at the lower end there? Wouldn't cost hardly anything to throw a dam across, and I can pipe in all kinds of hill drip. And water's going to be money in this valley not 1,000 years from now. And all the ginks and boobs and dubs and gazabos pounding their ear deado and not seeing it coming. And surveyors working up the valley for an electric road from Sausalito with a branch up Napa Valley." They came to the rim of Wildwater Canyon. Leaning far back in their saddles, they slid the horses down a steep declivity, through big spruce woods, to an ancient and all but obliterated trail. "They cut this trail way back in the '50s, Billy explained. "I only found it by accident. Then I asked Pope yesterday. He was born in this valley. He said it was a fake mining rush across from Petaluma. The gamblers got it up, and they must have drawn 1,000 suckers. You see that flat there, and the old stumps? That's where the camp was. They set the tables up under the trees. The flat used to be bigger, but the creek's eaten into it. Pope said there was a couple of killings and one lynching." Lying low against their horses' necks, they scrambled up a steep cattle trail out of the canyon, and began to work across rough country toward the knolls. "Say, Saxon, you're always looking for something pretty. I'll show you what will make your hair stand up as soon as we get through this manzanita." Never in all their travels had Saxon seen so lovely a vista as the one that greeted them when they emerged. The dim trail lay like a rambling red shadow cast on the soft forest floor by the great redwoods and overarching oaks. It seemed as if all the local variety of trees and vines had conspired to weave the leafy roof, maples, big madronos and laurels, and lofty tan bark oaks, scaled and wrapped and interwound with wild grape and flaming poison oak. Saxon drew Billy's eyes to a mossy bank of 5-fingered ferns. All slopes seemed to meet to form this basin and colossal forest bower. Underfoot, the floor was spongy with water. An invisible streamlet whispered under broad fronded brakes. On every hand opened tiny vistas of enchantment, where young redwoods grouped still and stately about fallen giants, shoulder high to the horses, moss-covered and dissolving into mold. At last, after another quarter of an hour, they tied their horses on the rim of the narrow canyon that penetrated the wilderness of the knolls. Through a rift in the trees, Billy pointed to the top of the leaning spruce. "It's right under that," he said. "We'll have to follow up the bed of the creek. There ain't no trail, though you'll see plenty of deer paths crossing the creek. You'll get your feet wet." Saxon laughed her joy and held on close to his heels. Splashing through pools, crawling hand and foot up the slippery faces of water-worn rocks, and worming under trunks of old fallen trees. "There ain't no real bedrock in the whole mountain," Billy elucidated, "so the stream cuts deeper and deeper, and that keeps the sides caving in. They're as steep as they can be without falling down. A little farther up, the canyon ain't much more than a crack in the ground, but a mighty deep one, if anybody should ask you. You can spit across it and break your neck in it." The climbing grew more difficult, and they were finally halted in a narrow cleft by a drift jam. "You wait here," Billy directed, and lying flat, squirmed on through crashing brush. Saxon waited till all sound had died away. She waited 10 minutes longer, then followed by the way Billy had broken. Where the bed of the deep canyon became impossible, she came upon what she was sure was a deer path that skirted the steep side and was a tunnel through the close greenery. She caught a glimpse of the overhanging spruce almost above her head on the opposite side, and emerged on a pool of clear water in a clay-like basin. The basin was of recent origin, having been formed by a slide of earth and trees. Across the pool arose an almost sheer wall of white. She recognized it for what it was, and looked about for Billy. She heard him whistle and looked up. 200 feet above, at the perilous top of the white wall, he was holding on to a tree trunk. The overhanging spruce was nearby. "I can see the little pasture back of your field," he called down. "No wonder nobody ever piped this off. The only place they could see it from is that speck of pasture, and you saw it first. Wait till I come down and tell you all about it. I didn't dast before." It required no shrewdness to guess the truth. Saxon knew this was the precious clay required by the brickyard. Billy circled wide of the slide and came down the canyon wall from tree to tree as descending a ladder. "Ain't it a peach?" he exulted as he dropped beside her. "Just look at it, hidden away under 4 feet of soil where nobody could see it, and just waiting for us to hit the Valley of the Moon. Then it up and slides a piece of the skin off so as we can see it." "Is it the real clay?" Saxon asked anxiously. "You bet your sweet life. I've handled too much of it not to know it in the dark. Just rub a piece between your fingers, like that. Why, I could tell by the taste of it. I've eaten enough of the dust of the teams. Here's where our fun begins. Why, you know, we've been working our heads off since we hit this valley. Now we're on Easy Street." "But you don't own it," Saxon objected. "Well, you won't be 100 years old before I do. Straight from here, I hike to Payne and bind the bargain. An option, you know, while the title's searching and I'm raising money. We'll borrow that 400 back again from Go Yum, and I'll borrow all I can get on my horses and wagons, and Hazel and Hattie, and everything that's worth a cent. And then I get the deed with a mortgage on it to Hilliard for the balance. And then it's taking candy from a baby. I'll contract with the brickyard for 20 cents a yard, and maybe more. They'll be crazy with joy when they see it. Don't need any borin's. They're nearly 200 feet of it exposed up and down. The whole knoll's clay, with a skin of soil over it." "But you'll spoil all the beautiful canyon hauling out the clay," Saxon cried with alarm. "Nope, only the knoll. The road'll come in from the other side. It'll be only half a mile to Chevon's pit. I'll build the road and charge steeper teamin', or the brickyard can build it, and I'll team for the same rate as before, and 20 cents a yard pouring in, all profit from the jump. I'll sure have to buy more horses to do the work." They sat hand in hand beside the pool and talked over the details. "Say, Saxon," Billy said, after a pause had fallen, "sing Harvest Days, won't you?" And when she had complied, The first time you sung that song for me was coming home from the picnic on the train. The very first day we met each other," she broke in. "What did you think about me that day?" "Why, what I've thought ever since, that you was made for me. I thought that right at the jump, in the first waltz. And what'd you think of me?" "Oh, I wondered. And before the first waltz, too, when we were introduced and shook hands, I wondered if you were the man. Those were the very words that flashed into my mind. Is he the man?" "And I kind of looked a little some good to you?" he queried. "I thought so, and my eyesight has always been good." "Say," Billy went off on a tangent, "by next winter, with everything humming and shipshape, what's the matter with us making a visit to Carmel? It'll be slack time for you with the vegetables, and I'll be able to afford a foreman." Saxon's lack of enthusiasm surprised him. "What's wrong?" he demanded quickly. With downcast, demorous eyes and hesitating speech, Saxon said, "I did something yesterday without asking your advice, Billy." He waited. "I wrote to Tom," she added, with an air of timid confession. Still he waited, for he knew not what. "I asked him to ship up that old chest of drawers, my mother's, you remember, that we stored with him." "I don't see anything out of the way about that," Billy said with relief. "We need the chest, don't we? And we can afford to pay the freight on it, can't we?" "You are a dear, stupid man. That's what you are. Don't you know what's in that chest?" He shook his head, and what she added was so soft that it was almost a whisper. "The baby clothes." "No," he exclaimed. "True, sure?" She nodded her head, her cheeks flooding with quick color. "It's what I wanted, Saxon, more than anything else in the world. I've been thinking a whole lot about it lately, ever since we hit the valley," he went on, brokenly, and for the first time she saw tears, unmistakable in his eyes. "But after all I've done, and the hell I've raised and everything, I never urged you or said a word about it. But I wanted it. Oh, I wanted it, like I want you now." His open arms received her, and the pool in the heart of the canyon knew a tender silence. Saxon felt Billy's finger laid warningly on her lips. Guided by his hand, she turned her head back, and together they gazed far up the side of the knoll, where a doe and a spotted fawn looked down upon them from a tiny open space between the trees. End of The Valley of the Moon by Jack London. Recording by Richard Kilmer, Rio Medina, Texas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.